In this video, we'll be going over monsters that have 2 or more evolutions to them, and rank them in order of which ones have the best card evolutions. And at number 10, we have Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. This is the fusion monster for the Blue Eyes White Dragon archetype, one of the most supported archetypes in the game, and because of this, their old fusion received 2 evolution forms over the years. The first one was Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, which has the same stats as the original, and has the effect where it can attack multiple times by sending other copies of Blue Eyes fusion monsters from your extra deck to the graveyard. Then later on, they introduced Blue Eyes Alternative Ultimate Dragon, which again has the same stats and summoning condition of requiring 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons as materials, and has the effect to destroy 1 card your opponent controls, and cannot be targeted or destroyed by your opponent's card effects. And also, if one of its materials was Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, you can activate its third effect, which allows you to destroy up to 3 cards your opponent controls instead of just 1. But this card cannot attack the turn you use that effect. So both of the evolutions are straight up upgrades over the original, seeing as they literally have the same conditions to be brought out, the same stats, and actually have decent effects tied to them. Which is why it's almost hilarious to say that only the original vanilla version of Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon has seen competitive play. And the reason the original Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon sees competitive play is because it holds the distinction of being the highest attack non-effect monster in the game at 4,500. So it's the best target to be cheated out of the extra deck with a card like Fists of the Unrivaled Tenyi, which can float into non-effect extra deck monsters on its destruction. And the other 2 cards are just a little bit too cumbersome to be brought out for not really doing enough once they hit the field to justify their tough summoning requirements. Whereas Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon can be cheated out pretty easily, and that's always how it was brought out, was being cheated out of the extra deck essentially. Even before Fists of the Unrivaled Tenyi came out, it used to see play in the earlier days of the game, and only in decks that cheated it out of the extra deck for its high attack point value. But since the original has seen way more play than any of its evolutions, it's kinda at the bottom of this list, but also a good thing to kind of start off with what we'll be talking about here. And at number 9, we have Jinzo. Jinzo was one of the best 1 tribute monsters in the game when it first came out, as it has an impressive 2400 attack, while also having the effect to just negate all trap effects. So as long as Jinzo is out, neither player can use trap cards, which is pretty good. That's why the card still sees play even to this day actually. Jinzo was eventually given an evolution in the form of Jinzo Lord, which has a slightly higher attack than the original, also negates all trap effects on the field, but requires you to tribute the original Jinzo in order to bring it out from your hand. And it has kind of a laughably bad effect, where it allows you to destroy all face-up traps on the field, and then inflicts a little bit of burn damage to your opponent for each card destroyed with its effect. Jinzo Lord was not big enough of an improvement where it would be worth playing alongside the original Jinzo, as it's kind of one of the worst evolution forms in the game even. Although in more recent years, they released another evolution form of Jinzo, in the form of Jinzo the Machine Menace. Jinzo the Machine Menace is level 7, but has the same stats as the original, and has the effect where it can special summon itself from your hand as long as there is a face-up trap card on the field or in either player's graveyard. Which is an incredibly easy requirement to bring this card out. It also has a quick effect where it can tribute itself to special summon a Jinzo from your hand or graveyard, and then destroy all of your opponent's trap cards. So while Jinzo the Machine Menace can't negate all traps like the original Jinzo, he can bring out the original Jinzo pretty easily, while also destroying all of your opponent's traps anyways. And is also incredibly easy to bring out with its summoning condition. Although there's no point to play it when most decks that use Jinzo just kind of play him in a different strategy and not a pure Jinzo focused deck. So it's more of a gimmick for now. So Jinzo kind of has the same problem as Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, where it's still played a lot more than its evolved versions. Although it's played a lot more than the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and that's why it's a little bit higher on this list. And at number 8, we have the Legendary Fisherman. This is a level 5 monster with kind of low stats at 1850 for a level 5 monster, which simply has the effect that while the field spell card Umi is on the field, it's unaffected by spell effects and cannot be targeted for attacks, although it doesn't prevent your opponent from attacking you directly if it's the only attack target. Now, surprisingly, this original card never saw any competitive play, even if it could be brought out easier with a Legendary Ocean, which would treat it as a level 4 monster in your hand. Then, many years later, they introduced 2 evolution forms of this card, and they gave them incredibly original names, where they're called the Legendary Fisherman 2 and the Legendary Fisherman 3. Fisherman 2 has the effect where it becomes a Legendary Fisherman while it's on the field or graveyard, and while you have Umi on the field, this card becomes unaffected by monster effects. And then it has a floating effect where you can add a level 7 water monster from your deck to your hand when it's destroyed by battle or leaves the field by an opponent's card effect. The Legendary Fisherman 3 is coincidentally a level 7 water monster, which can only be special summoned from your hand by tributing a Legendary Fisherman on your side of the field. And when it's brought out, you get to banish all of your opponent's monsters, but can't attack the turn it uses that effect. It also has some really good protection, where it can't be destroyed by battle or card effects, and is also unaffected by spell and traps. It is still affected by monster effects, so it's not immune to everything, but it's immune to almost everything else. It's as close as you can get to being immune to everything without being immune to everything. Although, since it's not immune to monster effects, that kind of not makes it very good, because that's the one thing you want to be immune to, with how monster effect heavy the game is in the current meta, and how the meta has been for like the past 10 years. It also has another niche effect where you can return all of your opponent's banished cards to their graveyard in order to make it so the first battle or effect damage your opponent takes this turn becomes doubled. Now, these two evolutions were released alongside Sea Stealth Attack, which is a continuous trap card that actually saw competitive play, because it gives all of your level 5 or higher water monsters the ability to destroy monsters at the beginning of the damage step, which is really good. It also has excellent protection, where you can banish a water monster in order to prevent your spell and traps from being destroyed by your opponent's card effects, which doubles its protection for the water monster it banishes as well, since that monster gets returned during the end phase. And it also conveniently allows you to activate Umi from your graveyard or hand when the card is used. So it pairs very well with the Legendary Fisherman cards, but was actually used in Phantasm Spiral decks because they can summon level 8 water tokens super easily, so they can make better use of this card than the Legendary Fisherman can. And at number 7, we have Harpy Lady. Harpy Lady is an incredibly low statted level 4 vanilla monster with only 1300 attack and 1400 defense. Although this card probably has the most amount of evolution forms out of any other card in the game, as it currently has around 13 cards that can treat their name as Harpy Lady, with 4 of them allowing them to treat their card's name as Harpy Lady while in the deck, which means you can't actually play all 4 of them in the same deck because of the rules regarding the amount of named cards in your deck. And a lot of the evolutions of Harpy Lady are absolutely better than the original, and actually saw competitive play over the years. Some of the best evolutions, though, would definitely have to be Harpy Channeler, who can treat its name as Harpy Lady while in the field or in the graveyard, and it has the effect where you can discard a Harpy card in order to special summon a Harpy monster from your deck, which does include Harpy's pet dragon, and she has an additional effect to be treated as level 7 while you control a dragon-type monster. So her effects allow you to go into rank 7 Xyz plays, and made her a staple addition in pretty much all Harpy decks when she came out. There's also Harpy Lady 1, which is one of the 4 monsters that treats its name exactly as Harpy Lady at all times, and has the same exact stats as the original, plus the effect to just increase the attack of all your other wind monsters by 300. So if Harpy decks play any monsters that have Harpy Lady in their name in the deck, generally they play copies of Harpy Lady 1 or Cyber Harpy Lady, which is just Harpy Lady but with 1800 attack. There's also Harpy Queen, one of the highest stats of the level 4 or lower Harpy monsters at 1900, and her name is treated as Harpy Lady while in the field or graveyard, and she can discard a spell from the hand to the graveyard in order to add the Harpy field spell card to your hand, which allows you to destroy spell and traps when Harpy monsters are summoned. Harpy Dancer allows you to bring out more Harpies and also activate the field spell card to destroy more spell and trap cards. Harpy Harpist allows you to search out more Harpies while using it for materials for extra deck plays. Harpy Conductor is the link monster of the archetype, which can bounce monsters your opponent controls when you use the effect of Harpy Dancer, and also treats its name as Harpy Lady on the field or in the graveyard. Harpies recently received a new synchro monster called Cyber/Harpy Lady, which allows you to treat a Harpy monster as a tuner for its summon, so you don't actually need to play any tuner monsters in a Harpy deck to bring it out, which allows you to bounce your Harpy cards and treat its name as Harpy Lady while in the field or graveyard. So since basically the entire deck treats its name as Harpy Lady, and pretty much all of them are just straight up better versions than the original, this one kind of takes the cake of having the most amount of evolutions on this list, and Harpy decks have seen competitive play over the years. And at number 6, we have Stardust Dragon. This card has a couple of evolutions, but for this one I'm only going to be talking about Shooting Star Dragon and Shooting Quasar Dragon. Now first off, the original Stardust Dragon actually saw competitive play over the years because it's a pretty decent card. For a level 8 synchro monster with generic materials, it has the effect where it can contribute itself in response to an effect that would destroy a card in the field in order to negate and destroy that card, after which this card will special summon itself from the graveyard during the end phase. So once per turn, you just have a negate of a destruction effect, and there's lots of destruction effects when the card first came out. In fact, it's still occasionally useful in the meta when it's all about destruction effects. In its first evolution, Shooting Star Dragon is a level 10 synchro monster which requires a Stardust Dragon as one of its materials, plus a tuner synchro monster. So it's pretty obvious that it's an upgraded version of Stardust Dragon. And the card has a pretty impressive baseline attack stat at 3300, and the ability to potentially attack 5 times during the battle phase, as you can excavate the top 5 cards of your deck, then gain a number of attacks for that turn equal to the number of tuner monsters excavated with its effect, which you then return all those tuner monsters back to your deck. So if you excavate 5 tuner monsters with its effect, then that's 5 attacks for the turn. However, if you use the effect and don't get a single tuner monster, then it can't attack a single time that turn. It also has the same Stardust Dragon effect, where once per turn it can negate the effect of a card that would destroy a card or cards on the field, except it doesn't need to tribute itself in order to activate this effect. And then it has another effect where it can banish itself to negate an attack, and then bring itself back during the end phase. So it's a pretty decent upgraded version of the original Stardust Dragon. And then we go even further with Shooting Quasar Dragon. This is a level 12 synchro monster, which has a pretty difficult summoning requirement, where it requires 1 tuner synchro monster, plus 2 or more non-tuner synchro monsters. So you need at least 3 synchro monsters in the field in order to bring this card out with its intended summoning condition. And then it goes on to have a restriction where it can only be special summoned by synchro summoned and cannot be special summoned in any other ways. So there's no cheating this card out of the extra deck like with Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. But if you do manage to bring out Shooting Quasar Dragon, it's kind of worth all the effort. Once per turn, it has an Omni Negate, where you can just negate and destroy the activation of any one card on the field. And it can also attack twice, as its number of attacks per battle phase is equal to the number of non-tuner monsters used as its synchro materials. And since it requires at least 2 of them, it can attack at least 2 times when it's brought out properly. And with 4000 attack baseline, this thing can win you the game if it attacks directly with both of those attacks. And then the card goes on to have a floating effect, where if this card leaves the field in any way, you can special summon a Shooting Star Dragon from your extra deck. And since Shooting Star Dragon is a direct evolution of Stardust Dragon, it heavily implies that Shooting Quasar Dragon is an evolution of Shooting Star Dragon, if it floats into that good synchro monster when it leaves the field, which is probably in the anime too, but I haven't actually watched that. And this card's kind of floating effect that activates when it leaves the field in any way is the best kind of floating effect in the game. And that's why Shooting Quasar Dragon saw some competitive play over the years despite how difficult it is to bring out. It was a big beat stick that can attack twice, had an Omni Negate, and floated into another good monster if your opponent managed to get rid of it. And honestly, that was how Shooting Star Dragon came out most of the time when it saw competitive play, was through the floating effect of Shooting Quasar Dragon. Although, funny enough, Shooting Quasar Dragon saw the most amount of play in Necroz decks, simply because it's a level 12 synchro monster that looks cool, and they would just use it for Necroz Kaleidoscope in order to go into ritual plays, and just use Shooting Quasar Dragon as material from the extra deck. And at number 5, we have Armed Dragon level 7. This card has a direct evolution in the form of Armed Dragon level 10, although that's not the card we're going to be talking about for this spot. We're going to be talking about specifically evolutions of the card Armed Dragon level 7, as it has 2 of them, Armed Dragon Thunder level 7 and Dark Armed Dragon. Of its 2 evolutions, Dark Armed Dragon was the centerpiece of one of the few Tier 0 decks in the game's history. And it's funny that it was actually a dark counterpart of a random level monster that didn't see competitive play. And Dark Armed Dragon itself received an evolution in the form of a rank 7 Xyz monster, Dark Armed Dragon of Annihilation, which is like 2 levels of evolutions away from the original card. Now, what Dark Armed Dragon level 7 does is it has a standard of rules for level monsters where it can only be brought out by the effect of its lower level counterpart, Armed Dragon level 5, who himself has the effect that if it destroys a monster by battle, then during the end phase it can send itself to the graveyard in order to special summon Armed Dragon level 7 from your hand or deck. Then, once Armed Dragon level 7 hits the field, it has the effect where it can send 1 monster from your hand to the graveyard to destroy all monsters your opponent controls with an attack less than or equal to the monster you send from your hand to the graveyard. So it has the potential to wipe out all of your opponent's monsters, but only if you send a really strong monster from your hand to the graveyard to use its effect. So it was never really played because that's too much setup for not really enough payoff. Then the card got an evolution in the form of Dark Armed Dragon, and it's the only one of the levels of the Armed Dragons who got a dark counterpart for some reason, where it has the exact same stats as the original, but has a completely new effect, where this card cannot be normal summoned or set, and can only be special summoned from your hand by controlling exactly 3 dark monsters in your graveyard. Then it goes on to have an effect where you can banish 1 dark monster from your graveyard to destroy 1 card on the field. and neither its summoning condition or its on-field effect are once per turn. And since its summoning condition doesn't require you to move any of the resources, if you have exactly 3 dark monsters in your graveyard, then you can bring out all copies of Dark Armed Dragon from your hand. And if you have a way to fill up your graveyard with a whole bunch of dark monsters after it hits the field, then Dark Armed Dragon can selectively destroy all the cards on the field. This was a pretty good effect for a long time in the game's history. It's only recently, within like the past 5 years, where this kind of effect has been kind of power crept to the point where being able to destroy all of your opponent's cards during your turn isn't really a big deal anymore. But when this card first came out, that was amazing, and led it to leading the charge in one of the best decks in the game's history, where everybody was playing variants of Dark Armed Dragon. Then Armed Dragon level 7 got another upgrade with some new support actually targeted at the level monsters themselves, in the form of Armed Dragon Thunder level 7. A lot of the other Armed Dragon cards got Thunder versions as well. And what this card does is it can treat its name as Armed Dragon level 7 while in the field or graveyard, similar to the Harpy support monsters, and it has the effect that it allows you to special summon a level 10 or lower Armed Dragon monster from your hand or deck, which allows you to bring out the original Armed Dragon level 10 as well, since its name is treated as the original Dragon level 7 while in the field. And it has an additional effect where if it's sent to the graveyard to activate a Dragon monster's effect, you can add an Armed Dragon card from your deck to your hand. So if this card is used as material for the original Armed Dragon level 7, then you get to search a card from its discard, which would do a good job of offsetting that kind of terrible condition, since Armed Dragon Thunder level 7 is actually a pretty okay monster itself. And at number 4, we have Magician of Black Chaos. This is a vanilla ritual monster, which never really saw play because ritual monsters were kind of cumbersome to bring out in the earliest portion of the day, and they weren't really worth the materials required to bring them out either. It wasn't until Yugioh came out that rituals started seeing play for being ritual monsters, and it wasn't until Necros came out that everyone found out how broken they can be when given proper support. Although early on in its life, Magician of Black Chaos received an upgrade, as it was turned into an effect monster called Dark Magician of Chaos. This card had the exact same stats as the original ritual monster, except it was an effect monster without restrictions on how it could be brought out, so it was just easier to use and actually had a really good effect, where when the card was brought out, you got to add a spell card from your graveyard to your hand. This gave it some interactions and allowed itself to be infinitely brought out, by just constantly recycling Dimension Fusion when spell economics was on the field, since Dark Magician of Chaos had 2 other effects, where it would always banish itself when it left the field, and it would banish any monster destroyed by battle. And even outside of being able to infinitely bring itself back out, just being able to bring a spell card back on its summon is incredibly strong. So the card was banned for a few years, before the card received an errata, where all they changed was how the spell card is added back to your hand. In that case, the spell card is only added back to your hand during the end phase, and they even gave it a hard once per turn on this effect. Then Magician of Black Chaos received another evolution, this one a lot more recently in the form of Magician of Black Chaos Max. This is another card which has the exact same stats as the original, and has the effect that when it's ritual summoned, you contribute 1 monster. Then your opponent cannot activate monster effects for the rest of the turn. It also has another effect where you can add a spell card from your graveyard to your hand when it destroys a monster by battle. And Magician of Black Chaos Max also sees niche competitive play, because the ability to shut down your opponent's monster effects is really good, if you're able to bring out this card during your opponent's turn. And with the Megalith ritual cards, specifically Megalith Ak, you can just bring out Magician of Black Chaos Max during your opponent's turn in order to get an Azathoth-like effect and lock him out of monster effects for a turn, which is pretty good, even if you do need to tribute another monster in order to use that effect. Now, seeing as Magician of Black Chaos is part of the Dark Magician archetype, it enjoys a healthy amount of Dark Spellcaster support, and will probably continue to see more support in the future, as Dark Magician and Blue Eyes White Dragon decks constantly get new support over the years. And at number 3, we have Buster Blader. This is a level 7 monster, which simply has the effect that it gains 500 attack for each dragon monster your opponent controls or in their graveyard. So if your opponent has a single dragon type monster, then its attack will go up to 3100, which is a pretty respectable for a high level monster. Although if your opponent has no dragon type monsters, then it's kind of at a low amount at 2600. Now, this card has 2 direct evolution forms. One of them is Buster the Destruction Swordsmaster, which has the exact same stats as the original, and even treats the same as Buster Blader while in the field or graveyard, kind of a hallmark for Konami creating better versions of older cards. And all it does on the field is allow you to equip your opponent's monsters that are destroyed by battle or card effects, and send a monster that is equipped to this one to the graveyard, in order to destroy your opponent's monsters that have the same type as that one. And this card's main use is just to be used as fusion material to bring out the next evolution, Buster Blader the Dragon Destroyer Swordsman. This is a fusion monster which requires the original Buster Blader plus a dragon type monster as its materials. And its effect is that it gains 1000 attack and defense for each dragon monster your opponent controls or in their graveyard. So if your opponent has a single dragon type monster, its attack becomes 3800. It also has an excellent lockdown effect, where your opponent's dragon type monsters cannot activate their effects, and they're all changed in defense position. In addition, this card inflicts piercing battle damage but cannot attack directly. Now, since this card is so anti-dragon, you really need a way to change your opponent's monsters into dragon type, in order to take full advantage of Buster Blader the Dragon Destroyer Swordsman. Luckily, they have a synchro monster called Buster Dragon, which does exactly that while it's on the field, where while it's out, all of your opponent's monsters become dragon type. And of course, there's the option of DNA surgery to change all monsters in the field to dragon type as well. And Buster Blader the Dragon Destroyer Swordsman is really easy to bring out with the trap card Destruction Sword Memories, which can perform a fusion summon from your graveyard by using materials from the graveyard, which is kind of a first for this kind of effect, where you can perform a full fusion summon using only cards from your graveyard, with a chain that starts from your graveyard. And it's easy to get all those cards in the graveyard thanks to the Link monster, Protector Whelp of the Destruction Swordsman. And decks that try to lock your opponent out with the Fusion Buster Blader card have actually seen some competitive play in the past, and are just one more good piece of support away from being an actual powerhouse of a lockdown effect. So the upgraded version of Buster Blader does an excellent job of improving over what the intended card was trying to do, being anti-dragon, and is kind of ridiculously good at countering any dragon-based deck. And at number 2, we have Diabolos, King of the Abyss. Diabolos is a level 7 monster which cannot be special summoned and can only be tribute summoned by using dark monsters. And what the card does is while it's on the field, it cannot be tributed by card effects, and once per turn when your opponent draws a card for their draw phase, you can look at the top card of your opponent's deck before they draw that card, and decide to either leave the card on top of the deck or place it on the bottom of their deck. It doesn't prevent them from drawing a card though, so it's not a very good effect, and the card didn't really see competitive play. Then, when they released a series of Light Ray monsters, Diabolos got an evolution in the form of Light Ray Diabolos, where it could only be special summoned from your hand by having 5 or more light monsters with different names in your graveyard. And then had the effect where you can banish a light monster from your graveyard in order to shuffle one set card your opponent controls into their deck. But you got to choose to place the card on either the top or bottom of the deck when you shuffled it back, to play homage to the original version of the card, which kind of had a bad similar effect. Then, many years later, they released a proper evolution of the card in the form of Darkest Diabolos Lord of the Lair. But they also released Lair of Darkness field spell card. And what the new card does is have a slightly higher stat line, the same effect where it cannot be tributed, but gained a whole bunch of other more useful effects. Where it also cannot be targeted by your opponent's card effects, it can special summon itself from your hand or graveyard if a dark monster you control is tributed in some way, and it allows you to tribute a dark monster in order to force your opponent to place one card from their hand on either the top or bottom of their deck. And what really pulls this card together is the field spell card Lair of Darkness, which while it's on the field, treats all monsters as dark, and once per turn allows you to tribute one of your opponent's dark monsters in order to activate the effect of a card you control, which would tribute a monster. And this newest evolution of the card saw the most amount of competitive success, as it saw play in a whole bunch of different meta decks that went on to top some events, mainly because it was really easy to bring out, had some excellent protection for a boss monster, in a game where Ring Dragon of Raw Sphere mode is one of the best forms of removal, with its most amount of success being in a whole bunch of topping Danger Thunder Dragon decks in 2019. And at number 1, we have Blackluster Soldier. This was the highest attack vanilla ritual monster released to the game in the earliest days, and did actually see competitive play just because it was a big beat stick, and had the ability to be special summoned, even if you had to lose a lot of advantage to bring the card out. Although it didn't see a lot of competitive play and quickly fell out of favor. Then the card received an upgraded version in the form of Blackluster Soldier Envoy of the Beginning. This card was kind of ridiculously powerful and much easier to bring out than the original, where it could special summon itself from your hand by simply banishing one light and dark monster from your graveyard. Then it had 2 effects it could use. One of them allows you to banish one monster from the field at the cost of this card not being able to attack that turn. And the other one was if it destroys a monster by battle, it can make a second attack in a row. And a card which was easy to bring out, didn't require a normal summon, had 3000 attack, and could easily attack twice, was quite the powerhouse for a vast majority of the game's lifetime. especially in 2004 when the card first came out. It was so strong that it was easily in the top 5 of the strongest cards in the game, if not the second strongest card in the game, right behind Chaos Emperor Dragon and Void of the End. So the card was banned for a long time, and then released off the ban list eventually, once the power creep of the game got to the point where it just kind of fit in with everything else. Which is still kind of how it works today. Although that wasn't the only upgrade it got. In 2014, Blackluster Soldier and Void of the Evening Twilight came out, which was supposed to be a downgraded version of Blackluster Soldier and Void of the Beginning, but still makes it an upgrade over the original Blackluster Soldier. Where this new one had the effect that it can only be special summoned from your hand if you have an equal number of light and dark monsters in your graveyard, and you can banish all the light or dark monsters from your graveyard in order to bring this card out. Then it can use one of 2 of its effects depending on the kind of monsters you banish for its effect, where if you banish light monsters, you can banish 1 monster on the field. If you banish dark monsters, you get to banish 1 random card in your opponent's hand face down until the end of your opponent's next turn. And also, you cannot conduct your battle phase during the turn you use its effect. And randomly, it's also treated as a light attribute monster while on the field, in addition to dark. So this card was kind of the precursor to Chaos Dragon Legionnaire, as an actual good Chaos card with a similar type of effect. Although a year later, they released a whole new wave of Blackluster support, including a brand new Blackluster Ritual monster, Blackluster Soldier Super Soldier, where it has the same stats as the original, but actually has an effect, where if it destroys a monster by battle, you get to inflict damage to your opponent equal to the attack of the monster in the graveyard. And if it's destroyed, it randomly floats into a Gaia the Fierce Night monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard. Now, its first effect actually plays a good homage to how Blackluster Soldier and Void of the Beginning was used during the Synchro and Xyz era. You see, there's a level 4 Synchro monster called Armory Arm, which can attach itself to a monster as an equip card, and will grant that monster 1000 attack, as well as give them the effect to inflict damage to your opponent equal to the attack of a monster destroyed by the equipped monster. So if you simply equip this card to Blackluster Soldier and Void of the Beginning, then if it attacked over any 2 attack position monsters, that would be 8,000 points of damage, no matter what their attack was, as long as it was less than 4,000. And if you use Beginning Night as one of the materials to bring out Blackluster Soldier Super Soldier, it gains the ability to attack twice just like in Void of the Beginning. Then another year later, in 2016, they released Blackluster Soldier Sacred Soldier, which is another card which has the same stats as the original, where when it's normal or special summoned, you can return 1 of your banished light or dark monsters to your graveyard in order to banish 1 of your opponent's monsters. And if it destroys a monster by battle, you can add a level 7 or lower warrior type monster from your graveyard to your hand. This card was actually released alongside all the other Blackluster Soldier support in the OCG, it just got delayed a year in the TCG for some reason. Although that's not the end of the Blackluster Soldier evolutions, as in 2019 they released Blackluster Soldier Soldier of Chaos, a Link version of Blackluster Soldier, where it requires 3 monsters with different names in order to be brought out. And if at least one of its materials was a level 7 or higher monster, it gains the effect where it cannot be targeted or destroyed by your opponent's card effects. And then it has the effect that if it destroys a monster by battle, you can choose to activate 1 of 3 of its effects, where it can either permanently gain 1500 attack, you can make a second attack during your next battle phase, or you can immediately banish 1 card on the field. Again, most of these effects are homages to the original Blackluster Soldier and Void of the Beginning, although the gain 1500 attack thing is kind of a new one. And if brought out in the way where it gains protection, granting the card 1500 attack would actually provide you with a 4500 attack monster that's immune to destruction and cannot be targeted by card effects, which is actually pretty good, especially if it can occasionally make 2 attacks and banish a card on the field. And Blackluster Soldier, Soldier of Chaos absolutely saw competitive play, and is the second Blackluster Soldier evolution card to see a heavy amount of competitive success at that. Although recently they released 1 new Blackluster Soldier evolution, or a Toon version of it anyway. Toon Blackluster Soldier was released in 2020, and is actually one of the best Toon monsters now, since it's the highest attack Toon monster which doesn't have summoning sickness, which means it can attack the turn that it special summons itself from the hand, as it even has a unique summoning condition, where it can only special summon itself from your hand by attributing Toon monsters from your hand or field whose levels equal 8 or more, similar to a ritual summon. And since it's tied with one of the highest attack Toon monsters, currently has the highest attack of Toon monsters which can attack directly the turn it's brought out, can also bring itself out much easier than all the other high level Toon monsters, and has the added benefit of being able to banish a card if you give up your attack, it's actually kind of the new powerhouse of Toon decks, where they built most of their strategies around Toon Blackluster Soldier. Although Toon decks aren't really competitive, but it is surprisingly one of the best Toon monsters now, which is notable in a list about a whole bunch of evolutions of the original Blackluster Soldier. So Blackluster Soldier received a ton of evolutions, and 2 of them saw widespread competitive play, which is why Blackluster Soldier takes the #1 spot on this list pretty easily. Occasionally they'll print cards that are actually just weaker versions of existing cards, which were printed after the original cards and not before them. And in this list we're going to go over some of the best cards in the game, which were supposed to be de-evolutions of their original counterparts to be weaker, but on some occasions actually surpass their original inspirations in playability. And at number 10, we have Elemental Hero Neos Alias. This is a level 4 Gemini monster with 1900 attack, which has the effect where it's treated as a normal monster while face up on the field or in the graveyard. However, if you have your normal summon available and it's on the field, you can use your normal summon in order to Gemini summon the card, in order to turn into an effect monster, which gives it the effect where its name just becomes Elemental Hero Neos while it's on the field. This card was meant to be the de-evolution of Elemental Hero Neos, and solely existed as a way to get Neos' name on the field easier by being attached to a level 4 monster, whereas the original Neos is level 7 and much harder to get out. However, this obviously was too strong to just attach to a normal effect monster, so they had to tie it to a Gemini monster with 1 more step in order to actually get the name on the field. Or I guess that was their thought process back in the day. Because you needed Neos' name on the field in order to go to the plethora of fusion monsters that required it to be on the field for contact fusion. However, Neos Alias was never used competitively for its intended purpose, and was entirely used specifically because of everything else about the card. The fact that it was a hero monster that was light, had 1900 attack, which was a premium stat line back then, could be treated as a normal monster in the graveyard, was a Gemini monster, and was warrior, were all a whole bunch of very useful things that combined together allowed it to actually have some pretty decent success in Bubble Beat and Hero OTK decks. The fact that it was light meant it was a target for Honest, and could be used for going into Elemental Hero the Shining, one of the best Omni heroes. The fact that it was Gemini meant it was a target for Gemini Spark, which was a pretty decent quick play spell card, which required you to tribute a level 4 Gemini monster specifically in order to target and destroy 1 card on the field, then draw 1 card. And the fact that it was treated as a normal monster in the graveyard meant it was a target for Hero Blast, which was a trap card that would add a normal hero monster from your graveyard to your hand, then destroy a monster in the field that had less attack than that monster. And at 1900 attack, Neos Alias was a pretty decent target to basically destroy anything on your opponent's side of the field, while going +1 in the process. Neos Alias was so useful for its stats that it's kind of a hallmark for a card that can be useful despite never actually using its main effect. And at number 9, we have Lightning Vortex. This is a normal spell card which has the effect where you can discard 1 card from your hand in order to destroy all face-up monsters your opponent controls. This card is the de-evolution of Raigeki, a card which just allows you to destroy all monsters your opponent controls without any other kind of restrictions or costs. Lightning Vortex was released in a time when Raigeki was banned for being too strong, and was supposed to be a weaker version of the card, requiring a discard instead of being completely costless, and only working on face-up cards, leaving face-down defense position ones safe. But the effect of being able to wipe out all of your opponent's face-up monsters was so strong that Lightning Vortex absolutely saw competitive play, and saw so much play that it was actually limited on the ban list for a while. So at a time in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, Raigeki was banned and Lightning Vortex was limited for being way too strong, even though it was just a weaker version of that card. However, nowadays, Raigeki is unlimited at 3 copies and doesn't really see very much competitive play, since there was an evolution of the card called Lightning Storm released, which could be considered a huge upgrade of Lightning Vortex as well, since it only affects face-up monsters too, but more specifically attack position ones. And at number 8, we have Foolish Burial Goods. This is a normal spell card which has the effect where you can send 1 spell or trap card from your deck to the graveyard, with the added restriction that the card is a hard once per turn, so you can't use other copies of it in your hand during the turn to use one of them. Now, this card is a de-evolution of Foolish Burial, a card which has an effect to send a monster card from your deck to the graveyard without a hard once per turn. Foolish Burial is an incredibly strong card because of how many cards benefit from being sent to the graveyard, and has basically been limited on the ban list since it was added to the game. So Konami tried to create a weaker retrain that only works on spells and traps, and there are a lot less floating and graveyard effects on spell and traps and monsters. And even then, they gave it a hard once per turn, so you wouldn't be able to use multiple of them during the same turn. And honestly, if it didn't have this restriction, it probably would be limited on the ban list just like Foolish Burial. Because Foolish Burial Goods has seen a ton of competitive play in modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, even if it didn't see a lot of play when it was first released to the game. Over time, they just released a lot more spell and traps that have good graveyard effects, like how Virtual World Gate Quingalon can get your entire engine online, same with Ice Barrier for Umi control decks. The card also saw a recent surge in popularity after the release of Rainbow Bridge of Salvation, since Rainbow Bridge has an effect in the graveyard in order to search out a field spell card from your deck. So Foolish Burial Goods basically became a terraforming, which is limited on the ban list. And being able to search out your overpowered field spell cards is definitely worth running all of these cards in certain decks. And at number 7, we have DDR Different Dimension Reincarnation. This is an equip spell card which requires you to discard 1 card, then allows you to special summon any one of your banished monsters in attack position. The card then equips itself to that monster, and if this card leaves the field in any way, you destroy the equipped monster. This card is a de-evolution of the banned card Premature Burial, which is an equipped spell card that can special summon any monster from your graveyard by paying 800 life points. And if Premature Burial is destroyed, then it also destroys the monster it's equipped to. However, only if it's destroyed. So you could reuse the card if you bounced it back to your hand, which DDR was trying to prevent with its restriction. However, it didn't prevent it well enough, because the card was used in Dark Warrior combos to return to the hand in order to be reused anyway. Being able to generically special summon a monster on a spell card during your turn is incredibly powerful, because of just the vast amounts of loops and combos it enables, that even though you have to go -1 to use DDR and it only grabs banished monsters, meant the card still saw a lot of competitive play, and was even bounced to the hand to use again in the same turn with Zephyros the Elite, and people would even bring out cards like Power Tool Dragon just to search it out. In fact, the card was too good that they created another de-evolution of the card called Overdone Burial, which gives even more restrictions on what cards you can bring out, and they even slapped a hard once per turn on its effect, so it can't be reused like the other two cards. And at number 6, we have Mind Control. This is a spell card which allows you to take control of one of your opponent's monsters until the end of the turn. However, that card cannot attack or be tributed. This card is a de-evolution of Change of Heart, which is a card that allows you to just take control of one of your opponent's monsters until the end of the turn, without any restrictions on that monster. Until recently, Change of Heart was actually banned because the effect was very good. So they printed Mind Control in order to be a weaker version of that effect, where you can't steal your opponent's monster in order to crash it into another one, or use it as tribute fodder for Monarch decks. And the reason this effect is so strong is because it's an inherent +1 in card advantage, and gets past all kinds of monster protections, because your opponent loses a monster and you gain a monster at the same time, while only losing one card from your hand. And since it doesn't destroy or move the card off the field, very few cards have protection from being stolen. And then with modern extract monsters that can use the card as material, the fact that the card can't be tributed doesn't really matter, because most decks don't tribute anymore. Especially once Link monsters came out, Mind Control became just an extra material to go into Access Code Talker, and turned Mind Control into a premium going second card. And in fact, the card had to be put back on the ban list and is currently limited to 1 in the TCG, because it's still really good, even if they recently unbanned Change of Heart, which is also at 1 copy. So currently, the weaker version and the original both sit on the ban list at 1 copy, and absolutely see competitive play together. And at number 5, we have Pot of Prosperity. This is a spell card which has the effect where you can banish 3 or 6 cards of your choice from your extra deck face down, in order to look at the top 3 or 6 cards of your deck, and add one of those cards to your hand. Then you put the other cards back on the bottom of your deck in any order, you can't draw any cards by card effects this turn, and additionally, your opponent only takes half damage for the rest of the turn. So, lots of restrictions in order to basically just have the effect of Upstart Goblin. And this card is 2 levels of remakes, or de-evolutions, away from its original. First off, there is Pot of Greed, the original, which just allows you to draw 2 cards from your deck. Then they created a retrain in 2010 called Pot of Duality, which at the cost of not being able to special summon for the rest of the turn, as well as being on a hard once per turn, you can look at the top 3 cards of your deck and add one of them to your hand. And Pot of Duality was so good, it basically never stopped seeing competitive play after it was released. And Pot of Prosperity was released more recently, and has a more advanced version of Pot of Duality's effect, so it's 2 degrees separated from Pot of Greed. And being able to dig 6 cards deep in your deck in order to find one is so powerful that it's generally considered the strongest of all of the Pot retrains, even better than Pot of Duality, the card is based on, since it doesn't restrict you from special summon. And the reason for this is because being able to look at the top 6 cards of your deck and pick one actually gives you a very large chance of finding the absolute best card you need in your current situation. Currently, there aren't really cards that allow you to search for floodgates from your deck very easily. So if you're playing a deck that needs one of its floodgates on the field, Pot of Prosperity is one of the best ways to try and get one of those in your hand, even though it doesn't specifically have an effect to search any of them out. Because chances are one of the top 6 cards of your deck is going to be a floodgate if your deck is playing them, and if it's not, then it'll be something else that probably might help advance your game state. In fact, the card is so good at increasing the odds of getting the right card in your hand that it's often played over Pot of Extravagance, which is another card that allows you to use your extra deck as a resource in order to draw cards, where Pot of Extravagance can allow you to banish 6 cards from your extra deck to draw 2 cards. Whereas for the same cost, Prosperity only allows you to get 1, and people vastly prefer to use Prosperity, because getting 1 card that you need is better than getting 2 random cards in most cases. And at number 4, we have a Pointer of the Red Lotus. This is a trap card that requires you to pay 2,000 life points, reveal your own hand to your opponent, then you're allowed to look at your opponent's hand and banish 1 card until your opponent's next end phase. So if you use this card in your opponent's turn, the card is only gone for that turn. This card is a de-evolution of the banned trap card Trap Dust Shoot, or it could also be a de-evolution of Confiscation, a banned spell card. Trap Dust Shoot has the effect where you can only activate when your opponent has 4 or more cards in their hand, and allows you to return 1 monster card from your opponent's hand back to their deck. Confiscation is a spell card which requires you to pay 1,000 life points in order to gain the absolutely broken effect of looking at your opponent's hand and discarding 1 card. Many decks would love to have Confiscation unbanned to be able to look at your opponent's hand in order to get rid of a hand trap or play around whatever other interaction they might have. So the best way to balance the effect would be to place it on a trap card and make it only usable during your opponent's turn, or on anything other than your first turn, which is what they were trying to do when they tried to fix the effect with the Point of the Red Lotus. Give it a huge life point cost, gave your opponent information on your hand, so information was even on both sides, and only temporarily got rid of the card. However, this was still too powerful in the modern game, because most games don't last very many turns. So being able to have this effect for even one turn was incredibly powerful. And funnily enough, the main reason this card became so powerful was precisely because it was a trap card that can be used during your opponent's turn. What you would do is send the card to the graveyard with something like Curious, then you would set it to the field with Nightmare Griffin, and use it during your opponent's draw phase in order to look at their hand and get rid of one of their board breaker cards like Dark Ruler No More, Evenly Matched, or Lightning Storm. All cards which cannot be chained in response to a Point of the Red Lotus during the draw phase. That way, you could further protect your board of negates from any of those powerful going second cards that might be able to disable their effects. Konami printed these very powerful going second cards precisely to deal with unbreakable boards, and a Point of the Red Lotus was kind of getting around them, and allowing first turn players to create truly unbreakable boards, where your opponent wasn't even allowed to draw into the right cards that might let them come back. So it was limited to 1 on the ban list in order to kind of stop these combos, even if they also had Curious on the ban list so you couldn't send it to the graveyard so easily anymore. And speaking of Curious, at number 3 on this list, we have Curious the Lightsworn Dominion. This is a Link 3 monster which requires exactly 3 monsters with the same attribute, but they all must have different types from each other. And it has the effect that when it's summoned, you can send any 1 card from your deck to the graveyard. Additionally, if a card is sent from your deck to the graveyard, you can send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard. And if it's removed from the field by your opponent, you can add a card from your graveyard to your hand. This card could be considered a de-evolution of Lavalval Chain, which is a generic rank 4 monster that allows you to detach 1 material to send any card from your deck to the graveyard. Lavalval Chain is considered one of the most powerful monsters of all time, just period. Because the ability to send any card from your deck to the graveyard on an easy to bring out extra deck monster is just so powerful for all kinds of combos and FTKs, even if it's not generically powerful for just the average non-combo deck. However, Konami still wanted some version of the effect to kinda be in the game, so they gave it to Beatrice, Lady the Eternal, which is a much harder to bring out monster, as it requires 2 level 6 monsters, and was played so heavily it's currently limited on the ban list as well. And then they gave its effect again to Curious, although requiring 3 monsters with even more stringent restrictions. Getting 3 different monsters of different types on the field should be very hard to accomplish outside of incredibly specific decks. So it seemed like a safe bet to finally give this effect to an extra deck monster that was this hard to bring out. However, the Danger archetype kinda made this card too easy to bring out instead, as all of them are Dark Attribute, can special summon themselves from the hand while drawing cards, and are of different types. So if you just played a Danger engine in your deck, since Dangers could absolutely just be played as an engine with other strategies, you could easily go into Curious and just get any card in your deck you wanted in the graveyard. Then, like I mentioned earlier, you can go into Nightmare Griffin next in order to get a spell or trap card out of the graveyard onto the field, using another generic extra deck monster. And additionally, you just got to mill 3 cards as well, because it's part of the Lightsworn archetype, and their archetype is all about milling their own deck. And when Tearlaments were running around the meta, this card was eventually banned because the effect was already very powerful on its own. It was made even better when combined with an archetype that could play the Dangers natively, and benefited from milling cards. Even if Tearlament players stopped using the Danger engine once the Ishizu cards came out, it was kind of banned as a way to just try to rein in the deck, before they eventually just limited all of the main deck cards. And at number 2, we have Return from the Different Dimension. This is a trap card which has the effect where you can pay half your life points to special summon as many of your banished monsters as possible. However, they're all banished during the end phase. This card was the de-evolution of the spell card Dimensional Fusion, which has the effect where you can pay 2,000 life points to special summon as many of your banished monsters as possible, although your opponent gets to do the same. Even back in early Yu-Gi-Oh! Before modern extra deck monsters were released, they were able to take advantage of Dimension Fusion in order to perform loops to win in 1 turn. So the card was banned, and they created a retrained weaker version in Return from the Different Dimension, which couldn't be used immediately on your first turn, so no longer loopable, required half your life points instead of only 2,000, and got rid of all the cards during the end phase, so you couldn't keep them. However, once modern extra deck monsters came out, you wouldn't keep them on the field anyway, as you would use them all for synchros and then later XC summons. And Return from the Different Dimension just kind of consistently saw competitive play until it was finally banned in 2014. Back in Teledad decks, the card was used in order to recover resources banished in order to use the effect of Dark Arm Dragon, and it was finally Dragon Rulers that got the card banned, because the Dragon Rulers would banish all kinds of cards in order to bring themselves out, which you would just bring back with Return from the Different Dimension in order to completely blow out your opponent with a +4. And Return from the Different Dimension has to be one of the strongest de-evolution cards, which is just powerful in its own right. However, the number 1 spot kinda takes the cake for a card that was supposed to be weaker than its original counterpart, but ended up becoming so much stronger that people probably forget it was originally a de-evolution in the first place. And at number 1, we have Grinder Golem. This is a level 8 monster with 3000 attack, which has the effect where it can't be normal summoned or set, and can only be special summoned to your opponent's side of the field at the cost of giving up your normal summon for the turn. And what you get for giving your opponent a 3000 beater is 2 level 1 Grinder tokens in attack position with 0 attack. And since you can't normal summon during the turn use Grinder Golem's effect, you couldn't even use them to tribute summon for a monarch or something in the early days when Grinder Golem came out. And in fact, not being able to use a normal summon was such a bad detriment that Grinder Golem was kind of a gimmick card that people couldn't really figure out why it was made, other than fulfilling the conditions for Inferno Tempest, which is a spell card that allows you to banish all monsters in both players' decks and graveyards, if you meet the condition where you take 3000 more points of battle damage in one swing, although this was always kind of a gimmick deck. And Grinder Golem was meant to be the weaker version of Lava Golem, which is a card that has a similar summon condition as Grinder Golem, except it requires you to tribute 2 of your opponent's monsters in order to give it to your opponent, whereas Grinder Golem gives you 2 monsters in order to give it to your opponent. And then whoever controls Lava Golem takes 1000 points of burn damage during each of their standby phases. And Lava Golem is so good, it still sees competitive play to this day, as a way to get rid of your opponent's impossible to outboss monsters. And Grinder Golem didn't actually get rid of anything with his effect, it simply just gave you 2 weak tokens. However, this became incredibly powerful once Link monsters came out, because both of the golems lacked a once per turn on their summoning condition. You see, what you would do with Grinder Golem is just give it to your opponent and get 2 tokens. Then you would convert those into a Caustic Magician, bouncing Grinder Golem back to your hand as long as it was summoned right above one of the extra monster zones. Then you would just bring it out again and use those 2 new tokens to go into a Security Dragon, because remember, Grinder Golem is not once per turn. So you would then use Security Dragon to bounce it back to your hand. Then you would use it again, using the new 2 tokens to go into Firewall Dragon to bounce it back to your hand for a 3rd time. Then you could use it for a 4th time, have 6 links worth of materials on the field with those plus 2 tokens to then start your combos. So a single Grinder Golem in hand accounted for 6 materials worth of links on the field, which was just an insane amount of value, especially since this could be added on to go even further beyond in some strategies. But at the very least, you could use this effect 4 times in order to get a whole bunch of monsters on the field, all at the cost of just giving up your normal summon, which didn't even matter most of the time since pre-errata Firewall Dragon would be able to just special summon monsters from your hand anyway, or you just Skull Dread later on in your combos. So once Link monsters came out, Grinder Golem became one of the strongest monsters in the game overnight, as it accounted for so much advantage in this new Link era that the card is still banned to this day, even with all the changes done to Link monsters, because it still accounts for a whole bunch of extra materials for just a single card from your hand. And it's easier to use than Return from the Different Dimension, and is honestly better than Curious Lightsworn Dominion, which is why it's number 1 on this list. In a previous video, we talked about the best de-evolutions and the best fusion evolutions of certain cards. So in this video, we're going to explore the best and most interesting synchro evolutions, the difference between them and their original counterpart, and how they've managed to carry out the spirit of the cards they're based on. And at number 10, we have Rudy Rose Dragon, a level 10 synchro monster that's an evolution of Akiza's Black Rose Dragon. Black Rose Dragon is famous for destroying all cards in the field, including itself, whenever it's synchro summoned, and saw a ton of competitive play for being a field wipe that you could easily access from the extra deck. Rudy Rose Dragon's effect also triggers on synchro summon and allows you to banish all cards from both players' graveyards instead. But if it was summoned using Black Rose or another plant synchro monster's material, you get to mirror Black Rose Dragon's effect and pop all other cards in the field. But both of these Rose Dragons also have second effects that differ quite a bit from each other. With Black Rose, you can target a defense position monster your opponent controls, change it to face-up attack position, and then reduces attack to 0. Rudy Rose Dragon's effect, however, might sound familiar, because whenever your opponent activates a card or effect that would destroy a card or cards on the field, you can activate Rudy Rose's quick effect to tribute itself and negate the activation of that card, and then you can special out the original Black Rose Dragon from your extra deck or graveyard. Fans of 5Ds might have realized this effect is very similar to Stardust Dragon, and for good reason too, since Rudy Rose Dragon is meant to symbolize Akiza's growth after meeting and befriended Yusei, with the evolved form of Rudy Rose having had learned a lot from Stardust Dragon, just as Akiza learned a lot from Yusei. Although it's Rudy Rose's first effect that carries the spirit of Black Rose with it, and does so in a very interesting way. With the effect of Black Rose, you're wiping both players' on-field resources, including Black Rose itself, meaning that both players are left with nothing and have to build up their boards again. This made Black Rose an effective staple during the 5Ds era, as it meant that any deck that could make a level 7 synchro had an easy accessible dark hole for all cards that could punish your opponent for overextending. Rudy Rose hasn't quite reached the same staple status as Black Rose, but it's just as effective at wiping away your opponent's resources. But instead of its default effect of wiping away the entire field, it clears away both players' graveyards instead. This is a really useful effect against graveyard-focused strategies, and is exactly why Rudy Rose saw play in decks like Sword Soul that could easily make level 10 synchros, as it allowed you to clear away your opponent's graveyard resources, which was especially important in formats that involved the likes of Drytron, DPE, and the Ishizu Cephalars. Now, the effect of wiping the field was never really used competitively, but it is at least a nice little bonus that incentivizes you to play Black Rose Dragon in the modern era. And if you do manage to summon Rudy Rose's Black Rose, its effect is just straight up an upgrade, as you're wiping away both graveyards, both fields, and you get to actually keep your Rudy Rose Dragon. Overall, Rudy Rose Dragon is a very cute evolution of the original Black Rose Dragon, and has a ton of symbolism behind both its effects that allow it to see play in a similar but unique way to Black Rose Dragon, while also making it worth it to play the original, and while it's not the strongest evolution on this list, it's definitely one of the coolest. Blazing into number 9, we have Master Flare Hyperion, a modern take on Master Hyperion, the original boss monster of the Agent strategy, which revolved around the use of powerful light and fairy playmakers that all got bonus effects by playing the Sanctuary in the sky. However, back then, the deck never actually played Sanctuary, and instead positioned itself as a meta contender due to the strength of Master Hyperion, which was basically a Dark Arm Dragon for the archetype, that had a soft once per turn pop that you could use by banishing a light fairy monster from your graveyard. And just like Dark Arm Dragon, the original Master Hyperion was fairly easy to summon, since all you had to do was banish any of the Agent monster from your hand, field, or graveyard. Master Flare Hyperion is a bit more difficult to summon as it's a level 10 synchro monster that requires a tuner and a non-tuner fairy monster. But its effects are worth it and are a really neat way of giving Master Hyperion's removal a modern twist. Because Master Flare's removal effect is actually a quick effect that can be used by banishing any fairy monster from your hand or graveyard for cost whenever your opponent activates any card or effect. And instead of allowing you to destroy a card in the field, Master Flare instead lets you banish it. And that's not all. Because Master Flare also comes with a bonus effect that allows you to foolish any monster that mentions a Segment of the Sky from your hand deck or extra deck. And then, until the end phase, Master Flare's name is treated as that monster's and also it gains that monster's original effects. Master Flare is a really interesting evolution of Master Hyperion, because it doesn't completely outclass its original form, and instead they're suited to different purposes and even work alongside each other while also still having similar effects. Master Flare's removal effect provides the Agent strategy with a modern facelift by giving them a boss monster that was capable of interacting with your opponent during their turn, allowing you to banish and deal with their most important cards and playmakers before they get a chance to combo off. And while Master Hyperion is a strong boss monster in its own right, it wasn't capable of putting a stop to your opponent's combos during their turn. However, Master Flare's effect can only activate whenever your opponent activates a card or effect. So if your opponent just sits behind a strong boss monster or floodgate, it can be difficult to remove their cards from the field. Unless you happen to be playing the original Master Hyperion, because even though its effect is a lot weaker than Master Flare's, it's still a great form of easily accessible removal that you can activate at any point during your main phase without needing to rely on your opponent activating a card or effect. These two boss monsters combined give the deck a lot of interesting options, especially because the original Master Hyperion just so happens to list the Sanctuary in the Sky in its effect text. This means that you can also copy the effect of Master Hyperion by foolishing it with Master Flare Hyperion's effect until the end of the turn, keeping the spirit of the Master Hyperion present by combining two monsters into one, being capable of popping cards on your turn and banishing them on your opponents. In general, Master Flare is a really interesting upgrade that, in a similar way to Rudy Rose, manages to keep the ideas of its older counterpart present within its themes while also not outclassing the card completely by giving it a slightly different role that has elevated Agents to being able to play a lot more like a modern strategy. And shining into number 8 is the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, the synchro counterpart of the Dragon Spirit of White that allowed Blue Eyes to win a Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. At first glance, Spirit Dragon is a fairly strange upgrade, because its effects are quite different from both its original counterpart and what most Blue Eyes monsters generally aim to do. Most Blue Eyes cards in the game are usually focused around going second and bringing out as many Blue Eyes White Dragons to the field as possible, and then clearing away a ton of your opponent's board with powerful removal options or just OTKing them as fast as possible. But Spirit Dragon isn't an OTK machine or even a going second tool, it's a floodgate. Because while you control Spirit Dragon, neither player can special summon out 2 or more monsters at the same time, and on a soft once per turn, whenever a graveyard effect is activated, you can negate that activation. But for as strange as these effects might seem on a Blue Eyes monster, Spirit Dragon has a third effect which ends up supporting the Blue Eyes strategy a bit more. Because during either player's turn, by tributing a Synchro Summon Dragon Spirit, you can special summon out any light Dragon Synchro monster from your extra deck in defense position, except another copy of itself, but you have to destroy it during the end phase. This effect is a lot more synonymous with Dragon Spirit, which allows you to summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from your hand. But with Spirit Dragon, you'll usually be summoning out a Azure Eyes Silver Dragon, which makes it so that neither player can target or destroy any Dragon-type monsters with card effects, which means that your Azure Eyes protects itself from destruction of Spirit Dragon, while also making every single one of your Blue Eyes monsters extremely difficult to deal with. Especially because, during your standby phase, Azure Eyes lets you special summon out a normal monster from your graveyard, which lets you swarm the field with a ton of untargetable, indestructible beat sticks that you can just OTK your opponent with. And funnily enough, difficult to deal with high attack beat sticks just so happen to be the exact way Blue Eyes decks have played since the original Legend of Blue Eyes. And this pair of single monsters even allowed for Blue Eyes to win a Worlds. And a huge part of that is because Spirit Dragon happened to be a perfect answer to every other deck of the format, as the other best strategies at the time were Pendulum and Burning Abyss. Burning Abyss decks struggle to do what Spirit Dragon's Graveyard negate, which would put a stop to the effects of the Malebranches, and as a result, the deck struggled to deal with a field of untargetable, indestructible monsters with high attack. Pendulum, however, was countered by Spirit Dragon's first effect, which basically floodgates the deck out of the game entirely by making it so they could only ever Pendulum summon out one monster per turn, making the deck very vulnerable to being OTK'd and putting a stop to their big Pendulum pushes. This slowed down the other best decks of the format so much that Blue Eyes could just control the game from that point, and was such an effective strategy at the time that Blue Eyes didn't just win Worlds, the final match was actually a Blue Eyes mirror match. So even though these effects might appear strange on Blue Eyes monsters at first, they actually succeeded in carrying themes of Blue Eyes with them. With the game slow to a crawl, matches appeared almost similar to older styles of Yu-Gi-Oh, where the bigger monster won. And with the protection of a Zero Eyes, a vanilla Blue Eyes really was a virtually invincible engine of destruction. And at number 7, we have Psyframe Lord Omega, the main boss monster of the Psyframe strategy, an archetype of hand traps that are all based around summoning out Psyframe Driver to the field. Psyframe Driver is a normal monster, so it doesn't have any effects, but each of the Psyframe Gear monsters all have in-hand effects that can vary from negating an opponent's card to searching cards of your own. But in order to use these powerful hand traps, you have to control no monsters, and be able to summon out a driver from your hand deck or graveyard. And if the monsters you summon are also in the field during the end phase, you have to banish them. Omega actually synergizes with every one of these effects. It makes up for the weakness of some of these hand traps while also providing your deck with a great boss monster that can be made with driver, and any of the level 2 gear monsters since they're all tuners. Its first effect is a quick effect that can be used during either player's main phase, and allows you to banish a random card from your opponent's hand and Omega from your field into the next standby phase. Its second effect can only be used during your opponent's standby phase, but allows you to target any banished card and return it to the graveyard. And if Omega happens to find itself in the graveyard, you can target another card in your graveyard and shuffle both it and Omega back into your deck. Each of these effects has a ton of synergy within its main archetype. Its third effect is generally solid for recycling, its second effect is a great way of keeping your drivers in play, and its first effect allows the deck to have a strong boss monster in the field that also allows them to use their hand traps by removing itself and returning in a similar way to Time Thief Redoer. And it's this effect that got Psyframe Lord Omega limited. Even if it's only temporary, being able to rip cards out of your opponent's hand is one of the strongest and most valuable effects in Yu-Gi-Oh! On the first turn, as it gives you the chance to snipe out strong playmakers and board breakers before your opponent has a chance to use them, and is the exact reason why cards like Confiscation and Delinquent Duo are banned to this day. And as a result, decks that weren't Psyframe would often summon up multiple copies of Omega in a single turn just so that you can hand rip your opponents for 3 cards, making it so your opponent would start off their second turn with only 3 cards in hand. So Omega was eventually limited, but not banned. And while it's still a great generic synchro, it's definitely a lot weaker when you can only rip 1 card rather than 3. Overall, Omega is a really neat upgrade for the Psyframe strategy, and one that has carried the themes of the deck through to other archetypes that are in need of strong level 8 synchros. So much so that Omega still sees generic play to this day for its hand rip, banish recursion, and even for its graveyard effect when used alongside Dogmatic of Punishment. And cut in number 6, we have Sword Soul Sinister Sovereign Qixing Longyan, the level 10 synchro boss monster of the Sword Soul archetype, and the evil evolution of Sword Soul strategist Longyan after he betrayed the other Sword Soul monsters in the Albaz lore. The old Longyan has 2 effects. Its effect is to summon itself in a level 4 token, which is reminiscent of all Sword Soul monsters. And its unique effect is to burn your opponent for 1200 life points when it's used as material for a synchro summon. And the evil Longyan's effects are inspired by this burn effect. Its first effect allows you to draw a card whenever another worm monster is synchro summoned, which is a reference to Moye's effect, which allows you to draw a card when it's used as a synchro material. Meanwhile, its second and third effects both reference Longyan specifically, because whenever your opponent special summons a monster, you can banish that monster and then burn them for 1200 life points. And whenever your opponent activates a spell or trap card or effect, you can banish that card and then again burn them for another 1200. These effects are incredibly useful ways of interacting with your opponent during their turn that can deal with both your opponent's monsters and their spell and trap cards, and is especially effective against field spells and continuous spells and traps. And as a result, Qixing Longyan has become one of the strongest boss monsters available to the archetype, to the point where the deck will sometimes even choose to go into Longyan instead of the other insane bosses like Baron de Fleur because of how strong its interruptions are, to the point where Sword Soul players will now willingly play into Nibiru just so they can get the most value out of Qixing's draw effect. And by interacting with your opponent's Qixing's burn effect, you also get to continually stack on burn damage, dealing a total of 24 points of burn damage by itself. And when you factor in Longyan's burn effect on your first and second turns, that means that Sword Soul is capable of burning your opponent for 4800 life points before they even have a battle phase. This makes OTK impressively easy, as while it's not the main reason the card is great, this little bit of extra flavor that's added onto the card makes this already impressive effect one to be feared if you're worried about losing the game out of nowhere. And clearing the path the number 5 spot is Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon, an upgraded form of Clear Wing Synchro Dragon, which also happens to be a side grade of another Dimension Dragon. Unlike most other upgraded forms of monsters, Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon actually has fewer effects than its original counterpart, which has 3. You see, in the Arc 5 anime, all of the Dimension Dragon's effects are based around countering level 5 or higher monsters. But in the OCG, TCG, and Master Duel, Starving Venom and Clear Wing are the only ones to continue to carry on this theme, while Odd Eyes and Dark Rebellion's effects apply to every monster. In the case of Clear Wing, its first effect is a negate and a destroy, but only when another level 5 or higher monster that's on the field activates its effects. So, while it's great for dealing with your opponent's boss monsters, it can't do anything when your opponent activates a Nibiru in hand. Meanwhile, its second effect allows you to negate and destroy any card that targets a level 5 or higher monster, giving itself some protection that can also be used as an interruption in niche circumstances. And its third effect makes it so that if it happens to destroy a monster with either of its first effects, it can gain the attack of that destroyed monster. Crystal Wing is a lot harder to access than its original counterpart, as instead of requiring any tuner and a non-tuner, it's a level 8 that needs a tuner and a non-synchro tuner monster to go into. But even though it's harder to access and has fewer effects than the unevolved form, it's well worth it to summon. Its first effect is a slot once per turn, and instead of negating an on-field effect of a level 5 or higher monster, Crystal Wing can instead negate any monster effect no matter where it's activated, and then destroy that monster. Then, if it destroyed a monster with its effect, it gains attack equal to the original attack of the monster that was destroyed. And its second effect happens whenever it battles another level 5 or higher monster, and lets Crystal Wing gain attack equal to the attack of the monster it's battling until the end of the damage calculation. Now, Crystal Wing's first effect removes the anti-high level theme of Crystal Wing's negate, but in so doing, makes the effect a lot simpler and a lot stronger, because now Crystal Wing has a lot more versatility and can be used against any monster in the game, no matter its location. This includes low-level monsters, Link and Xyz monsters, and hand traps or monsters in the graveyard. And while Clear Wing's first effect might be more consistent for the general themes of the Dimension Dragons, it's a lot more specific, and a lot more niche when compared to its upgrade. But Crystal Wing hasn't lost the anti-high level theming entirely, as its Honest Like effect is a great way of removing high attack, high level monsters from the field, and is generally difficult to out by battle for a ton of synchro and fusion-based strategies. And it's the general strength of those two effects that has allowed for Crystal Wing to see a ton of competitive play since its release, even though it's a lot harder to access than its original counterpart. Crystal Wing is an almost evergreen boss monster, with a negate that's always going to be useful in some way, which is why it's been able to represent the Synchro Dragons for over 5 years, and allowed for a ton of different unique strategies to see competitive play while also carrying over some of Clear Wing's original themes. And at number 4, we have Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss, an upgraded version of Hot Red Dragon Archfiend, the manga counterpart of Red Dragon Archfiend. But Abyss's effects actually don't carry much theming from either of the Red Dragon Archfiends, and instead of being an upgrade, it just has 2 solid effects that are great for the strategy. Its original counterpart, Hot Red, lets you destroy all other attack position monsters in the field during your main phase 1, which makes it an opposite to Red Dragon Archfiend, which instead destroys all defense position monsters after it's battled. Abyss, however, isn't based around destroying cards at all. It's a lot harder to access than its original counterpart, as it requires a tuner and a Dark Dragon Synchro monster, but on a hard once per turn, you can use its quick effect to negate any face-up card your opponent controls. Meanwhile, its second effect triggers after Abyss deals battle damage, and allows you to special summon a tuner monster from your graveyard in defense position. Abyss doesn't really have too much symbolism in terms of its effects, but that doesn't change the fact that it's an incredibly strong card in its own right, and one that Resonator decks are thankful to have in their arsenal. Its first effect is an astonishingly strong negate that's basically a stronger version of Infinite Impermanence, allowing you to negate your opponent's monster-based combo pieces as well as their important spell and trap cards. And because Abyss negates the face-up card and not the activation, your opponent won't be able to activate a second copy of something like Branded Fusion or Right Devour Messier. And this is why, for a while, Hot Red saw a ton of competitive playing decks that were willing to invest in its summon. However, with the banning of Chaos Ruler, it's now fairly rare that you'll ever see Abyss summon, since it's harder for most decks to access it without a good Dragon Synchro monster to go into. Still, even though Abyss does see a lot less competitive play in the current format, it was an insanely strong card for a long while that's only being held back right now because it's difficult to go into for any deck that isn't a Resonator. And while its effects aren't particularly thematic to the Red Dragon Archfiend or Resonator strategy, they're both incredible tools for the deck and a card to have. And firing off at number 3, we have Borreload Savage Dragon, an evolution of Borreload Dragon and the Synchro boss monster of the Rocket archetype. In terms of effects alone, Savage doesn't have enough of a direct reference to any particular member of the Rocket or Boral archetype, but Savage's effect actually has a lot of flavor that links its theme to the other archetypes incredibly well. Savage can be made with any tuner and non-tuners, and when it's synchro summoned, you target one Link monster in your graveyard to equip to Savage Dragon. And while it's equipped, Savage will gain attack equal to half the attack of the equipped monster, as well as Boral counters equal to the Link rating of the monster equipped. With these Boral counters, you can use Savage's second effect, allowing you to remove one when your opponent activates a card or effect to negate the activation of that effect. While at first it might be difficult to see how these effects relate to the ideas of Rocket as a whole, fans of the anime will know exactly what these Boral counters represent. They're bullets. You see, Boral monsters are meant to represent guns, with the Rocket monsters being the bullets they fire, which is why they're named after different types of rounds like tracer and shells. In the case of Savage, you use your rocket monsters to make it, then load it by using the bullets from the Link monsters that's in the graveyard, which is exactly how Varus used it in the Vrains anime, loading Savage's chamber with 4 Boral counters by equipping Boral Load Dragon to its new synchro form and firing off negates whenever needed. The same theming carries over to the TCG, OCG, and Master Duel, where Savage Dragon has seen a ton of competitive play in a variety of synchro strategies that also use Link monsters in some way. For example, in Dragon Link, you'll often see Savage equip the likes of Striker Dragon, Quad Boral, or even Triple Burst Dragon to gain a ton of counters. But even in non-dragon based decks like Pendulum Magician and Emancipators, Savage will still be seen and used to great effect, but it can't be played in mono synchro strategies and as a result encourages the use of Link monsters alongside of it. Because without bullets, Savage Dragon is just an empty gun. But with a loaded barrel, Savage Dragon is one of the strongest synchro monsters of the modern era, and its negate has provided a ton of different decks with an amazing way of interacting with your opponent, making it a great evolution that keeps the themes of the Boral archetype present, even in decks that have nothing to do with the rockets. Taking the throne number 2 is Ib the World Chalice Justiciar, a synchro monster that's part of the World Chalice archetype, a deck that revolves around the use of the 3 normal monsters, beckoned by the World Chalice, chosen by the World Chalice, and crowned by the World Chalice, which is Ib's unevolved form. In order to go into Ib, you can use any tuner and non-tuner, but if you happen to control a World Chalice normal monster, you can treat those monsters as tuners instead, which incentivizes the use of the World Chalice monsters. When you synchro summon Ib, you can add any World Legacy card from your deck to your hand. And if a synchro summon Ib is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can special summon any World Chalice monster from your deck, with both of its effects being hard once per turns. Both of these effects are absurd ways of supporting the archetype, and made the World Chalice engine a staple in a ton of different strategies during Master Rule 4. You see, the way most decks would make Ib was with 1-card starters such as Soul Eating Oviraptor or Draconet, both of which could be used to summon out a normal Dragon Tuner monster from your deck. From there, you can make Ib and add a World Legacy Succession from your deck to your hand so that you could then reborn the monster you use as a synchro material, so that you could then make any kind of Link 2 with downward pointing arrows. Then, because it would be sent to the graveyard, you can then use her other effect to summon out World Chalice Guard Dragon from your deck and link that away for a Guard Dragon LP. Then use the effect of World Chalice Guard Dragon to summon back the normal monster from your graveyard and summon out Pitsy and then pop off from there. Essentially, this made it so that a single card represented a ton of bodies. That even during Master Rule 4 made it ban-worthy, as it wasn't just World Chalice decks that were taking advantage of Ib. Dinosaur, Orcus, and Dragon Link were all incorporating some kind of normal monster-based engine in order to summon it. What normal monsters you played often depended on the engine and the level of the monsters you'd use to summon it. With Oviraptor, you would send Carminodon to the graveyard to summon out a Flamevale Guard from your deck to synchro a level 1 dragon with a level 4 dinosaur. Or, for a more simple option, you can normal summon out the level 3 Draconet to special summon out a level 2 Galaxy Serpent Tuner from your deck, and then go into Ib and then combo off from there. In a way, it's really fascinating how the gimmick of World Chalice was still carried on by Ib, even in other strategies. Because even though its archetypal normal monsters didn't see much play because of it, it still allowed for a few normal monsters to be competitively relevant for how strong it was. And this strength caused Ib to be banned towards the end of Master Rule 4, where it remains to this day, as in Master Rule 5, it would be even more overpowered. And leading the charge at number 1 is Baron de Fleur, the evolved form of Chevalier de Fleur, who is now riding on the white steed of the Floral Knights. The original Chevalier was very hard to access, as it required Fleur Synchro and a non-tuner to go into, and its effect was pretty lackluster, allowing you to negate and destroy an opponent's spell or trap card, but only during your turn. Baron de Fleur, on the other hand, is a lot easier to summon, since it's actually generic and can be made with any tuner or non-tuner combo that reaches level 10, and its effects are way stronger than its original counterpart as well. Because instead of just being a spell trap negate, Baron de Fleur is a one-time Omni negate while it's face up on the field, allowing you to negate and destroy any card or effect during either player's turn. And that's not all, because it also comes with a pop effect that lets you destroy any card in the field, and even a reborn during the standby phase if you return it to the extra deck. This is quite the evolution from Chevalier, and while both do technically have negates, Baron de Fleur is just a complete upgrade from Chevalier's negate, allowing you to use it during your turn to stop your opponent's interruption, and during your opponent's turn to put a stop to their playmakers. This negate alone has made Baron de Fleur one of the most important synchro monsters in the game, reaching staple status in the extra deck of just about every synchro deck. But that's not where the strength of Baron ends, because another big reason why it's so strong is its effect to pop any card in the field. This effect is actually quite thematic for the Fleur series, which have a few cards based around popping your own cards so you can trigger the effects of cards like Necrofleur. And funnily enough, Baron being able to pop your own cards is actually a big reason as to why this effect is so good outside of the Fleur series. Because while being able to pop your opponent's cards is always a good way to remove potential threats, being able to destroy cards you control also makes Baron a combo piece, since you can use it to pop cards like Yazi in order to get access to their powerful on-destruction effects, which makes Baron an incredibly versatile card. While Baron is one of the newest cards on this list, there's no doubt that its effects, while simple, are incredibly powerful. And even in being so strong, it manages to carry the themes of ideas of its home archetypes into a ton of different strategies. And for as long as it's legal, Barone is going to be one of the strongest synchro monsters in the game. And starting us up at number 10, we have Millennium Eyes Restrict, a fusion monster that's actually an evolution of an evolution since it's based on Thousand Eyes Restrict, the fusion evolution of Relinquished. And while their effects are slightly different, they all have one thing in common. They all can equip an opponent's monster to them. But Millennium Eyes Restrict actually works differently from both of its original counterparts. Instead of being an ignition effect, it's actually a quick effect that you can only use in response to an opponent's monster's effect, which allows you to equip any monster in your opponent's field or in the graveyard to it. And while it's equipped, not only does Millennium Eyes Restrict gain the stats of the equipped monster, just like Relinquished and Thousand Eyes, but it also negates the effects of all cards with the same name as the equipped monster and prevents them from attacking. This means that if your opponent tries to Ash Blossom your starter play, you can chain Millennium Eyes Restrict to equip the Ash Blossom that's not in the graveyard and negate its effects, making Millennium Eyes similar to a Call by the Grave and stopping hand traps. As a result, for a long while, Millennium Eyes saw a ton of competitive play in extra decks for its ability to stop hand traps. However, most decks weren't ever hard summoning out Millennium Eyes. They were instead cheating out of the extra deck with instant fusion. That way, they didn't have to play the associated Relinquished Garnet and could just summon Millennium Eyes out for basically nothing. And funnily enough, this is exactly why Thousand Eyes Restrict also saw a ton of play, since it was a great going second tool that you could use to steal your opponent's best monsters. A play that has been relevant since GOAT format, since you could cheat out Thousand Eyes Restrict with either instant fusion or using Metamorphosis on a scapegoat token, and it was so strong that Thousand Eyes Restrict remained on the ban list until 2016. Where thereafter it began to see play once more, as it also made Instant Fusion a strong going second tool. In fact, both Millennium Eyes and Thousand Eyes contributed Instant Fusion's eventual limitation in 2020, since they both happened to be really strong tools going second, and because Millennium Eyes could stop a ton of interactions when going first. Millennium Eyes keeps the original Spirit of Relinquish and Thousand Eyes Restrict alive with its effect to equip an opponent's monster, but has managed to reinterpret and update its effect for the more modern age, and will likely continue to see some amount of play so long as Instant Fusion is legal. And summoned in at number 9 is Invoked Caliga, who, alongside Alistair the Invoker of Madness, Crowley the First Prophesier, and Invoked Ogoides, represents Alistair the Invoker's descent into madness. Caliga can be summoned by fusing together a dark monster with Alistair the Invoker, and shares all of Alistair's stats except for his typing, because instead of being a spellcaster, Caliga is a beast. And instead of searching Invocation, Caliga instead has an absurdly strong Floodgate, which makes it so that both players can only attack with one monster per turn, and can only attempt to activate a single monster effect per turn. As a Floodgate, this effect is absurdly strong, since you can just summon Caliga at the end of the turn after you've comboed off, so that you can lock your opponent only into using a single monster effect for their entire turn. However, in Invoked decks, Caliga was never really used as the main game plan. It was a great option for decks like Eldritch Invoked, which rarely needed to use multiple monster effects in a single turn, but for something like Dogmatica Invoked, you'd rather summon out Invoked Mechaba so that you can be protected from common hand traps while you perform your Dogmatica plays, and so that you could use your monster-based interactions during your opponent's turn. But the reason why Caliga is on this list isn't because of its common play and Invoke strategies, it's actually because of how Caliga was able to transcend Alistair entirely and see play in Virtual World. You see, Virtual World is a deck that's very capable of summoning out Synchro and Xyz monsters that have a level or rank that's a multiples of 3, with their levels 3s and 6 tuners and non-tuners. This gave the deck easy access to Ultimate Tzolk'in, which allowed you to cheat out Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon from your extra deck for free if you set a card, a monster negate which gave the deck a very easy way to beat Nibiru. But because the deck couldn't make Link monsters due to its lock, Tzolk'in was usually stuck on the field as a useless body after Crystal Wing was summoned. However, if you summon out level 6 Muddy Muddragon, you can use its effect to fusion summon with Tzolk'in, and because Muddragon can be used as a replacement for any specifically named material, you can use Muddragon and Tzolk'in to bring out Invoked Caliga. This meant that Virtual World is capable of ending on Caliga to floodgate your opponent into only using one monster effect, and with Crystal Wing, you could just negate the single monster that they have. Caliga's floodgate is strong, so strong in fact that even decks that aren't playing Alistair at all will choose to run it just so they can have access to it. And even in Invoke strategies, Caliga is a great way to stop your opponent from being able to play the game entirely. And slashing at number 8, we have Buster Blader, the Dragon Destroyer Swordsman, the fusion evolution of Buster Blader that, like his original counterpart, is designed to counter dragon-type monsters. And it does it well, because while you control the Dragon Destroyer, your opponent's dragon monsters are chained to defense position, and no dragon monster in your opponent's possession can activate their effects, which means that even dragon monsters in hand become useless. This effect pairs really well with its other effects, as while Dragon Destroyer can't attack directly, it gains 1000 attack and defense for every dragon monster on your opponent's field or graveyard, adding to its already beefy 2800 attack stat. And if it attacks a defense position monster, it inflicts piercing battle damage. This is quite the upgrade from the original Buster Blader, which just gains 500 attack for every dragon monster your opponent controls or in their graveyard. Dragon Destroyer keeps the spirit of the original Buster Blader alive by being an insane counter to dragon strategies. Because, while you control it, every dragon monster becomes pretty much useless. And as a result, whenever there's a particularly strong dragon-based strategy dominant in the meta, Buster Blader as an engine becomes relatively popular because of how Dragon Destroyer can just auto-win against some strategies. But the thing that drives Dragon Destroyer over the top is that it's even good against non-dragon strategies. You see, the way many people bring out Dragon Destroyer is with the graveyard effect of Dragon Sword Memories. This effect lets you fuse into Dragon Destroyer using a Buster Blader and a dragon monster in your graveyard. And the main way people put memories in the graveyard alongside Buster Blader is with the effect of Prologue of the Destruction Sword. This effect also lets you summon out a Buster Dragon from your extra deck for free, as long as you destroy it during the next end phase. And Buster Dragon makes it so that every monster your opponent controls becomes a dragon monster. So once you bring out Destruction Sword with the memories you sent off with Prologue, you turn all of your opponent's monsters into dragons and lock them out of on-field effects entirely, making it an even better skill drain that can turn skip your opponent's turn and allow you to OTK on the following turn. Dragon Destroyer keeps the spirit of the original Buster Blader alive by countering dragons. But the cards around it elevate that theme and make it so that it's always beating your opponent's cards by making them dragons, which is a really neat way of upgrading the gimmick. And at number 7, we have Naturia Exterio, an advanced form of Naturia Beast that's wearing Naturia Barkion as armor. And like the two cards that make up its whole, Exterio has a non-once per turn negate that's capable of locking your opponent out of using their spell or trap cards. But while Naturia Beast can only lock your opponent out of spell cards, and Naturia Barkion can only lock them out of trap cards, Exterio can negate the activation of both card types by banishing a card from your graveyard and milling the top card of your deck. This effect is amazing and has a ton of coverage, because it's capable of shutting down strong playstarters, going second tools, and can even lock trap decks out of the game entirely. But like Millenniumize Restrict, Exterio is pretty difficult to summon out normally, since it requires you to fuse two different single monsters together, which means that you have to invest a ton of resources in order to make it. However, just like Millenniumize, there are a number of ways that you can cheat out Exterio from your extra deck. One of the most common ways is with Cyberstein. This is a pretty hefty cost since you have to pay 5,000 life points in order to bring out Exterio, which makes you susceptible to being OTK'd. But with how strong Exterio's effect is, it's more than worth it. Which is precisely why Tearlaments and Sprite often experimented with playing Exterio in their extra deck, as Sprite Elf made it so that as soon as Stein hit the graveyard, you had access to one of the most busted fusion monsters in the game. However, with the latest ban list and the loss of Elf, Stein has become a lot less accessible. But that doesn't mean Stein has stopped seeing play entirely. Because with the release of gigantic Champion Sargass, any deck that's capable of making Spriggan's Merrymaker is now capable of searching out Cyberstein to summon out Exterio, and currently is being played in Spriggan's for that reason. But in less combo-based strategies, Exterio was actually used as a punish for when your opponent would try to clear away your back row. Because if your set Waking the Dragon is destroyed, you get to summon out any monster from your deck or extra deck, and because Exterio doesn't have any restrictions on its special summon, just its fusion summon, it meant that you could just summon out Exterio and potentially win the game on the spot. Exterio is an absolutely stellar fusion upgrade of its original counterparts, although it would likely never see play if there was no way to cheat it out since it's extremely difficult to summon otherwise. Still, it keeps the same theme of Beast, Barkion, and the Naturias as a whole and elevates it to a new level. And at number 6, we have Grapha, Dragon Overlord of Darkworld. The recently released boss monster of the Dark World's based off the original boss monster, Grapha, Dragon Lord of Darkworld. But Fusion Grapha is actually quite different from its original counterpart. You see, the original Grapha is just a great extender that you can special summon from your graveyard by returning a Darkworld monster, and has an effect where if it's discarded, its mandatory effect will activate and destroy an opponent's card on the field. But Fusion Grapha doesn't have either of these effects, and instead has an effect where if your opponent activates any normal spell or trap card or monster effect, you can then change the effect that they activated to instead cause the control of Grapha to discard a card. And if Fusion Grapha leaves the field by an opponent's card, you get to special summon out the original Grapha from your graveyard or banish zone, and then force each player to discard a card. Now, while Fusion Grapha's effects are actually very different from normal Grapha, both of its effects are actually really on point for theming of Darkworld, since they both discard cards for effect, which is natively beneficial for Darkworld monsters, which all have effects that whenever they're discarded by a card effect, they get to do something. But there's a slight difference between the way these two effects discard cards. The second effect is an effect that you activate which causes both players to discard a card by your card effect, but its first effect is more reminiscent of Darkworld Brainwashing, where instead of just negating an opponent's card effect and then discarding a card, it changes your opponent's effect to force you to discard a card. This means that when you discard another Darkworld, it not only gains its effect when it's discarded normally, it also gains a bonus effect because it was discarded by an opponent. Bro now draws 2 cards instead of 1. Silva summons itself back and also hand loops your opponent for 2. And Snow lets you reborn a monster in your opponent's graveyard. This pseudo-negate has been a really integral piece to modern Dark World strategies, because not only is it a great end board piece, it's a great way to play around hand traps because if your opponent does try to hand trap you with Fusion Grapha up, you get access to a bunch of busted Dark World effects by altering their effect of the hand trap of your choice. In fact, this effect is so strong that it's even been played in non-Dark World strategies like Tearlaments alongside King of the Swamp. Fusion Grapha might not share many attributes of the original Grapha, but its effects are very on-brand for Dark World, and have elevated into a pretty great rogue strategy that's seen strong competitive play. Burning the bridge at number 5 is Red Eye's Dark Dragoon, a fusion evolution of Dark Paladin, which in turn is an evolution of the Dark Magician. And like Dark Paladin, Dragoon also comes with a negate that can also be activated by discarding a card. But instead of only being able to negate spell cards, Dragoon can negate any spell or trap card or monster effect while destroying the thing that activated it and then gain 1000 attack. And that's on top of its strong protection, because while Dragoon is on the field, neither player can target it with card effects or destroy it by card effects either, making it an almost towers-like monster. And that's not all, because Red Eye's Dark Dragoon doesn't just carry the Spear of the Dark Magician with it, it's also a Red Eyes card as well, and keeps the Red Eye Spirit alive with its burn effect because it can destroy an opponent's monster and burn them for the monster's original attack, as long as it was summoned with at least one normal monster as a material. And if it was summoned using 2 normal monsters, you actually could use the effect twice. This made Dragoon an excellent boss monster for both Red Eyes and Dark Magician strategies, since it's relatively easy to access with their associated fusion spells, and because these decks already played either Dark Magician and or Red Eyes, Dragoon fit really easy into these strategies. But because of the way Red Eye's fusion worked, it also managed to see a ton of play generically in a ton of different strategies. Red Eye's fusion can use fusion materials from your hand, field, or deck, but has a condition on it which makes it appear unusable in most strategies. Because if you activate Red Eye's fusion, you can't normal or special summon for the entire turn, which gets to Dragoon, but not much else. But for a while, you can instead use the effect of Predaplant Verte Anaconda to copy the effect of Red Eye's fusion and fuse from your deck. This meant you weren't technically activating Red Eye's fusion as a card, and weren't subjected to being locked in out of your summons for a turn, which allowed you to perform your full combo before summoning out Verte Anaconda to end on a strong board that also happened to be backed up by Dragoon. But as well as Verte, there are a number of other ways to deal with the restrictions of Red Eye's fusion. Guru decks, for example, don't actually need to normal summon or special summon during their first turn. All they need to do is set Guru face down to the field so they can be later flipped up with Hidden City. This means that they can activate Red Eye's fusion from their hand for free and end on a Dragoon to be also backed up by the Subterror Engine and Floodgates, making them an excellent pairing that even managed to top YCS Lion, an event featuring Tearlaments at full power. But as well as Red Eye's fusion, there's also another fusion spell which can cheat out Dragoon and gets access to each of its insane effects: Branded Fusion. With the Branded Fusion, you can send Fallen of Albaz and either Dark Magician or the Light Hex Sealed Fusion to either go into Lobelion or Albion to use their effects to fuse into Dragoon. And because Dragoon is so strong in the current format, it's become a staple in branded extra decks, and even force branded pilots to play at least a copy of Dark Magician in the main deck just to use it. It's definitely not as generically splashable as it used to be, but for any deck that can use Dragoon, it's definitely a powerhouse of a boss monster to have in your arsenal. Swimming in at number 4 is the double whammy of Tearlament's Kaleidoheart and Tearlament's Rukalos, the two main boss monsters of Tearlaments, who are fusion evolutions of Tearlament's Rhinoheart and Tearlament's Kitkalos respectively. A fusion summoned Rukalos is sent to the graveyard. You can just special summon her back for free, which pairs well with its first effect, which allows you to negate and destroy a card that would special summon a monster, and then send a card you control to the graveyard. And it does all of this while also protecting your other Aqua monsters from being destroyed by battle. On the other hand, whenever Tearlament's Kaleidoheart is sent to the graveyard, it also special summons itself, but then allows you to send any Tearlament's card from your deck to the graveyard. And then, once you special summon back the Kaleidoheart, or if another Aqua monster is sent to the graveyard while you control it, you get to use its effect to target a card your opponent controls and shuffle it into the deck. During Tearlament's Tier 0 status, these upgraded forms of the Tearlament monsters were an integral endboard pieces that both heavily contributed to the deck's dominance. Kaleidoheart gave the deck another way to fusion summon on your opponent's turn by sending a Tearlament's monster from your deck to the graveyard with its revival effect, and was also a great form of interruption removal for any of your opponent's cards. Meanwhile, Rukalos gave the deck a great interruption that could stop haymakers like E-Telly, while also protecting the deck from common hand traps such as Nibiru, and the deck's biggest counters, the Bystials, since if your opponent attempted to stop a fusion summon with the effect of a Bystial, you could just chain Rukalos to negate and destroy that activated Bystial. However, with the recent hits on the ban list, both monsters have become a lot harder to access, and have lost a considerable amount of power, but that doesn't mean the cards are terrible. In fact, they're one of the big reasons why Tearlaments is still playable as a strong rogue strategy in the current format. With the ban of Kitkalos, Tearlaments lost its consistency, because it couldn't use its on-summon effect to search and lost its ability to mill 5 cards for free, and it meant the deck could no longer access Tearlament Rukalos. However, even though both of these are big losses for the deck, Tearlament's pilots in the modern era have adapted and can easily access both of these cards with the use of King of the Swamp. Because with King of the Swamp, you can substitute Tearlament Kid Kalos or Tearlament's Rhinoheart when fusion summoning, which allows you a really easy path to both Kaleido and Root Kalos without having to jump through hoops. And with Root Kalos, you get a great endboard piece, but with Kaleido, you also get a consistency tool because its graveyard effect can send any Tearlament card, not just monsters, allowing you to send Tearlament Scream so that you can search for the deck's powerful trap card interruptions. It's honestly impressive how Tearlaments have managed to adapt despite the sheer number of hits the deck received. But thanks to its boss monsters and some creativity with King of the Swamp, it still manages to scratch the ceiling of competitive play. And saving the day at number 3 is Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, the evolved form of Elemental Hero Phoenix Enforcer and the dark counterpart of Elemental Hero Shining Phoenix Enforcer. Unlike the original Phoenix Enforcer, Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer can be destroyed by battle, but if it's destroyed by battle or card effect, you get to special summon out any Destiny Hero monster from your graveyard during the next standby phase, which includes itself. So while it may not have the same protection as its original counterpart, its effects makes it likely to stick around. And it's especially strong when paired with its quick effect, which lets you destroy one card you control and one card your opponent controls, so if you destroy your own DPE, you can then use its graveyard effect to bring it back to the next turn. And that's not all, because just like Shining Phoenix Enforcer, DPE also has an attack modifier. But instead of your monsters gaining attack, your opponent's monsters lose 200 attack and defense for every hero card in your graveyard. As a result, this fusion upgrade provided hero decks with an excellent form of interruption. That was so good because it was capable of interacting with both monsters and spell and trap cards, and traded really profitably because you were always guaranteed to get your DPE back during the next standby phase. And it was really accessible all thanks to Fusion Destiny, which was capable of summoning out DPE using materials from your deck, which also allowed hero decks to seed their graveyard and extend even further. However, because DPE and Fusion Destiny were so strong, it saw a ton of use outside of Hero as a generically strong boss monster. And a huge reason for that was because of Predaplant Verte Anaconda, because you could turn any two monsters into a DPE, just like with Dragoon. But there are a couple of big differences between Dragoon and DPE, which meant that DPE often saw far more competitive success. The first is the Fusion spell, because unlike Red Eyes Fusion, the lock on Fusion Destiny only lasted for the rest of the turn after you activated and not the whole turn. So even without Verte, you could perform your full combo and at the end activate Fusion Destiny for a free DPE to add to your end board, which incentivized running multiple copies of Fusion Destiny so that you were more likely to see it rather than just running a single Red Eyes Fusion as a brick. And the second reason is the materials you use to summon them out. You see, with Dragoon, you're forced to play two specific vanilla monsters if you want to actually get use of your Red Eyes Fusion. But with DPE, you had a wide array of hero effect monsters that you could use to summon it, with the most popular choices being Destiny Hero Dasher and Destiny Hero Celestial. These cards both had beneficial graveyard effects, with Dasher being a free summon if you draw a monster in your draw phase, and Celestial being a pot of green if you had no cards in hand, which meant that your DPE summon wasn't just great interruption, it was also follow-up. In fact, these graveyard effects are so strong that Destiny Hero Celestial is currently banned in Master Duel for just how good it was with Fusion Destiny. Recently, DPE saw a lot less play due to the Verte ban as well as the amount of graveyard hate that was available in the previous format. But with Fusion Destiny at 3 in the TCG, it's likely that DPE will one day make its resurgence again, even without Verte, just because of how strong its effects are. Constructed into number 2 spot is El Shaddol Winda, the Shaddol counterpart of Winda, Priestess of Gusto. But Shaddol Winda's effect is nothing like her counterpart, because while regular Winda's effect is similar to something like Giant Rat or Mystic Tomato, Shaddol Winda's effects are a lot stronger. You can only fusion summon Winda, and it can be brought out with any Shaddol monster and a dark monster's materials. While it's face up on the field, it cannot be destroyed by card effects, and each player can only special summon once per turn while it's face up on the field. Although, like the original Winda, Shaddol Winda also floats, because when it's sent to the graveyard, you get to add a Shaddol spell or trap card from your graveyard back to your hand. The Shaddol archetype in general is actually nearly entirely composed of monsters that are puppet-like forms of other monsters in the dual terminal lore, and as a result, every one of its fusion monsters is technically a fusion evolution. And by far, the most infamous two are El Shaddol Winda and El Shaddol Construct. And for a while, El Shaddol Construct was the face of the Shaddol archetype, since it was difficult to deal with and had an amazing on-summon effect to foolish any Shaddol card from your deck, which made it so strong that Construct was eventually put on the Forbidden Limited list, and as a result became one of the first fusion monsters in the game to ever be put on the ban list, alongside Thousand Eyes. But in the modern era, Construct is at 3 and is a lot less strong now compared to 2014. El Shaddol Winda, on the other hand, wasn't that strong back in the day, but as the years have gone on, its ability to floodgate your opponent out of the game has become stronger and stronger. Especially because Winda is fairly difficult to out, because with just a single special summon, you have to be able to deal with a 2200 attack beatstick that can't be destroyed by card effects. And as a result, Winda's Floodgate is sought after, So much so that even decks that aren't Shadow focused are willing to play Shadow cards just to get access to it. Dogmatica Invoked is a great example, as the only Shadow card their deck plays in their main deck is Shadow Schism. But by using the Dogmatica cards to extra full of Shadow monsters from your extra deck, you can search Schism and have the Shadow monsters in your graveyard that you need in order to fusion summon out Winda on your opponent's turn. Meanwhile, a deck like Tearlaments is willing to play more Shadow cards in the main deck, and you'll currently see lists running Shadow Beast and Hell Shadow Hollow, because not only are they Shadow names to fuse into Winda with your Dark Tearlaments, they also have beneficial graveyard effects when they're milled. And as a result, Tearlaments have the option to summon out Winda during their own turn at the end of a combo, or on their opponent's turn if they get a lucky mill. But either way, you're stuck under Winda's Floodgate. Now, Winda isn't unoutable, and there are plenty of cards that can deal with it or its Floodgate fairly easily. But it's still a really strong way to stop your opponent from playing the game that's so good that decks are willing to play potential bricks like Shadow Beast or Schism just to gain access to it. But the next fusion evolution on this list has an even stronger Floodgate that ended up being completely banned from the game. And rolling at number 1 is Thunder Dragon Colossus, the strongest evolution on this list. Colossus is an evolved form of the original Thunder Dragon, whose effect lets you discard it to add up to 2 other copies of itself from your deck to your hand. Colossus, however, almost has the opposite effect, because instead of letting you add cards from your deck to your hand, Colossus instead restricts your opponent and prevents them from adding cards from their deck to their hand by card effects unless it's by drawing. And if it would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can banish a Thunder monster from your graveyard instead. This made it an absolutely absurd boss monster, especially during toss format, because it meant that Colossus, and by extension Thunder Dragon decks, could restrict the searching power of decks like Sky Striker and Orcust all by just existing on the field. And because of its protection effect, it was genuinely difficult to deal with if you didn't draw to the right cards, especially because you're not going to be able to search for the cards you need. And what's worse is that against Thunder Dragon, you were likely to have Colossus summoned out against you every single game because of how easy it was to bring out. You see, Colossus fusion summon requirements just requires that you use any Thunder monster with the original Thunder Dragon, but its alternative summon condition basically lets you bring it out for free, because you can instead tribute a non-fusion Thunder effect monster you control to summon out Colossus, as long as the effect of a Thunder monster has been activated in your hand that turn. Something Thunder Dragon decks could do easily with the effects of Thunder Dragon Matrix, Thunder Dragon Dark, and even the original Thunder Dragon. But it's not just limited to Thunder Dragons, because in formats like Master Duel and the OCG, you can actually play Colossus without a single Thunder Dragon in your deck by using Nemesis Corridor. And Corridor fulfills both conditions of Colossus by itself, activating itself in your hand to special summon, and being a Thunder monster you contribute to summon out Colossus and lock your opponent from searching. Out of every fusion evolution, there's no doubt that Colossus is one of the biggest glow-ups in this list, with the Floodgate so strong that it was eventually banned in the TCG at the end of the toss format. And if it ever came back, it'll likely allow for Thunder Dragons to see tiered contention once again. And swinging into number 10, we have Odd Eyes Revolution Dragon, the ultimate evolved form of Odd Eyes Dragon and Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, while also being the good aligned counterpart to Supreme King Zarg, since it's a combination of all 4 of the original Dimension Dragons. However, Revolution Dragon doesn't have too much in common with the Dimension Dragons or Odd Eyes Dragon, with its effect being more in line with the Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. Revolution Dragon's effect as a scale prevents you from pendulum summoning monsters other than dragon monsters, but allows you to target and reborn any dragon fusion, synchro, or Xyz monsters in your graveyard if you're willing to destroy Revolution Dragon in the scale. This is similar to how the Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon's effect is used, allowing you to destroy the card as a scale in order to gain some kind of advantage. In the case of Revolution, it's a revive, and in the case of Odd Eyes, it's a search of any pendulum monster with 1500 or less attack. Revolution Dragon also has an effect to search, but that effect is tied to its monster effect instead, making it so that if you pay 500 life points and discard it from your hand to your graveyard, you can add any level 8 or lower dragon pendulum monster from your deck to your hand. However, unlike its unevolved form, Revolution Dragon can't be normal summoned or set and must be pendulum summoned out, or special summoned from the hand by tributing a fusion, synchro, or Xyz monster, which is a reference to the other Odd Eyes counterparts, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, Clear Wing Synchro Dragon, and Dark Rebellion Xyz Dragon, all of which were used by Yugioh to bring out Revolution Dragon in the strongest duelist Yugioh manga. This is a huge investment of resources, but if you manage to bring Revolution to the field, it gains attack and defense equal to half of your opponent's life points, and even has a field wipe, allowing you to pay half your life points so that you can shuffle back all of the cards from the field and graveyard into the deck on a soft once per turn. Now, these 2 monster effects are somewhat unique and don't really call back to Revolution's original forms in some ways. There's no damage modification that can apply like the original Odd Eyes cards, and the 3 other Dimension Dragons aren't really given representation. But fans of the Arc 5 anime manga have already realized that a lot of the Revolution Dragon's design is done in order to mirror and contrast its dark counterpart, Supreme King Zarg. This is apparent to both in their opposing attribute scales and even in their names, since a Supreme King is the opposite of a Revolution. But these differences also shine through in the way the particular effects work. Zarg can destroy the field for free, but Revolution requires you to pay half your life points if you want to shovel everything back. Zark's main pendulum effect is based around restricting actions of the extra deck monsters, while Revolution Dragon's pendulum effect is based around supporting them, if you're willing to destroy it. And Zark's second pendulum effect exists to punish your opponent for searching, while Revolution Dragon allows you to sacrifice it and pay 500 life points in order to search your deck. This theme of sacrifice is omnipresent in the Odd Eyes archetype, and a lot of different cards being based around gaining advantage from destroying your own Odd Eyes monsters. This is supposed to be representative of Yugioh's courage, as he's willing to sacrifice his own well-being for the sake of others, which is exactly what the original Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon does. It sacrifices itself so that the other monsters can be added to the hand, and this is actually the main reason why the card saw a ton of competitive success as a staple of pendulum strategies in slower formats, since they could use Odd Eyes as a consistency tool for a ton of different playmakers, with it being really notable in Duelist Alliance format being able to add a Cleafort Scout to the hand. And funnily enough, Revolution Dragon actually carries the idea to the modern age, because while its search effect has a different pool of monsters to grab from, it's still generic enough to be used in a ton of different strategies that use Pendulum Dragon monsters like Draco Slayers and Dragon Link, two decks that are willing to sacrifice Revolution Dragon to search for their playmakers, or to destroy to bring back those playmakers from the graveyard, which really does manage to keep the original ideas of Odd Eyes alive, and allows for Yugioh's courage to be represented in a more modern meta. Revolution Dragon is jam-packed with a ton of different references and concepts that have been borrowed from other cards, and it manages to keep the spirit of Odd Eyes alive while being a genuinely great card that sees a solid amount of competitive play with its specific niche, specifically because of the willingness to sacrifice itself, which isn't bad for a card that's originated in a spin-off manga designed to teach children how to play the game. And shining at number 9 is Zephyrath, the direct evolution of Shadow Zephyr, whose original form is actually Gemnite Crystal, after having been fused, corrupted, uncorrupted, and then given the power of the Zephyra by the Natura Sacred Tree. And Zephyrath and Shadow Zephyr, after it was chosen to wield the power of the secret 11th Zephyr, in order to take on Tiara, Source of Destruction. While Zephyrath was Shadow Zephyr, its pendulum effect was the same as every other of the 10 original Zephyra, locking you into only being able to pendulum summon out Zephyra monsters and monsters of their associated archetype, with Zephyr locking you to only being able to pendulum summon out Shadows and Zephyras. And as a monster, it has one effect that can be activated whenever it's pendulum summoned to reference its Zephyr, or whenever it's sent to the graveyard, just like a Shadow monster. And this effect lets you summon a Zephyr card from your pendulum zone other than another copy of Zephyr. Meanwhile, Zephyrath actually has an upgraded version of this effect as part of its monster effect, allowing you to tribute a monster on a soft once per turn in order to special summon any Zephyr monster from your deck. But if you want to use this effect, you need to bring Zephyrath to the field, which is fairly difficult because it can't be normal, pendulum, or special summon in any other way, other than from the extra deck by tributing all monsters you control, including at least 3 Zephyr monsters, pretty much meaning that your other monsters have to give up their Zephyr cores in order to bring out Zephyrath. If you do manage to special summon it, you get to perform an extra pendulum summon of Zephyr monsters in addition to your usual pendulum summon, which is actually an incredibly powerful effect, but one that isn't used often because Zephyrath is so difficult to summon. However, the reason why Zephyrath was so competitively viable, thankfully, had nothing to do with its monster effect, and was all to do with its amazing pendulum effect that put Zephyrath on the map both as a deck and as an engine. Because in this scale, Zephyrath is basically Pendulum Treasure for Zephyras, allowing you to put any Zephyr monster from your deck face up in your extra deck, then Zephyrath's scale becomes the same as that sent monsters. Like its monster effect, this effect is meant to represent Zephyrath's mastery over the Zephyr cores, since it gives you a roundabout way of accessing any of the chosen 10 Zephyr monsters, giving you whatever skill you need at any given time and allowing you to access the noble Zephyr Saber, the majestic Zephyr Wendy, or even the reformed Zephyr Exciton. But more often than not, Zephyrath has been used competitively to grab out one particular Zephyr core, Zephyr Niu, Secret of the Yang Xing. Because whenever Zephyr Niu is pendulum summoned or destroyed by battle card effect, it allows you to add any Yang Xing or Zephyr spell or trap card from your deck to your hand. This has allowed for Zephyr to set up some pretty nasty back row interruption, and this gives the deck access way too easily to Zephyr War, Zephyr Divine Strike, and even 9 Pillars of the Yang Xing. And because Zephyrath differentiates itself from other Zephyr monsters by not having every restriction on its pendulum effect, you could use Zephyrath, Oracle of Zephyra, and Zephyr Niu as an engine piece in order to get a free body, a free search, and a really solid scale. Funnily enough, Zephyrath being playable thanks to a Yang Xing monster actually mirrors the lore perfectly, as it was the Yang Xing monsters that manifest the 11th Zephyr core, which chose Shadow Zephyr as its host, which is honestly really cute that Zephyrath's flavor matches its gameplay. Which is also true of its monster effects and summoning condition, because the Zephyrath was a combination of the Sacred Tree's efforts to take on Tiara, and so put all the Zephyr cores that were originally gifted to the other Zephyr monsters into one being in order to supercharge them to give enough strength to take on a god. This is also why Zephyr core's summoning condition is so difficult. It's literally asking you to take the cores from at least 3 Zephyr monsters and put them into Zephyrath, but in doing so you have to pave the way for a brighter future for your other Zephyr monsters. giving them another opportunity to fight back by letting you perform a second pendulum summon. These effects are powerful in their own ways, but they're also quite unique and don't really reflect the ideas and themes of Zephyr Core or any of its other previous counterparts, but instead represents their complete ascension to a whole new power level that's capable of taking on destruction itself. Which likely showcases that while the body that was used was Gemnite Crystal, the will of Zephyrath is heavily influenced by the Zephyr Cores, the Sacred Tree, and Sophia, which is why it's the only Zephyr monster not to belong to another archetype. But even in spite of that, Gemnite Crystal is still in there, because even though Zephyrath's effect to summon from the deck is rarely used, it's really similar to Zephyr Core's effect to summon out from the Pendulum Zone, which shows that Zephyrath is still the same person as Core, just super powered to take on Tiara. And after clearing a path by defeating Tiara, Gemnite Crystal does end up getting his happy end. Both as an engine and as a deck, Zephyra has seen a lot less competitive play in recent years due to a ton of different factors, which is honestly a shame, because a ton of the Zephyr cards showcase a ton of interesting lore and flavor of the story and even how they play. And nowhere is that more apparent than in Zephyrath, the card which makes the archetype function while also being an amazing conclusion to one part of the Dual Terminal saga. And slaying into number 8 is Master Pendulum, the Draco Slayer, who is actually Luster Pendulum after having gained the powers of the Ignite, Dynamis, and Magispector tribes, preparing to take on Vector Pendulum and as a Morphage army. Luster Pendulum scale effect allows you to, on a soft once per turn, destroy a card in your other Pendulum Zone and then add a card with the same name as that card you destroyed from your deck to your hand. But as a monster, Luster's effect is actually just a big downside because it prevents you from using Luster as material for the special summon of a Fusion, Synchro, or Xyz monster other than for a Draco Slayer monster. This effect is actually dropped completely in Master Pendulum because it doesn't have any effect at all, making the snippet of lore within its effect text technically a straight upgrade from its unevolved form, since it allows Master Pendulum to be used as Fusion, Synchro, and Xyz materials for non-Draco Slayer monsters. Meanwhile, as a scale, Master allows you to target and destroy one card in either player's Pendulum scale. Master Pendulum as both a monster and as a scale is supposed to represent how far Luster Pendulum has come in this particular journey to take on Vector Pendulum, his evil counterpart. As a monster, Master Pendulum has gained a greater mastery over Dragon Alchemy, and is more capable of being able to turn into a non-Draco Slayer monster as a result. And as a scale, Master's effect is meant to be a much more precise version of Luster's effect. Because while it doesn't net you any sort of card advantage, it allows you to destroy cards in your opponent's Pendulum scales rather than your own, making it a way to deal with your opponent's Pendulum scales. This is because Master Pendulum, according to the flavor text, has gained an understanding that their powers is similar to Vector's and the Draco Fiends, and Vector's Dragon Alchemy is based around negating an opponent's Pendulum scales. But regardless of lore, the strong aspects of Luster and Master is that they both allow you to pop a card in your Pendulum scale. This is great for a ton of different Pendulum strategies, because you can fill up your extra deck with bodies to Pendulum summon out later while also triggering any on destruction effects. This ended up being the basis behind the Tier 0 Pepe strategy in Draco Pals, where Draco Slayers saw play as an engine with Draco Face-Off, since they could just destroy cards like Plushfire with your Pendulum scale to get advantage, and allow the deck to access the Draco Slayer extra deck monsters, which were basically just excellent extenders that you could then use for rank 8 plays. And in these strategies, Master Pendulum not having the same restriction as Luster was actually a decent benefit, because it meant that if you summoned out Master, you weren't limited to only bringing out Draco Slayers, and you could use it to go into any of your other rank 4s. It being normal also meant that Rescue Rabbit could see playing the strategy, allowing you to summon out 2 Master Pendulums at a time for an instant rank 4 or Dynastar power. It's strange to see that an effect monster can evolve or improve by losing its effect and becoming a normal monster, but Master Pendulum's evolution gave it a ton of interest and utility that Luster Pendulum didn't have. And setting example number 7 is Magical Abductor, a member of Endymion's forces who is the unevolved form of Magical Something, but the evolved form of Magical Exemplar. As Magical Exemplar, she has 2 effects. Her first effect makes it so that each time a spell card is activated, you must place 2 spell counters on Exemplar after the spell card resolved. And her second effect allows you to put those spell counters to good use, letting you remove any number of spell counters from her to special summon a spellcaster monster from your hand or graveyard with a level equal to the number of spell counters you removed. As a Pendulum monster, Magical Abductor's effects are actually still really similar to its original counterpart, and allow you to gain a ton of advantage off the use of spell counters both as a monster and a spell card. In the Pendulum scale, Magical Abductor has 2 effects. The first to gain you only 1 spell counter after a spell card is resolved, and the second which allows you to, on a soft once per turn, remove 3 spell counters from it to add any Pendulum monster in the game from your deck to your hand. Meanwhile, as a monster, Abductor has the same effect as its scale to gain a spell counter after a spell card resolves, and has a secondary soft once per turn effect that allows you to remove 3 spell counters, but this effect lets you add any level 1 spellcaster monster from your deck to your hand. She also has a bonus effect too, which allows her to gain an extra 100 attack per spell counter on the card. Both of these effects are really cool plays on the original magical exemplar, as they're both designed either around supporting spellcaster monsters and other magical arts. As a monster, this support is really explicit and allows you to search your deck for any level 1 spellcaster you can need. The most common targets for this in the modern era include Jester Confit as an extender, and Magician's Souls to draw a ton of cards. But this effect has a wide range of utility, with some other great targets being Effect Veiler, 5 Rainbow Magician, and even Drone Lockbird. As a pendulum scale, Abductor's effect doesn't support spellcasters specifically, but instead has a much more generic effect that allows you to search for any monster that's gained the power of Pendulum. Both of these effects allow for Abductor to see a chunk of competitive success as an amazing generic tool for just about any pendulum strategy, because it's really easy to get Magical Abductor the 3 spell counters necessary for her search since pendulum scales count as spell cards. This has meant that Abductor has seen play in a ton of different strategies throughout the years, both in non-spellcaster focused decks like Draco Pals and Metal Foes for her powerful scale effect, and in spellcaster focused decks for Endymion and Pendulum Magician, which can take advantage of Abductor as both a scale and as a monster. As an evolution, Magical Abductor is an amazing upgrade from its original counterpart that still keeps the same idea of using spell counters to gain advantage in some way, allowing for the ideas behind Magical Exemplar to be present in more than just spell counter based strategies like Endymion. And speaking of Endymion, counting down into number 6 is Endymion, the Mighty Master of Magic, the pendulum evolution of Endymion, the Master Magician, after gaining greater mastery over these spell counters and unlocking the power of the pendulum. The original Endymion is a level 7 spellcaster that you can special summon out from your hand by removing 6 spell counters from a magical city of Endymion that you control. And if you summon it with this method, you get to target any spell card in your graveyard and add it to your hand. It also has a second on-field effect that, on a soft once per turn, lets you discard any spell card to use Endymion's magic to target a card in the field and destroy it. Now, Mighty Master actually has a ton of similar effects to its original counterpart, despite how much more complex it is. In the Pendulum scale, Mighty Master can summon itself out from the Pendulum Zone by removing 6 spell counters from anywhere on the field. Then you get to destroy cards in the field up to the number of spell counters you removed. And after that, you then get to place spell counters onto Endymion equal to the number of cards you destroyed, letting you use Endymion's magic in a new age. Mighty Master can even let you add any normal spell card from your deck to your hand if it happens to be destroyed by battle as a monster, just like how the original Endymion let you add any spell card from your graveyard whenever it was summoned by its own effect. But just like with Magical Abductor, Endymion's use of spell counters has grown a lot more proficient, and as a result, he's gained a few new effects. As a monster, Endymion can't be targeted or destroyed by your opponent's card effects, and if a spell or trap card or effect is activated, you can use Endymion's quick effect to return a card with a spell counter that you control to your hand to negate the activation of that card and destroy it, and then put counters onto Endymion equal to the number of spell counters that card you return your hand had. These new effects showcase that not only has Endymion mastered magic to such a degree that he can protect himself, but he can counter an opponent's spell as well. But it's all of these effects together that made Mighty Master the premier boss monster of its own pendulum archetype, Endymion, a deck dedicated to flooding the field with a ton of spell counters by using a bunch of different spell cards and to abuse the explosive effects of the Endymion monsters. And because it's so easy to gain a ton of spell counters, Endymion is insane as both an end board piece and as a form of removal, letting you negate an opponent's spell and trap card as a monster, or by wiping up to 6 cards your opponent controls when placed in the scale, letting you use Mighty Master in a similar way to how you might have used your original counterpart as a removal tool, just a lot more beefed up and easier to use. Endymion is an amazing example of an evolution done right. It's an amazing upgrade of its original counterpart that takes every one of its effects and amps it up to 11 to make it truly worthy of the title of a boss monster. And it does this all while keeping the same spirit and ideas from its original form alive. And at number 5, we have Chaos Emperor Dragon, the Dragon of Armageddon. The pendulum upgrade one of the most iconic and feared monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, Chaos Emperor Dragon and Void of the End. The original Chaos Emperor Dragon couldn't be normal summon or set, but could be special summon by banishing one light and dark monster from your graveyard, and was famous for its devastating game-ending effect, which allowed you to pay 1000 life points in order to make both players send all cards from their hand and field to the graveyard, then inflict 30 damage to your opponent for each card sent to the graveyard in this way. Back in 2004, this effect didn't have any kind of restriction on it, which meant that you could use the effect of Chaos Emperor Dragon while you controlled a Sangan or Witch of the Black Forest in order to add Yada Garasu from your deck to your hand to set up the infamous Yada log. But in the modern era, Chaos Emperor Dragon received an errata that made it so you couldn't activate any other cards or effects that turn you use the effect of Chaos Emperor Dragon, which pretty much made it a shadow of its former self that'll likely never see competitive play again because of how awkward it is to use. Thankfully though, the Pendulum Chaos Emperor manages to recapture some of its original former glory. Chaos Emperor cannot be normal summoned or set, it must be special summoned from your hand or extra deck by banishing light and dark monsters from your graveyard, but you can only summon Chaos Emperor Dragon once per turn this way. Then, once it's on the field, you can pay half your life points to send as many cards as you control as possible, other than cards in the extra monster zone, to the graveyard. Then you can send cards your opponent controls to the graveyard equal to the number of cards you sent to the grave. And instead of going to the graveyard, a special summon Chaos Emperor Dragon returns to the bottom of the deck once it leaves the field. As a scale though, Chaos Emperor's effect is actually pretty unique and works really well with the Chaos strategies, allowing you to target a banished dragon, add it to your hand while destroying Chaos Emperor in the process and putting it into your extra deck face up. Now, it is really cute that Pendulum Chaos Emperor's monster's effect is based entirely as a variation off of the original Chaos Emperor, but even though Pendulum Chaos Emperor's effect is a decent form of removal, it still doesn't compare to the almighty power of the uneroded Chaos Emperor Dragon, since it's more difficult to use, doesn't hand-loop your opponent, and isn't even a guaranteed wipe of their entire field. When the original Chaos Emperor came into the field, it stayed true to its name as a signifier of the end times, as it pretty much meant you were winning the duel. The new Chaos Emperor Dragon can technically be used in a similar fashion as a way to close out games, but it's definitely a lot weaker as a boss monster. But even though Pendulum Chaos Emperor only captures a fraction of Chaos Emperor Dragon's power as a monster, most of the card's strength is actually in its Pendulum effect, because this effect allows you to gain free follow-up and card advantage in Chaos Attribute Dragon decks, and is why Chaos Emperor Dragon is a common feature in a deck like Dragon Link and Bestial Control, two non-Pendulum decks that really value the effects to recur the dragons after they've been banished by a Chaos Baby, or by the effects of a Bestial. And even though this ends up destroying Chaos Emperor in the process, you don't lose anything from this effect because you can still summon it out from your face-up extra deck to the extra monster zone, or a zone link monster points to, making it an amazing extender. Chaos Emperor might not be as strong of a boss monster as its original counterpart, but its monster effect is still a cool smile and a reminder of one of the most terrifying monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh's history. And while its role as an extender is a lot different to how Chaos Emperor Dragon was used, it still carries on the legacies of Chaos and Armageddon with it in a new form more suited for the modern day. And bringing us back to the Endymion lore at number 4 is Mythical Beast Jackal King, the boss monster of the Pendulum Mythical Beast archetype, which is actually an entire archetype composed of pendulum evolutions of Mythical Beast Jackal after being heavily experimented on by the Mythical Institution. True to its role in the lore, the original Jackal's two effects are based around assisting to and enabling the other Mythical Beast pendulum monsters. Its scale effect can only be activated if you don't have another card in your pendulum zone. It allows you to target a card in the field that you can place a spell counter on and place one spell counter on it while destroying Jackal in the process. But as a monster, Jackal has an effect that allows it to gain a spell counter each time a spell card resolves. And if you manage to rack up 3 spell counters, you can remove those counters and tribute Jackal to summon out any Mythical Beast monster from your deck. Now, because every Mythical Beast monster is part Jackal, their scale effects are really similar to the original counterpart, allowing you to destroy the card in the scale in order to gain some advantage or using cards that can gain spell counters. In the case of Jackal King, its scale effect lets you destroy it, and if you have no cards in your other pendulum zone, then you can special summon out any Mythical Beast pendulum monster from your extra deck other than Jackal King himself. And as a monster, Jackal King has an effect to gain 2 spell counters after a spell card is resolved, and a quick effect that lets you put those counters to good use, because whenever your opponent activates a monster effect, you can remove 2 counters from Jackal King to negate the activation and destroy the card. This monster effect is the reason most strategies saw competitive value in Jackal King, because if you can bring it to the field and activate any spell card or pendulum scale, you got an amazingly strong monster negate to act as interruption during your opponent's turn. This made Jackal King a really great tool in a ton of different pendulum strategies from the likes of Endymion, Pendulum Magician, and even to some Metal Foes builds. Jackal King's scale effect was also a really strong tool too, and formed the basis of a really tight and compact Mythical Beast engine, where you'd want to play 3 Master Cerberus in order to search out Jackal King, then use the effect of Jackal King to summon up Master Cerberus from the extra deck to put a free bot on board while preparing Jackal King to be pendulum summoned out of your next deck later. The cute thing about this particular effect is that it actually mirrors its original Jackal form, because while Jackal's monster effect allows you to summon a monster from your deck, Jackal King's scale effect summons out from your extra deck, which is actually a really neat evolution of the original effect, which shows a greater strength of power of Pendulum, while its new monster effect showcases just how strong the Jackal's magic has become. Jackal King is an amazing boss monster and one that puts Mythical Beast on the map as an engine for other Pendulum decks to use because of its great negate and scale effect that was inspired by its original form. And despite Jackal seeing less play than its royal counterpart, the extra flavor it adds to the card by existing is honestly just really cool. And taking the number 3 spot on this list, we have Archfiend Eccentric, the Pendulum evolution and the light counterpart of Archfiend Eris. Eris actually has a relatively simple effect that can only be activated whenever it's destroyed by battle or card effect, which lets you add any Archfiend card from your deck to your hand except Eris itself. But Eccentric actually differs from Eris quite a bit with unique effects that work quite differently from her original counterpart. In the Pendulum scale, Eccentric lets you target another spell or trap card in the field, destroy both the card you targeted and Eccentric herself. As a monster, Eccentric lets you tribute it for cost to target another monster in the field to destroy it. Essentially, as a spell, Eccentric is removal for back row, and as a monster, she's removal for other monsters. At first glance, it appears that these effects don't really share any distinct relation, with Heiress being a way to search out and start your plays, and Eccentric just being removal, with their only real commonality being their designs and archetype. But these two cards actually share a key theme in their effects because they both represent important moves when playing chess. Arcfiend as an archetype encompasses a lot of different themes and ideas, being one of the biggest archetypes in the game that also happens to include Summoned Skull and Red Dragon Arcfiend. But one of the themes the deck has returned to a couple of times is representing a chess game, with two different series of Arcfiend monsters representing different pieces on the chessboard. In the second series, Heiress represents the pawn that would eventually promote into the queen, with her effect being a reference to a gambit, a move where you sacrifice a piece in order to gain some kind of advantage. In chess, it will be in a better position, but in Yu-Gi-Oh, Heiress was instead sacrificed by the likes of Infernity in order to add Infernity Arcfiend from your deck to your hand. Eccentric carries these same ideas but is used in a completely different way, because each of her effects are instead used to trade 1-for-1 with your opponent's cards, which also just so happens to be another key component of chess, since you need to trade down your pieces of equal value with your opponent in order to reach an endgame. Eccentric lets you do this in two different ways, letting you trade off your Eccentric for an opponent's skill drain or TCBOO, trading a scale for a spell or trap. While as a monster, you're trading your Eccentric for an opponent's boss monster. The theme of trading 1-for-1 is precisely why Eccentric has been such a notable tool in pendulum strategies throughout the years, since drawing it means you either have a decently strong skill to perform a pendulum summon, or you can trade with your opponent's back row and interaction for free, making it a really versatile and solid inclusion in just about any pendulum strategy. But even in non-pendulum focused decks, Eccentric still sees a solid amount of play, and it's currently one of the best staples for Super Heavy Samurai because it's a way to remove your opponent's spell and trap cards without putting a spell in your graveyard, since it's technically counted as a monster. And speaking of Super Heavy Samurai, and defending their title, the number 2 spot on this list, we have Super Heavy Samurai Monk Big Benkei, a strong part of the recent wave of Super Heavy Samurai support that's actually based on the Super Heavy's original boss monster, Super Heavy Samurai Big Benkei. And as the deck's original boss monster, Big Benkei encapsulates Gongstrong's original heavy strong style, a type of dueling strategy taught by Gong's family and dojo that forgoes spell and trap cards entirely to focus on powerful defensive main deck monsters. Big Benkei shows off the power of the style with a whopping 3,500 defense, a relevant stat because not only can you change Benkei to defense position when it's summoned, it also allows all Super Heavy Samurai monsters, including itself, to declare attacks while in face-up defense position. But Super Heavy Samurai Monk Big Benkei is actually incredibly different from its original form in both its scale and monster effect. Its monster effect can be activated if you don't have any spell trap cards in your graveyard, and lets you send the original Big Benkei from your hand or deck to the graveyard in order to special summon Monk Big Benkei from your hand. With its only other effect being that when it's used as synchro material and added to the face-up extra deck, you can put Big Benkei to your pendulum zone. Which you want to do because if Monk Big Benkei is in the pendulum scale while you control Super Heavy Samurai monster, you can add one Super Heavy Samurai Soul monster from your deck to your hand. These effects are definitely very different from its original counterpart, but there's a good reason for it. You see, in the anime, with Gongstrong's heavy strong style, the way that Super Heavy Samurai was initially played was by summoning Big Benkei to the field, and then equipped with a bunch of different Super Heavy Samurai Soul monsters to give it various powerful effects, from defensive buffs to being able to attack twice, and even protection from battle. This brought Gong a small amount of success, but this style of dueling wasn't enough to be able to keep up with the rapidly growing power and those around that played fusions, synchros, Xyz, and pendulum strategies, as Gong would find out after narrowly managing to draw with Kit Blade, a synchro duelist. And as a result, Gong asked Kit to train him in the ways of synchro summoning, fusing it with his heavy strong style, making way for a new Super Heavy Samurai boss monster, Super Heavy Samurai Warlord Sasunuo, a boss monster that was even capable of pushing Yugioh to his limits. This led to Big Benkei's role in the deck, both the anime and TCG being a lot less prominent, as instead of relying on Big Benkei to finish games, you can just go into your easier to bring out synchro monsters that have more beneficial effects. Super Heavy Samurai Monk Big Benkei shows an understanding that Big Benkei is no longer the ultimate boss of the archetype, where you send the old ways of Super Heavies to the graveyard by foolishing Big Benkei to bring out Monk, a version of Big Benkei who lives a more peaceful life, even having dropped its effect to be able to attack while in defense position entirely. But even though Monk Big Benkei is no longer a boss monster, it's an amazing enabler, and one that's centered entirely around supporting this newer heavy strong style. Its second monster effect incentivizes its use as synchro material, so that you can put it back into the scale later to perform a pendulum summon. And in the pendulum zone, its effect is actually really cute as it references the original Big Benkei's affinity and playstyle with the Super Heavy Samurai Soul monsters, allowing you to add one of those equipped monsters to your hand. But instead of supporting Big Benkei, these cards you add are designed to help your other Super Heavy Samurai monsters instead. The effect is actually a linchpin of the Super Heavy Samurai engine because after you use the scale effect of Prodigy, you can place Monk Benkei into your scale, and then because you control Prodigy, you can use this effect to add whatever soul card you need at any given time. If you wanted an extra search for any Super Heavy Samurai monster, you could search for Soul Piercer to link it off. Or if you wanted to summon out a Super Heavy directly from your deck, you could grab Soul Peacemaker. Or if you wanted an extra extender, you can go into rank 4 or Synchro 8s without your normal summon, you can go for Soul Gaia Booster. Super Heavy Samurai Monk is one of the coolest evolutions in the game, because even though its effect is completely different from its original counterpart, it's one of the only examples of an evolution understanding how its own role has changed and gives way to new Super Heavy Samurai boss monsters, while it sits back in the scale supporting them peacefully. And it's really cute that this main way of getting into Big Benkei is with Prodigy, who's essentially a Super Heavy Samurai version of Yugioh, showcasing the friendship between the two and how Yugioh's strength as a duelist also inspired Gong's growth, as well as paved way for a new future for Super Heavy Samurai as a deck. And visiting from the stars at number 1 is Astrograph Sorcerer, one of the ace monsters of the antagonist of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 series, Zark. Astrograph Sorcerer is a level 7 Dark Spellcaster monster with 2500 attack, which essentially made it Zark's version of Dark Magician. As a monster, it has 2 effects. The first can be activated in hand whenever a card you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, and lets you choose a monster in your graveyard, extra deck, or banished card that was destroyed this turn, then add one monster with the same name as that monster from your deck to your hand. But while Astrograph Sorcerer is on the field, you can activate its effect to banish it and a Pendulum Dragon, Xyz Dragon, Synchro Dragon, and Fusion Dragon monster from your hand, field, or graveyard to special summon out Supreme King Zark from your extra deck. This effect is meant to translate the way Astrograph worked in the anime over to the TCG, but Astrograph's Pendulum effect is actually entirely unique because, in the anime, Astrograph isn't a pendulum monster at all. It's actually just a regular effect monster. So Astrograph's Pendulum effect is entirely unique and is actually centered around supporting one of its original counterparts, Stargazer Magician. Because this scale you can choose to destroy Astrograph Sorcerer to either place Stargazer Magician in your Pendulum Zone or special summon it. Now, Stargazer and Time Gazer are among the first pendulum monsters ever made, so their effects are amazing, both in the scale and as monsters. But even with that being the case, there are some similarities between their effects and Astrograph's. Stargazer's monster effect, like Astrograph, triggers whenever a monster is removed from the field. In this case, it's whenever a pendulum monster is returned to the hand, which lets you summon the monster back to the field. While Time Gazer's monster effect is based around stopping destruction, because the first time a card in the Pendulum Zone would be destroyed by an opponent's card effect, it's not destroyed. And as pendulums, Stargazer and Time Gazer have similar effects to one another. To activate Time Gazer, you must control no monsters, and if a pendulum monster battles your opponent, they can't activate trap cards until the end of the damage step. Stargazer can be activated at any time, and if a pendulum monster you control battles your opponent, they can't activate spell cards instead. And both Stargazer and Time Gazer became a scale 4 if you don't have a Magician or Odd Eyes card in your other scale. Like how Zark is the true form of Yuya, Yuto, Yugioh, and Yuri, Astrograph Sorcerer is supposed to represent the true combined form of Stargazer and Time Gazer, who, like their owner, was split into multiple parts after Zark's first defeat at the hands of Rei Akaba. As a result, its primary monster effect is basically just a stronger version of Stargazer's effect, where instead of triggering when a card is returned to the hand, it triggers whenever a card is destroyed. Both let you restore the monster in some way, with Stargazer returning it to the field and Astrograph adding another copy of the monster to your hand. This link between the cards is a lot more apparent in the anime, where Astrograph lets you place the card that was destroyed back into the zone it was in before it got popped, instead of letting you add a card from your deck to your hand. But this change ended up being a huge benefit, and is part of the reason why Astrograph saw a ton of competitive play in the OCG and TCG in pendulum-based strategies, because of its particular synergy with Heavy Metal Foe's Electromite. Because, with Electromite, you can add Astrograph Sorcerer to your face-up extra deck on its Link Summit, then pop a Pendulum Scale you control to add the Astrograph Sorcerer from your extra deck to your hand, then use the effect of Astrograph in hand to summon it out, and add another card from your deck to your hand, which gave you a free search, a free body in the extra deck, and a Link monster with 2 downward pointing arrows, all of which were vital for pendulum strategies after being nerfed by Master Rule 4. Now, Astrograph's other effects aren't really too relevant in the competitive metagame, but they are at least cute references to its original counterpart and role in the anime. Its pendulum effects require Astrograph to be destroyed in order for Stargazer to be brought out, like how in the anime, Astrograph had to be split apart to birth the new magicians, while its second monster effect is precisely how Zark managed to fuse with the Dimension Dragons after turning evil, forming the Supreme King Zark to terrorize the world. With how powerful Astrograph Monster's effect is, it's no wonder he became the world's greatest duelist in the original dimension. And even in our world, Astrograph Sorcerer was deemed too powerful at 3 copies, and has spent a ton of time with Forbidden Limitless for the absurd potential advantage this card can provide, since its search effect is not once per turn. And with the eventual release of the upcoming Zark support, as well as yet another pendulum evolution of Astrograph, the Supreme King and his cards are only going to grow even stronger. And shining brightly at number 10 is number S39 Utopia the Lightning, the perfected form of number S39 Utopia Prime, who is in turn a shining evolution of number 39 Utopia. In terms of their effects though, the Lightning manages to build on its previous counterparts in a really interesting way. You see, the original Utopia has two effects. One is a huge downside, as it makes it so whenever it's targeted for an attack, when it has no Xyz materials, it just blows itself up. But its second effect is a decently defensive battle-oriented effect that allows you to negate an attack by detaching a material. Meanwhile, Utopia Prime is a lot more offensive. You can summon it either using number 39 Utopia or with 3 level 4 light monsters, and then when your opponent's life points are 3000 or higher than yours, you can detach 3 materials from Prime and pay life points so you only have 10 left in order to destroy all special summon monsters your opponent controls, banish them, and then inflict 300 points of damage to your opponent for every monster you banished. And last but not least, there's Utopia the Lightning, which you can summon using 3 level 5 light monsters, or you can XC summon on top of a rank 4 Utopia monster you control, but it can't be used as material for another XC summon, making it the end of the line for this particular evolution chain. And when it battles, your opponent can't activate cards or effects until the end of the damage step, which pairs perfectly well with its second effect because if the Lightning has the Utopia monster as an Xyz material during the damage step, you can detach 2 materials from it to make the Lightning's attack 5000 for that damage calculation. Now, at first glance, these effects almost appear to be completely unrelated, with Utopia's attack negation being almost completely opposite to Prime and Lightning's offensive threats. Meanwhile, Prime and Lightning, despite being directly related to one another, don't really share any similarities. But there is one key theme that ties each of these 3 effects together, and it's one that's really important to Yu-Gi-Oh! The desperation play. Whether you call it a final gambit or your last gamble, you're sinking all of your resources in a hopeless situation in order to out an opponent's near unstoppable boss monster, or deal a ton of damage to the life points to give you one last hope to steal the win. This has been a core part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Since Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon, and makes for really intense and interesting duels both in the anime and in real life, especially when these huge gambles happen to pay off. And each of these 3 cards manages to portray their idea of a final gambit. In the case of the original Utopia, you can actually use its effect offensively alongside Utopia Double and Double or Nothing, in order to increase Utopia's attack to an absurd amount for one huge final swing to hopefully OTK your opponent. And Utopia Prime can clear away your opponent's entire field of monsters, but forces you down to 10 life points. So if your opponent survives, there's a really big chance of them being able to end the game on their next turn. But between the 3, Lightning's Gambit was the most meta-relevant, as it allowed for any deck that can make a rank 4, like the original Utopia, to instantly rank up into the Lightning without any main deck investment, allowing for a ton of different strategies to have an accessible way of outing some insanely difficult to deal with boss monsters that they'd struggle to deal with otherwise, since 5000 attack can pretty much beat over almost any monster in the game. So if your opponent's Red Eyes Dark Dragoon is giving you trouble, you can just make the Lightning to easily beat over it, and your opponent can't even attempt to negate it as soon as you declare an attack, making it more likely that this final gambit will go through. It's honestly impressive how, despite having such different effects, Utopia, Prime, and Lightning all managed to encapsulate this theme of being one last hope in their own unique way. But out of all of them, Lightning is the one that saw the most competitive play for being so easily accessible and important in outing out tons of different boss monsters, making it not just the last hope of Utopia, but the last hope of a ton of different decks. And flying into number 9 is number 38, Hope Harbinger Dragon Titanic Galaxy, which has one of the weirdest evolution lines in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because you might think that due to its name, stats, attribute, type, and rank, that the Hope Harbinger is an evolution of Galaxy Ice Photon Dragon, or another one of its counterparts. But in actuality, Hope Harbinger is an evolved form of number 28, Titanic Moth. It gets even harder to believe when you look at their effects, since they have almost no relation. In the case of Titanic Moth, you can make it using 2 level 7 monsters, and you can attack directly if you control no other monsters. But any battle damage you deal is halved, and after you've dealt battle damage, you can activate Titanic Moth's second effect to burn your opponent for 500 damage for each card they have in their hand. And with Hope Harbinger, you need 2 level 8 monsters to make it, and on a soft once per turn, you can negate the activation of an opponent's spell card or effect, and then attach that negated card to Hope Harbinger as a material. But that's not all. Because with Hope Harbinger, whenever an opponent's monster declares an attack, you can detach a material from it in order to change the attack target to itself. And last but not least, if another face-up Xyz monster you control is destroyed by a battle or card effect, you can target an Xyz monster in the field to make it gain attack equal to the original attack of the destroyed monster. But funnily enough, this lack of connection makes sense in the context of the Zexal manga. You see, in the manga, blank number monsters and their forms and effects are all shaped by the thoughts and desires of the particular owner in a given moment. And initially, the monster that would become Hope Harbinger was owned by Kyoji Yagumo, and was given to hypnotize Haruto Tenjo to use against Kaito. This caused the particular number monster to form into Titanic Moth, since a lot of Haruto's theming related to moths and butterflies due to his memories of catching them with his brother, Kaito. But in the duel against Ira, Kaito was gifted the blank number card that was once Titanic Moth, and because number monsters are shaped by their owners, Titanic Moth went from being an insect to a light dragon, because of Kaito's connection to Galaxy Ice Photon Dragon, with the only real link they had left between the cards being their name, Titanic. And because their effects are so different, both Titanics are played in completely different contexts in the actual game. Titanic Moth sees minor play in rank 7 strategies like Kashtira, since it allows for easy Zeus line since it can attack directly, and can even cinch out games with its burn effect. But, for the most part, its use in the competitive game has been somewhat limited. Meanwhile, Hope Harbinger has been used in just about any deck that's capable of making rank 8s, since every one of its effects is really strong. Whether you're protecting your Appaloosa from being destroyed by battle, just like how Utopia would be able to, or just negating an opponent's powerful spell card. Overall, it's pretty clear that the only real inspiration Hope Harbinger takes from Titanic Moth is its shared name, but Hope Harbinger still has some cute references to other cards in it, like how its battle phase effect can protect the monsters like Utopia, and how its stat line is exactly the same as Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon. And in terms of competitive play, there's no doubt about it being one of the strongest Xyz evolutions in the game, for both its power level and ease of accessibility in rank 8 focused strategies. And pawned to number 8, we have X Purely Noir, the main boss monster of the recently released Purely archetype, and the upgraded form of Purely, the dark counterpart of Purely. And as a deck, the Purely is filled with a ton of flavor, especially in how you go about summoning Noir. You see, other than being dark fairies, Noir and Purely don't have too much in common, since Purely is designed more as a counterpart to Purely by having a similar on-summon effect to add a card from your deck to your hand, and a similar on-field effect to summon an Xyz monster from your extra deck by using a quick play spell card. In the case of Purely, you can add a Purely card that isn't a quick play spell from your deck to your hand, and special summon out an Xyz monster that mentions the quick play spell you targeted from your extra deck by using Purely as a material, and then attaching that spell. But Noir, being the strategy's main boss monster, allows you to summon out on top of any Purely Xyz you control with 5 or more materials, and lets you detach 2 materials in order to target a card your opponent controls or in the graveyard, and shuffle those cards into the deck. This effect is already absurd, especially because it's not once per turn, and it's a quick effect so long as you have a level 1 Purely monster as a material, meaning that if you have enough materials stacked on Noir, you can just keep shuffling back your opponent's cards until they have nothing left. And you're going to want Noir to have a lot of materials, because while it has 5 or more materials, it's completely unaffected by your opponent's activated effects. Now, while Noir and Purely's effects aren't really connected, there's a ton of flavor in Noir's summoning condition. You see, the entire Purely archetype is centered around taking care of your pet Purely and raising them to be big and strong by giving them good memories, by attaching those memories to your monsters as Xyz materials, with the way you raise them impacting how they can grow. If you give your Purely monsters a being clean and pretty, they'll turn into Purely Beauty, and be able to attach an opponent's card to it as a material. If you feed it well, then it'll turn into Purely Plump, and will gain a bunch of attack and defense. And if you play with it, it'll turn to Purely Happiness and have the energy to attack more than once per battle phase. Essentially, Purely is the Eevee of Yu-Gi-Oh!, allowing you to pick and choose how it evolves depending on how you raise it. But if you manage to raise your pet really well by giving it a ton of different memories and attaching those memories to it as Xyz materials, you get to summon out X Purely Noir, the culmination of all your efforts as a pet owner, feeding, cleaning, and playing with them. This gives you access to a really well-trained pet that's so strong because of the care that you gave it that it's unaffected by card effects, can spin back any card on the field, and even gains all the bonus effects and the memories that are attached to it as material. And because Purely can easily stack a ton of materials in Noir with the effects of Plump, or by summoning it with Pure Leap, Purely is currently projected to be one of the strongest decks post Cyberstorm access. But in order to play the deck well, you need to make sure that you're raising your friend well, which adds some really cute flavor to the incredibly strong archetype. Firing off into number 7 is Gigantic Champion Sargass, the upgraded form of Spriggan's Captain Sargass after combining with Therion King Regulus and Spriggan's Exablower. And as an evolution, its effect is really cool, because not only does it take the effect of the monster it's based on and improve it, it also works really well with its original counterpart. You can either summon Champion Sargass with 2 level 8 monsters, or on top of any Spriggan's Xyz monster. Then, while it has material, you can add a Spriggan's or Therion card from your deck to your hand. Meanwhile, with its second effect, if an Xyz material is removed from a monster, you can target a card in the field and either destroy or return it to the hand. This effect is one inspired by Captain Sargass, which allows you to detach material from a monster you control and target a face-up card in the field and destroy it. The second effect is an amazing way of evolving the original Sargass because these effects work hand in hand. You can detach material with the effect of the original Sargass to pop a card your opponent controls, and then further disrupt them with an even better disruption with the effect of Champion Sargass since you detached material. And this is a really cute way of showcasing how even though Sargass has received an upgrade, he's still the same robot. But Captain Sargass isn't the only way of triggering the second effect, because just like its original counterpart, Champion Sargass works best when paired with other Spriggans. And this removal effect will trigger whenever material is removed when Exablower Merrymaker uses its tagout effect, when Tally Ho detaches material, or just when another Xyz monster detaches a material to use its effects. But the reason why Sargass sees competitive play isn't because it's Brigands. It's because it's generically usable in just about any deck capable of making Spriggan's Merrymaker, a generic rank 4 that can be made with any 2 level 4 monsters, since you can just summon Sargass on top of it and get access to its search effect. And due to being part of Therion, Sargass can search out Therion King Regulus, an Omni-Negate which you can summon to field for free by targeting a machine or Therion monster in your graveyard and equipping it to it. This gives pretty much any deck that will jump through the hoops of making a rank 4 access to a free Omni-Negate, even if they're not playing a machine type strategy, since they can just put Sargass or Merrymaker into the graveyard to easily summon it out to protect your combo and to add to your end board. But it is especially potent in machine strategies like Super Heavy Samurai that can seed the graveyard with machines really easily. In terms of flavor, Sargass is one of the coolest Xyz evolutions in the game, both in how it improves its original effect and how it keeps the spirit of its first form alive. And even though it mainly sees play for its search effect, it's kind of adorable that, for most strategies, if you want to play Sargass to get access to Regulus, he at least makes sure that his Spriggan brothers are coming along for the ride. And swarming into number 6, we have Evil Swarm Excitonite, a monster with a ton of different forms and evolutions since it was a key player in the dual terminal lore. Starting off as an evil Steel Swarm Sentinel, he then fused with the violent parts to become the ambivalent Steel Swarm Roach, who, after joining the side of good, eventually evolved into Evil Swarm Excitonite. Excitonite itself even has an upgraded form in Stellar Knight Zephyr Exciton. But out of all of its forms, Evil Swarm Excitonite is the strongest. It can be made with any 2 level 4 monsters, and it has a quick effect that can be used during your main phase or your opponent's battle phase if your opponent has more total cards in their hand and field than you do, and can destroy all other cards in the field by detaching a material. But if you use this effect, your opponent can't take any more damage for the rest of the turn. Now, this effect is strong, really strong, because it's essentially just a field board wipe that's capable of equalizing or turning the tide of an otherwise unwinnable duel, and is why Exciton's release shook up the Yu-Gi-Oh! Metagame in 2014. Essentially, Excitonite was the Zeus of its day, an easy-to-access Xyz monster that was capable of wiping the field. And even in the modern era, Excitonite still sees a decent amount of competitive play in decks that are capable of making rank 4s, and is currently an extra deck staple in Runic Naturia, and even saw common play in the extra deck of full power Tearlaments as an extra way to help push through your opponent's board. But for as strong as its effects is, it almost appears to have little to no connection with its previous form since both Sentinel and Roach are based around stopping special 7 level 5 or higher monsters from either activating their effects or hitting the field at all, making them a good fit for the Elswarm archetype, a deck based around corrupted versions of other monsters that focus on tribute summoning high-level Elswarm monsters while floodgating your opponent on their high-level boss monsters. But Excitonite being so different from the other Elswarm monsters and even its previous form is actually a really important part of its story. You see, every other Elswarm monster is a dark monster due to being either demons or infected with the Evil Swarm virus, and almost every other Evil Swarm monster has a weird attack stat that usually ends in 50, showing how the virus has corrupted them. But Excitonite, despite being an Evil Swarm in name, is a light monster with pretty normal stats, showing that not only has Excitonite escaped the corruption of the Evil Swarm virus, likely due to the help of the Constellar monsters, but also fully dedicated himself as a force for good rather than as a tool for evil like all the other Elswarms. Excitonite has rejected the old ideals and philosophies of the Elswarms, which is why it no longer has any effect to counter level 5 or higher monsters like its previous forms, moving on from his former evil and gaining light as the only good Evil Swarm monster. And this plays really well into its current effect, as Exciton is outnumbered by the other Evil Swarms in the dual terminal lore, and proves himself by managing to fight back against such overwhelming odds, and staging a comeback for the forces of good. Just like how in a duel, Exciton literally helps you come back from overwhelming odds whenever your opponent has an advantage. Even though Excitonite's effect is completely different from its previous counterparts, that's actually a good thing for its favor, because it shows how far Exciton has come from its Sentinel stage, making a metaphorical comeback alongside the literal one contained within its effect. And it's really cool that such a strong card that's genuinely impacted the game in its history has such strong lore implications and flavor. Manifest in the number 5 spot is Kashtira Ariseheart, the empowered form of Kashtira Ariseheart, the leader of the Kashtira army and anger-fueled counterpart of Visa Starfrost. The effects of both Ariseheart and Ariseheart are really interesting because Ariseheart's effect directly feeds into Ariseheart's and helps you summon them out, all while they both carry a theme of the game that relates to the particular lore. With the original Ariseheart, you can special summon it from your hand if you control any other Kashtira monster, but then you're locked into Xyz monsters for the rest of the turn. Then, while you control Ariseheart, as long as it's been normal or special summoned this turn, you can banish a Kashtira card from your deck, other than Ariseheart for cost, in order to banish the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck face down, while changing its level from 4 to 7. Meanwhile, a Rise Heart is summoned by using 3 level 7 monsters, or can instead be summoned using 1 Kashtira monster during the turn in which Kashtira Shangri Ra has used its effect, and while it's on the field it has 3 important effects to know. The first is Macrocosmos, which banishes any card that would be sent to the graveyard. The second is a mandatory effect that triggers once per chain whenever a card is banished and allows you to attach a banished card to a Rise Heart. And the third is a soft once per turn effect that allows you to attach 3 materials to target and banish any card your opponent controls face down. Now, in terms of how these effects relate, a Rise Heart isn't a direct upgrade because both Rise Heart and a Rise Heart fulfill different roles in Kashtira. Rise Heart is the deck's best extender that gives you access to a whole ton of powerful unbanished effects, while a Rise Heart acts as the deck's main boss monster, capable of winning games due to its powerful floodgate alongside its insane removal, and is so strong as a win condition that most Kashtira decks will usually just end up on an Rise Heart backed up by a powerful generic staple spell. However, every part of Rise Heart's effect is really important for preparing for the arrival of a Rise Heart. You see, the idea behind the Kashtira monsters is that they're otherworldly colonizers that prepare their armies to invade other planets to take them over, all while making them inhospitable to the planet's life, which is why Shangri Ra is capable of blocking zones, and why a Rise Heart forces all cards to be banished. They make the dual field literally uninhabitable for other decks. And Rise Heart is a really important part of this, because not only does he act as an extender, he prepares for his own transformation by both banishing a card that can be later reattached, and by being able to trigger the effect of Shangri Ra, since Rise Heart banishes 3 cards on top of your opponent's deck. This not only makes the zone on the field unusable, it also means that you fulfill the conditions required for a Rise Heart's arrival, allowing you to easily bring down a Rise Heart on top of your Rise Heart as if it were a Zodiac monster, in order to bring about your opponent's apocalypse. Rise Heart and a Rise Heart play really different roles in Kashtira, but it's interesting to see that despite how different they are, they still carry the same themes and ideas between one another, with Rise Heart's whole purpose as a card being to prepare for its own transformation. And for good reason too, since Kashtira has managed to wreak havoc on the Yugioh metagame thanks to how insane a Rise Heart is as a card, a floodgate, and an invader. And swimming to number 4 is Abyss Dweller, one of the more surprising evolutions on this list that's the evolved form of the dragon dwelling in the deep, having the exact same type, stats, and attribute. Now, Abyss Dweller is mainly known for its lingering floodgate, which allows you to attach material to prevent your opponent from being able to activate any card effects in the graveyard. But it actually has a second effect that, while it has a water monster as a material, it gives all other water monsters, including itself, 500 extra attack. And the dragon dwelling in the deep has a similar attack buff, but instead of increasing the attack of all water monsters on a continuous effect, the dragon instead gains ocean counters during its standby phase. Then, after it's removed from the field, every fish and sea serpent monster you control gains 200 attack for every ocean counter that was on the dragon until the end of the turn. What's funny about this effect is that given enough turns to build up ocean counters, the dragon dwelling in the deep can give a higher attack buff than the Abyss Dweller. But when comparing the two, Abyss Dweller's buff is just straight up an upgrade, since it's easier to get, since you just need to make Dweller with at least a water monster. And the fact Dweller increases the attack of any monster that happens to be water, rather than just 2 specific types, it makes it a lot more versatile and usable in decks like Tearlaments, which contain strong water monsters, but not any fish or sea serpents other than Dweller itself. Another big reason though is that Abyss Dweller also doesn't need to go to the graveyard to apply its buff, and actually increases its own stats as well, which makes it more difficult out. But of course, the big factor that divides these cards isn't the strength of their stat modifiers. Its strength is Abyss Dweller's Floodgate that is allowed for it to see near constant play in just about any deck that can make a rank 4, because being able to stop any card effect and being able to activate its effects in the graveyards can shut down a ton of different strategies. From Drytron to Phantom Knights and even Tearlaments, these decks need their graveyard, and denying them access to one of the most valuable resources is astonishingly strong, and can leave them depowered with almost no way to actually combo off. However, the interesting thing about the effect is that it still relates to the dragon dwelling in the deep. You see, the implication with the Abyss Dweller is that the abyss it dwells in is the graveyard, and it got there when the dragon dwelling in the deep was sent to the graveyard in order to use its attack buff, which, funnily enough, means that the new form of Abyss Dweller also beats its original counterpart. Abyss Dweller is another card that'll go down in history as one of the most impactful and powerful Xyz monsters ever printed, and was one that was capable of shaping the meta by its presence. And for such a strong card, it's awesome it has roots in a relatively weak and unknown monster that also happens to be a counterpart to a classic vanilla. And quaking into number 3 spot is the True King of all calamities, otherwise known as VFD, due to the fact that it's a combination of True King Agdamazud the Vanisher, True King Bahastros the Fathomer, and True King Blithozajim the Disaster. Each of these True Kings has 2 effects. The second triggers whenever they're destroyed by a card effect. With Vanisher, you get to add a non-fire worm monster from your graveyard to your hand. Fathomer lets you summon a non-water worm monster from your deck, and Disaster is a reborn for any non-earth worm. But they also have an effect in hand which allows you to destroy 2 monsters in your hand or face above the field to special summon themselves out, and then cause some kind of disaster, or calamity for your opponent, if you destroy 2 monsters with the same attribute as the True King you're trying to summon. Vanisher lets you banish from the field or graveyard. Fathomer lets you banish 2 spell trap cards from the field or graveyard, and Disaster lets you banish 3 cards from your opponent's extra deck with different names. True King of all calamities, however, has much less destructive effects, but one that's a lot more impactful in the game, because instead of banishing cards your opponent possesses, VFD lets you detach material from it and declare an attribute to make all monsters in the field become that attribute for the rest of the turn, and then your opponent can't declare attacks or activate the effects of monsters in the possession with the same attribute as the one you declared. It also comes with a bonus effect that pairs really well with the original True Kings, which allows you to destroy monsters your opponent controls when using their effects of the True Kings and summon themselves out. This effect is actually really interesting when paired with his effect to change the attribute of your opponent's monsters. It makes VFD the perfect boss monster for the True King archetype, since you can use it to make your opponent's fire, water, or earth to match the True Kings you have in your hand, so when you summon them you get access to their type of disaster. Which in a way makes VFD live up to his name as the True King of each calamity, especially because its particular floodgate stops monsters of the attribute you declare from being able to do anything to beat it, essentially making it so monsters your opponent controls are powerless to stop the oncoming disasters. However, this particular floodgate was so strong and so game-winning that any deck that was capable of making rank 9s would go out of the way to do so just so they can go into VFD, because a single activation meant that your opponent was locked out of any on-field effects, and if you declare the right attribute, even monsters in their hand or graveyard would be locked out of their effects as well. And in some cases, decks like Virtual World would even make 2 VFDs in a single turn just so they could easily play around cards like Imperm and Gamma and ensure that the lock sticks. Because in any duel where VFD is allowed to resolve, it's a calamity that no opponent is going to be able to recover from, which is why it was eventually banned in the TCG, the OCG, and even Master Duel itself. Overall, VFD is a really interesting evolution on the original 3 True King monsters, and one that really shows its mastery of Doomsday by making the original True Kings much easier to use. However, while its particular disaster isn't as destructive as Vanisher, Fathomer, or Disaster, it still wreaks havoc onto an unsuspecting opponent, and was so strong that it even allowed for the spirit of the original True Kings to stay alive in any deck that could make a rank 9, letting you unleash an almost unstoppable catastrophe. And linking to number 2 is Lavalval Chain, one of the most busted rank 4s ever printed, and one that's been on the ban list since 2015. Lavalval Chain can be made with any 2 level 4 monsters, and allows you to detach a material to choose 2 effects to activate. Its first effect is in reference to the Laval playstyle, a deck that relies on the graveyard in order to make synchro plays, and thus allows you to send any card from your deck to the graveyard. Meanwhile, its second effect is made to work alongside its original counterpart, Yugioh Chain, by letting you put any card from your deck on top of your deck. The idea is that you're supposed to put a ritual monster or ritual spell on top of your deck so that you can normal summon Chain and guarantee that you're going to plus from its effect. But, as you can imagine, having these 2 generically busted effects on an incredibly generic card made it so that Lavalval Chain saw a lot more play than in either of its home archetypes. For example, this effect was really strong in Shaddoll and Lightsworn decks, so it could be used to send just about any card you wanted from your deck to the graveyard in order to use their powerful graveyard effects. Chain was also a vital tool for Necros, as it allowed them to send Jhin release her rituals to the graveyard so you can banish it for a ritual summon and lock your opponent under a floodgate, preventing them from special summoning entirely. Essentially, Chain shows the merit of how insanely powerful Foolish Barrel as a card is, especially one that's easily accessible from the extra deck. And if it were legal today, it would see play in just about every single deck that cares about the graveyard in some way to give you access to a ton of busted graveyard effects. But even Chain's second effect was really strong for its time, and in a way, was used in a way similar to how it would be alongside Yugioh Chain, just without actually using Yugioh Chain. Because if you could find a way to actually summon Lavalval Chain and then draw a card, you could pretty much search for any card in your deck, giving you access to whatever powerful boss monster or combo tool you needed at the time. This was particularly interesting in Infernity, because both of Chain's effects were really useful for them. The Foolish effect was important to send Stygian Street Patrol to the graveyard so you could special summon out Infernities from your hand. But with Chain's second effect, you can control your top deck at any time, which is really important for Infernity Arcfiend. Because if you happen to draw into Arcfiend while you had no cards in hand, you could special summon and then use its effect to add any Arcfiend card from your deck to your hand. And this was amazing in slower formats, because you could combo off to leave you with no cards in hand and guarantee follow-up by making Arcfiend the top card of your deck, and just find a way to draw a card to further your current plays. Overall, Chain actually does a really good job of referencing original counterpart and keeping the ideas and themes of Lavalval and Yugioh alive in other strategies. The only issue is that it's too good at these themes, and was so generically powerful that it's been banned for around 8 years. But as for absurd as it is, there's one thing stronger than a foolish burial. 3 foolish burials. And embracing the darkness at number 1 is number 95 Galaxy Dark Eyes Matter Dragon, one of the most busted dragon monsters ever printed, and an evil counterpart to Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon corrupted by the Sin of Pride. The original Galaxy Eyes can be summoned from your hand by attributing 2 monsters with 2,000 or more attack, and has a decently strong battle phase oriented effect. That can be triggered whenever you declare an attack with Galaxy Eyes to target the monster it's battling and banish it alongside Galaxy Eyes. Both monsters then get returned to the field at the end of the battle phase, and then if you happen to have banished an Xyz monster with the effect, Galaxy Eyes gains an extra 500 attack. Essentially, Galaxy Eyes effect is meant to counter Xyz monsters, by banishing them and forcing them to attach all their materials so they can't use their effects. Most of the Galaxy Eyes Xyz counterparts also build on this idea and have insanely powerful battle phase effects that are capable of negating the field or gaining attack in some way. But a really common feature of these upgrades is that these monsters usually have some way of attacking multiple times. And Dark Matter Dragon is no exception, allowing you to detach a material so you can declare 2 attacks per battle phase on monsters. However, this effect is only a bonus. The real reason why Dark Matter saw competitive play was for its first effect, which allows you to send 3 dragon monsters from your deck to the graveyard for cost to force your opponent to banish 3 monsters from their deck. And what's even more absurd is that you can summon Dark Matter using any Galaxy Eyes monster you control as a material, including any of the other Galaxy Eyes upgrades. This is especially insane because Dark Matter Dragon's effect doesn't have a hard once per turn. So as long as you can keep summoning out Galaxy Eyes monsters from your extra deck or graveyard, you can keep using Dark Matter Dragon's effect, potentially foolishing up to 9 dragons in one turn. Dark Matter Dragon acts as a direct contrast to the hope provided by Utopia. In the manga, both Dark Matter Dragon and the Lightning are desperation plays, but while Lightning shined with hope, Dark Matter Dragon was a representation of Kaito's despair, and his desperation to save his younger brother, so much so that he was willing to give to the darkness and discard the light for Haruto. And it's really cute that in Galaxy Eyes decks, this metaphor is quite literal, since the monsters you'll be sending will be Galaxy Eyes Dragon monsters, which, other than Dark Matter, all happen to be light. However, in the TCG, the monsters you sent were never just discarded for a symbolic reason, and instead would be used to further your combo. This was especially insane during Dragon Ruler format, where Dark Matter Dragon could foolish 3 different Dragon Rulers so that you could either be banished for another Dragon Ruler summon, or just brought out directly from the graveyards themselves. And even after the eventual banning and limitations the Dragon Rulers received, Dark Matter Dragon still found a home in just about any Dragon deck that wanted to send cards to the graveyard, especially since it had such a wide selection of options, with the likes of Destrudo, Eclipse Wyvern, and even the White Stones of Ancient and Legend, and decks that are willing to play the Blue Eyes White Dragon for rank 8 materials. But the reason why Dark Matter was eventually deemed too much was because of a number of different factors. The release of Arcbrave Dragon and Immorphage Sloth meant that you could lock your opponent out of the extra deck by sending both from your deck to the graveyard with Dark Matter Dragon, summoning out Sloth with Arcbrave's effect, and then sitting behind your board while your opponent can't combo off. Then, paired with the release of the Guard Dragons, you could summon out Dark Matter twice in one turn to ensure that Arcbrave combo sticks. And last but not least, its generic application in Dragon decks made it so that it was so absurd as an extra deck tool that it was eventually hit on the ban list. While Dark Matter Dragon is known more for its insane combo potential rather than its flavor, it does an amazing job referencing Galaxy Eyes cards, while also having an effect that does a great job of showcasing Kaito's despair. But if you use its effect, despair is likely the last thing you'll feel because you managed to foolish 3 dragons, and it's probably going to be winning you the game, unless your opponent happens to have some last hope they could use to counter you. Appearing as a circuit that leads the future at number 10 is Link Kuriboh. The Link Evolution, one of the game's most iconic and important mascots, Kuriboh, who actually gets a new retrain or counterpart with every new Yu-Gi-Oh generation. But out of all of them, Link Kuriboh is by far the strongest. In terms of effects, the original Kuriboh is defensive and allows you to discard it from your hand during damage calculation after an opponent's monster has declared an attack to make it so you take no battle damage. Link Kuriboh adopts its defensive capabilities for a more modern age, with its first effect where you can activate it whenever an opponent's monster declares an attack by attributing Link Kuriboh for cost, which lets you change the attacking monster's attack to 0. But just because you attribute it doesn't mean Link Kuriboh's gone forever, because if Link Kuriboh is in your graveyard, you can activate its bonus effect at quick effect speed to tribute a level 1 monster to summon it back to the field. But in order to bring out Link Kuriboh from the extra deck in the first place, you need to link summon it by using any level 1 monster. Now, in the original Duel Monsters anime, Kuriboh was often mocked as the weakest monster in the game due to its incredible low stat line, but it was still played by Yugi due to the potential he saw in the card, and because of Kuriboh's loyalty as a companion. And he was rewarded for his trust as Kuriboh's effects came up numerous times throughout the series in order to save his life points in really intense moments, thus giving him one more turn to turn the duel around. Likewise, Linkuriboh, despite being introduced to the game over a decade later, was used in a similar capacity in the Vrains anime, where Linkuriboh was introduced as a loyal friend to AI and was vitally important to Yusaka's duels to save him from deadly attacks, which is precisely how Linkuriboh's first effect is used in the actual game itself, as a neat battle trick that's capable of giving you just one more turn if your opponent doesn't respect it, which actually makes it a really cool way of translating the original Kuriboh's one-time save to a more modern game. But the connection between those two Kuribohs goes even deeper than you might think. You see, in the Duel Monsters anime, Kuriboh wasn't just as effective as a hand trap, it was also an integral part of Yugi's deck due to its hidden capabilities, and was an integral tool for defeating Maximilian Pegasus at the end of the Duelist Kingdom arc. This was all due to the spell card, Multiply, which allowed Kuriboh to spawn infinite versions of itself and create an unbreakable defensive wall that even the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and the Thousand Eyes Restrict couldn't break through. These Kuriboh clones could then detonate on impact with the opponent's monster to weaken or destroy them, and Linkuriboh actually does a really good job referencing both of these abilities with its two effects. Its first effect causes Linkuriboh to detonate itself whenever an opponent's monster tries to make contact with you, tripping itself for cost, weakening them until the end of the turn. And while Linkuriboh won't spawn copies of itself, it is capable of multiplying infinitely with its second effect, because you can keep bringing back Linkuriboh each turn so long as you have level 1 monsters to tribute. These two effects combine to create a more modern version of the infinite Kuriboh defense, allowing Linkuriboh to save your life points a number of different times in a duel, just like how Kuriboh was capable of infinitely defending Yugi's life points. Unfortunately though, for as cool these effects are for keeping the spirit of Kuriboh alive, they're not really important to Linkuriboh's relevance in the Yu-Gi-Oh meta. The real reason Linkuriboh saw a ton of competitive play isn't because of its effects. It's because of its summoning condition, which lets you immediately put a level 1 monster into the graveyard while putting a free body on the board. This was important for a number of different strategies, such as dinosaurs. Linkuriboh was needed in order to be used as a non-dinosaur monster to fulfill the conditions of Double Evolution Pill, and in Altergeist for being able to put Mulisix in the graveyard to trigger her effect. But the time where Linkuriboh reached meta dominance was in Spiral format, where it could be used to easily put Spiral Quick Fix in the graveyard in order to use its graveyard effect to summon itself out again and abuse its on-summon effect, while also putting a free body on board. Now, while this use in the competitive metagame doesn't really take into account Linkuriboh's defensive capabilities, it actually works out to still reference some of the ways the original Kuriboh was used in Duel Monsters. You see, Kuriboh wasn't just used for its abilities in the anime, it was also one of Yugi's most important enablers, and was often tributed or sacrificed for the summon of other more powerful monsters, such as in the duel against the mind-controlled Joey Wheeler, where Kuriboh was used by Yugi to summon out Joey's Red Eyes Black Dragon, and was even an important part of the first ritual summon of Blacklisted Soldier against My Valentine in both the anime and manga, where BLS was summoned out by tributing Kuriboh in both versions, a fact referenced in Super Soldier Ritual where you can see it in its card artwork. Incidentally, Linkuriboh happens to be used in a similar way in the competitive metagame, enabling other combo extenders while also being material important enough for the summons of other monsters, which in a roundabout way, makes it so that Linkuriboh references every way Kuriboh was used in the anime. While some Kuriboh variants are definitely better than others, it's really cute that, despite the game being around for over 2 decades, Kuriboh has always managed to return in some way, shape, or form, as a loyal companion not just to the characters in the anime and manga, but to us as players. And Linkuriboh manages to be the best evolution of Kuriboh we've ever received, both for flavor and competitive use. Being able to detonate and multiply like its original form, while also being an important tool for combo decks, enables some of their most powerful plays. Which honestly isn't bad for an evolution based on the card that so many dismissed as the weakest monster in the game. Just be hopeful that it's more loyal to you than it is to AI. Riding in on Currents of Lightning at number 9 is Psyframe Lord Lambda, the archetypal Link monster for the Psyframe archetype, who also just so happens to be an evolution of Psyframe Multithreader, the only known wielder of the Psyframe gears, alongside Psyframe Driver. The original Multithreader was designed as a way to bring out your Psyframe Lords without necessarily having to rely on Driver, because in the hand and graveyard, Multithreader's name is treated as Psyframe Driver, allowing you to use the effects of your gears to summon out Multithreader so that you can then synchro summon it into a Lord. The same goal is also accomplished with Multithreader's third effect, which allows you to special summon her to the field from your graveyard if a Psyframe Tuner is special summoned to the field. And it's even easier to put in the graveyard as well, since she has an in-hand effect, where if a Psyframe card or cards would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can discard her instead. Meanwhile, Lambda's effects are actually quite different from her original counterpart. Her first effect is a simple continuous effect that allows you to activate the effects of your Psyframe hand traps even while you control a face-up monster. And if a psychic monster you control happens to be banished face-up while you control Lambda, you can use her trigger effect to add a Psyframe card from your deck to your hand during the end phase. Now, while both of these effects are quite different from one another, they both manage to support the use of the Psyframes, while also acting as an alternative to the original wielder of the gears by using them in their own unique ways. Multithreader can act like Driver in the hand and graveyard, showcasing how she, just like Driver, is capable of wielding the gears. But she differentiates herself from him by playing a more active role in the strategy, since she gives the deck protection and can act as an extender while in the graveyard. This means that you can summon out Psyframe Lords without necessarily having to rely on the effects of the gears, giving the deck a more active way of reaching its boss monsters. This is in stark contrast to Driver, who takes a more passive role in the deck as a monster who's wholly reliant on the gears for a summon. A similar contrast is upheld as Driver and Multi-Threader become Lords themselves, with them both using their powers in their own unique ways to support their gears. As both Zeta and Omega, Driver does this by banishing himself, letting him escape the S-Force while also clearing away your own field so that you don't control any monsters. This lets you fulfill the activation requirements of the gears so that you can always use them as hand traps, while also letting you keep a strong boss monster rotation to apply pressure on your opponent. Meanwhile, Lambda supports the gears by altering their activation conditions even while you control a monster, letting the deck take a more active role by letting you commit other monsters to the field. And it's this particular master of the gears that led Lambda to seeing so much competitive play in just about any strategy that was willing to play Psyframe Gear Gamma. Gamma had always been a busted hand trap, and one that was either capable of shutting down an opponent's turn or making their hand traps meaningless, and was especially crazy if you managed to activate Gamma on your own turn, as it provided you with 2 free bodies you could use for a Synchrowader or Link Summon, which made it an incredibly generic staple that's seen years of competitive play in hundreds of different decks. But one of the big downsides to Gamma was that as soon as you committed a monster to your field, you couldn't use it anymore. Lambda fixes this problem entirely with her first effect, letting you commit monsters to the field while keeping Gamma alive in your hand. This increases Gamma's strength as a proactive tool, as you can make Lambda early in your combo to protect your plays, while also increasing the strength of your end board by giving you an extra interruption in the form of Gamma in your hand. And because Lambda's materials were so generic, just about any strategy could use her to this advantage. Now, with the recent limitation of Gamma, Lambda is likely to see a lot less competitive play. But for the time when Gamma was at 3, she was an absolute star player in extra decks that turned the Psyframe gears from amazing to insane, showing off Multi-Threader's strength as a wielder of these weapons and her role as a more active and energetic Psyframe. Hiding in the shadows at number 8 is Dark, the Dark Charmer, Gloomy, the dark representative of the Charmer Link monsters, who are all evolutions of the familiar Possessed counterparts, who are in turn evolutions of the original Charmer monsters. These monsters are a series of flip monsters that, when flipped face up, you can take control of an opponent's monster or their associated attribute, allowing them to literally charm your opponent's monsters and have them fight alongside you as you control that Charmer. The familiar Possessed monsters are the stronger versions of these Charmers after having gained a greater mastery over their attribute in Familiar, and have allowed their Familiar to possess them to grant them strength. This is reflected in their summon conditions and effects, allowing you to summon them by sending their associated Charmer and a monster with their attribute to the graveyard, so that you can summon them out from the hand or deck. And when they're summoned this way, their greater strength shines, as they can now inflict piercing battle damage when attacking defense position monsters. Other than Dark and Lina, who instead get to search out monsters from their deck to the hand, Lina can add any spellcaster monster with 1500 defense, and Dark can only search out level 3 or 4 light spellcasters. These monsters then evolve into the Link Charmers after taking up a second familiar. The Link Charmers are always treated as familiar possessed cards, and can be summoned out using any 2 monsters as long as one of those monsters is a monster of their associated attribute. These monsters all have the same 2 effects. Their first effect allows them to target a monster in your opponent's graveyard as their associated attribute, and special summon to the zone that they point to. And if the Link Summon Charmers are destroyed by opponent's card while you control them, you get to add any monster of their attribute from your deck to your hand, as long as that monster has 1500 or less defense. These effects are actually really cute upgrades of the original Charmers, and do an amazing job of bringing their flavor to modern strategies. The Link Charmers retain the ability to charm an opponent's monster of their same attribute, but instead of stealing a monster from the field, you steal from their graveyard instead. This has a whole host of applications depending on the format and the Charmer you're using. In formats where Kashtira or the Ashija Shufflers are popular, it's fairly likely you'll see the Asuna summon to steal an opponent's Fenrir or Mudora. And when DPE or Sprite or the Tier 0 tier limits are running around, Dark is a really common inclusion to provide you with extra extension or just steal an opponent's boss monster. But that's not where the utility of the Charmers ends, because their second effect is just as strong as their first effect, allowing some strategies to search pretty much their entire deck if the Charmer or their attribute is destroyed by an opponent's card. In tier formats, Dark is often used by both Sprite and Tier, who are more than willing to crash them so they can search out Blue or Havness, while if Lina is destroyed you get to add an Effect Veiler or Gamma to hand, and if Asua is destroyed while you're on Nigeria, you get to add a free Mole Cricket to your hand. Essentially, these second effects have just as much utility as their first effects, and can be winningly strong if they have a good search target waiting in the wings, no matter the attribute. And it's actually a really nice reference to Lina and Dark's search effects as familiar possessed monsters. But it's both of these effects combined that showcase just how strong the Charmers have become as a group. With each one now having gained such a mastery of their attribute, they're capable of charming and searching monsters at the same time, all while possessing multiple familiars. And this newfound strategy is translated excellently into the TCG, where the Charmer Link monsters have reached staple status and a ton of different strategies for their general utility. Contained in the number 7 spot is Sprite Sprint, who is actually a combination of the Sprite monsters after having been defeated and imprisoned within Kit Spriggan's armor, which is actually how this monster got the name Sprint, since Kit's armor was also formed from pieces of the original Sprint, the Iron Dash dragon. Sprite Sprint has 3 effects. Its first prevents it from being used as link materials to turn its link summoned, just like Elf. Its third effect calls back to its Spriggan's origins, allowing to detach material from an Xyz's multi-control in order to act as removal. But instead of destroying like the Spriggans usually do, Sprite Sprint instead lets you return a monster to the hand. Meanwhile, Sprint's second effect is a reference to its Sprite Prisoners, and allows you to send a level 2 monster from your deck to the graveyard whenever Sprint is link summoned. This is a really funny evolution of the sprites, because while this effect doesn't relate to or evolve from the effects of the Sprite monsters, it instead showcases their defeat at the hands of Regulus, Sargass, and Kit, after having been contained within Kit's old armor. Which is an idea that's translated really well into the actual game, because whenever Sprint is brought out, you have the opportunity to send a sprite from your deck to your graveyard to show off their literal defeat and how foolish they were to challenge our heroes. However, you'd rarely actually send a sprite with Sprint, and even though it's a monster that's supposed to signify the defeat of the archetype, Sprite and other decks that use level 2s use Sprint to their advantage in order to easily access a ton of powerful graveyard effects. Tearlaments often use Sprint to ensure they always have a way to foolish Tearlaments merely to use their Fusion Summon effect, while Pure Sprite would usually send Nimble Angler to the graveyard so they can get out 2 Nimble Beavers from the deck, and funnily enough, even Tri-Brigade decks to take advantage of Sprint in order to send Tri-Brigade Kit, Sprint's original creator, from the deck to the grave. Both Sprint's Bounce and Foolish have a ton of utility between them that has allowed for it to be a staple extra deck piece in Sprite and in a ton of other strategies, but there's no doubt that its strongest effect is its Foolish, which allows you to easily access and use any level 2 in the game with a good graveyard effect, leading you to victory. Which is quite ironic given that Sprint was supposed to represent the initial defeat of the Aigyros Menace. And flying into number 6 is Sky Striker Ace Kagari, the flaming evolution of Sky Striker Ace Ray, who actually has a number of different evolutions with different attributes so that you can adapt to any given situation using her fabled power of the Sky Striker. This is actually reflected in her on-field effect because, at quick effect speed, you can tribute Ray to special summon out a Sky Striker Ace monster from your extra deck to the extra monster zone. And it just so happens that every ace that you can summon with its effect happens to be an evolution of Ray. And if any Sky Striker Ace monster is destroyed by battle or removed from the field by opponent's card effect, you can use Ray's graveyard effect to special summon yourself back out from the graveyard in order to go into a new form and deal with your opponent's latest threats. Kagari is one of these forms, with her effect being quite different from Ray due to this suit being more specialized as an offensive force, which is why she gains an extra 100 attack for each spell card you have in your graveyard. And when she's special summoned, you get to target a Sky Striker spell card in your graveyard to add it to your hand. The reason why Kagari's effect is like this is due to the specific role that she fulfills in Ray's arsenal. Kagari is supposed to be used as a way to fire back against an opponent that represents insurmountable odds, which is why Kagari gives Ray a much needed power up, allowing you to beat over even the biggest of beatsticks if you happen to have enough spell cards in your graveyard. All the while, she's also able to act as a recovery tool to add back your important Sky Striker spells so that you can go all out on one last maneuver. This is precisely how Kagari is portrayed in the Sky Striker manga, where this suit was first introduced when Ray had been beaten back by Rose, who managed to land a cut on her rival. This forced Ray to make a tactical retreat so she could relaunch the Engage system to bring out her first true evolution, Kagari, who was more than capable of defeating Rose after going all out on an Afterburners maneuver, and thereafter Kagari was used as Ray's main offensive tool. Meanwhile, Kagari's use in the competitive metagame actually conveys this idea really well, since her role as a recovery tool is really important for letting you add Engage from your graveyard to your hand after it's been sent to your graveyard, either because you activated it already or via the effect of Hayate. This gives Sky Striker easy and consistent access to its strongest playmaker, which can be used multiple times over a duel or even a turn due to Kagari's recovery effect, allowing for Ray and her arsenal to take on decks, strategies, and boss monsters that would otherwise be out of her league. Although in this case, Kagari is less used as an all-out attack like in the manga, and more like a way to gradually whittle down an opponent's resources while letting you accumulate your own alongside Ray's other forms, showcasing her mastery of the Sky Striker system as a whole. As a result of always being able to take on stronger decks, Sky Striker has managed to always see a decent amount of competitive play, and is always close to rogue playability if not already a strong meta contender. And a huge part of this is thanks to Kagari Ray's first power-up and the Sky Striker Ace that gives the deck a ton of resilience despite its age. Forging the bond that connects the real with the virtual at number 5 is Access Code Talker, the ultimate evolved form of Decode Talker, one of Yusuka's Ace monsters, with Access Code representing Yusuka's growth throughout the V-Reigns anime, as well as his connection to AI. The original Decode Talker was used to represent Yusuka's cold and calculated nature as a character, as both the Decode Talker's effects are centered around using others for some kind of gain. Its first attack does this by gaining 500 attack for every monster it points to, while its second effect can protect your other cards from being targeted, In order to do so, you need to tribute a monster that you own that Decode Talker points to. And just like how in the anime, Yugioh was additionally willing to sacrifice AI in order to protect the reins, Access Code Talker has similar effects to gain attack and use other monsters to gain an advantage. But because Access Code is symbolic of Yugioh's growth, it actually represents something entirely different. Access Code's first effect prevents your opponent from being able to activate cards and effects in response to both of Access Code's other effects. Its second effect occurs whenever it's Link Summon and lets you target a Link monster that was used as one of the materials for itself, so that it can gain attack equal to the Link rating of the monster times 1000. And last but not least, its third effect allows you to banish a Link monster from your field or graveyard to destroy a card your opponent controls. This effect doesn't have any kind of once per turn, potentially letting you wipe away your opponent's field. But after you use the effect, you can't banish a Link monster with the same attribute as one of the previously banished to use Access Code Talker's effect, giving it like a quasi 6 per turn effect. In the competitive game, Access Code Talker is used quite differently from its original counterpart. Because while Decode Talker was a generally decent utility tool in the early days of Link summoning, Access Code is a game closer, and one that's used to great effect in the modern era in just about any deck playing a robust Link package. With Access being a great way of clearing your opponent's field so that you can either swing for game, or even over your opponent's high attack boss monsters. And this was precisely how it was used in the anime. In the final Duel of Reigns, where Yugioh had to face off against his once loyal friend and partner, AI, he had to stare down AI's The Arrival at Ignister, an unaffected tower that was gaining an absurd amount of attack due to Ignis that went into summoning it, as well as its own effect to gain 1000 attack for every card AI controlled. The Arrival is supposed to be the culmination of AI's efforts to preserve and save his AI friends, and showcase how much he cares for the Cyberse world, with the anime version of the Arrival being centered around trying to keep as many cards in the field as possible, because AI wasn't able to let go of the past. But it also represents that AI and Yugioh could be together. AI didn't want to throw away his partnership with Yugioh, he still cares for him after everything that's happened between them, which is why when Data Storm forms around them, AI offers Yugioh the chance to combine together as one. An offer that Yugioh refuses as he recalls the journey and bonds he's made and strengthened with his friends and enemies up to this point, and gains strength enough to summon Access Code Talker while gaining 5000 attack from Dark Fluid. Yugioh then uses the effective Access Code a total of 6 times, one for each attribute other than Divine, to represent both the Ignis and each one of the victims of the Hanoi Project, which is the experiment that created the Ignis in the first place and left Yugioh with a ton of unresolved childhood trauma. But even though Yugioh is banishing those monsters for cost, he isn't discarding the memories or bonds he made with the other victims of the project. He's instead letting go of his own trauma while realizing the importance of the bonds formed through his journey, with the ultimate culmination being Yugioh banishing Decode Talker, the card that represents his former self, in order to destroy AI's compromise as a rejection of AI's offer to become one being. This iconic moment is made even more striking when you realize both Access Code and the Arrival essentially represent the same person, and both their boss monsters have a way to gain attack due to the bonds of their friends of different attributes, as well as ways to protect themselves, with the Arrival being unaffected and Access Code being unrespondable. But Access Code and the Arrival are 2 different cards, despite this similarity, just like how both Yugioh and AI have grown into 2 different people and can't become one. Despite them both being impacted and birthed from the Hanoi Project, with Access Code showcasing Yugioh's desire to move on from his trauma and form new bonds, contrasting with AI's need to preserve his friends and reliance on the past. Both of these philosophies are put to the test when these 2 monsters battle. But both of their attacks are made to become equal by Gasari, and the 2 monsters subsequently end up destroying each other by battle, showing that neither Yugioh or AI are right or wrong, they're just different, and both their ideals are equally as important as each other. Now, while Access Code Talker's use in the TCG is a lot less impactful than in the anime, it still carries Yugioh's philosophy with it into the decks it's played in. In order for Access Code to be an important playmaker, it can't be used on its own, and is reliant on other Link monsters to be strong, just like how Yugioh relied on his friends, with every new bond you make of a new attribute increasing Access Code potential power and impact, which happens to make it an extremely strong player Cyberse decks that can Link summon a ton of different Link monsters of different attributes, with its most well-known partner being Update Jammer, who can allow Access Code to attack twice and the game on its own with a boosted attack stat. Even though Access Code's effects are quite different from Decode Talker, it actually works out to be a really nice metaphor for how far Yugioh has come from the first episode of Reigns, and how far he's willing to go to protect humanity, even if his partner has turned against him. And it's a really sweet way to show off how far Yugioh has managed to move on from the trauma of the Hanoi Project and grow into his own person, with a newfound love of the people around the bonds he's made that's actually translated into the actual card game really well, with Access Code being so reliant on other Link monsters. And flying into number 4 is Samorg, Bird of Sovereignty, who's actually the combined forms of Samorg, Lord of the Storm, and Samorg of Darkness, the evolutions of the original Samorg and Dark Samorg, who, after their sky battle, combined to form the Bird of Sovereignty. Other than the OG Simorgh, the entire Simorgh archetype revolves around punishing your opponent for using spells and traps to keep their spell and trap card zones clear, so the original Simorgh is guaranteed to deal 1000 burn damage each end phase. Simorgh of Darkness does this by being able to directly negate and destroy the activated spell or trap, while Lord of the Storm instead lets you shuffle a card in the field into the deck whenever your opponent activates a spell or trap card. This pairs really well with Sovereignty, who provides the deck with a new reward for keeping the spell and trap card zones clear that happens to be a lot better than burning for 1000 points of damage. Because during the end phase, you can special summon out a Winged Beast monster from your deck whose level is equal to or lower than the number of unused spell and trap card zones on the field. But that's not all, because while Sovereignty is on the field, your opponent can't target it or Winged Beast monsters it points to with card effects. And if Sovereignty would be destroyed by battle, you can destroy any other Simorgh card you control instead. With the only trade-off being that you need to summon it using at least 2 monsters, with one being Winged Beast monster, and it can't be used as link material at all. This is actually a really neat payoff that echoes the effect of the original Simorgh while updating it for the modern era, and gave the deck a genuinely powerful payoff that had the potential to summoning almost any Winged Beast monster from your deck, so long as you keep both players' spell and trap card zones clear in some ways, echoing the ideas of the original Simorgh, but with a way better payoff with more unused zones giving you access to more powerful birds. Because the pool of Winged Beast monsters you could potentially pull from was astonishingly strong. If you managed to keep at least 7 spell and trap card zones clear, you could summon out Apex Avian directly from your deck for a free Omni Negate. Or if you had at least 4 spell trap card zones clear, you could bring out a Barrier Statue of the Stormwinds to lock your opponent out of special summoning entirely. This made Simorgh a boon in just about any deck that was capable of putting a Winged Beast monster on the field. Even decks that had important spells and trap cards like Tri-Brigade were willing to play Simorgh because on their first turn, your opponent can't play spell and trap cards on the field, guaranteeing at least 5 unused spell and trap card zones even if all of your zones were full, meaning that it's very likely to be able to bring out a Barrier Statue for free and win the game outright. And as long as you account for Simorgh's effect, it's very likely you'll have enough unused zones to summon out Apex Avian, which was common practice for decks that use Simorgh in order to play around board breakers like Evenly Matched that the deck would otherwise struggle to deal with. Sovereignty is a really neat evolution for the Simorgh archetype, and one that allowed for unused spell and trap card zones to be an important part of other decks, where it otherwise wouldn't have mattered, so these strategies could get access to the powerful payoffs it provided. The only issue was that Simorgh was too strong for how easy it was for some decks to access, which even led to it being put on the Forbidden and Limited lists. But for the time it was legal, Sovereignty was a really cool way of bringing Simorgh's themes to the modern day. And rocking into number 3 is Heavy Metal Foes Electromite, a powerful pendulum playmaker who's actually the combined forms of Metal Foes Silver and Gold Driver to form the ally of Electrum. Most of the Metal Foes main deck is made up of normal pendulum monsters that have an effect and scale to target a face-up card you control to destroy it to set a Metal Foes spell or trap directly from your deck. This can give you a ton of free advantage by either letting you set up your extra deck for a big pendulum summon if you destroy a monster card, or by letting you trigger the graveyard effects of your Metal Foes spell and trap cards. Essentially, the archetype loves to destroy each other in order to recreate and reform themselves. It's that metal. Electromite carries this spirit with it by rewarding you for destroying your own cards. Whenever Electromite is link summoned, you get to send a pendulum monster directly from your deck to your face-up extra deck. And on a soft once per turn, you can target another face-up card you control and destroy it to add a pendulum monster from your extra deck to your hand. And if a card happens to leave the pendulum zone, you get to draw a card for free, but this effect is a hard once per turn. And the best part is that Electromite is generic, so it can be made with any 2 pendulum monsters. This was really important for Electromite's playability, as it meant that just about any pendulum deck could play it. Which makes sense because Electromite is from the Duel Overload, a set that contained a whole bunch of broken link monsters designed to help each mechanic survive Master Rule 4. And Electromite supported pendulums incredibly well. Its first and second effects could be used in tandem to always guarantee access to any pendulum monster in the game, and weren't even hard once per turns, allowing you to use multiple Electromites in a single turn to either set up your extra deck, or just search out any pendulums you could need. This was already strong, but it was even stronger when paired with Astrograph Sorcerer. If you remember the Pendulum Evolution video, you'll remember that part of why Astrograph Sorcerer was so strong was because of how it synergized with Heavy Metal Foes Electromite. Because you could send Astrograph to the extra deck with Electromite, and then use the effect of Electromite to destroy a Pendulum skill to add the Astrograph to your hand. And then you could use the in-hand effect of Astrograph to special summon itself, and add a Pendulum skill from your deck to your hand while also drawing a card from Electromite. This netted you a ton of free advantage while also setting up your extra deck for a Pendulum summon, which is why it was played in just about every Pendulum strategy capable of making Electromite. Which is honestly really cool that the themes of destruction as a form of creation that are omnipresent in Metal Foes managed to be carried on in a ton of other Pendulum strategies that could use it to great effect. However, there was a form of destruction that even Electromite wouldn't be able to recreate itself from: the ban list. And Electromite would find itself there in 2020 in the TCG, where it's remained since, much to the sadness of every Pendulum pilot. But thanks to Master Duel, Electromite manages to keep the spirit of metal foes alive to this day in just about every pendulum deck capable of making it. And swimming into number 2 is Nightmare Mermaid. A representative of the Nightmare archetype, a series of corrupted link evolutions of the Mech Knight monsters after their cores had been extracted by Nightmare Corruptor Ibli. Now, just about every Nightmare could have made onto this list on their own merit, from the insane utility of Nightmare Unicorn to the absurd floodgate of Nightmare Griffin, and even the busted double normal summon of Nightmare Goblin, which made it the first Link monster to ever be banned in the TCG. But Mermaid takes the cake for how splashable it made Orcus. You see, when Mermaid is Link summoned, you can discard one card to special summon any Nightmare monster from your deck, and if it happened to be co-linked when you activate the effect, you get to draw a card for free. It even comes with a bonus effect reducing the attack and defense of all monsters by 1,000 unless they're co-linked. This effect is a sharp contrast to Indigo Eclipse, Mermaid's original counterpart, who has the Mech Knight summoning condition to bring itself out from the hand into a column where 2 or more monsters exist, and at quick effect speed you can use Indigo Eclipse effects to move a Mech Knight monster you control to another one of your main monster zones. The reason why these effects are so different is because of the corruption of the Mech Knight cores that have been reshaped by Ibli to serve her evil desires, which has made the Mech Knights lose all sense of self and identity until they all become monsters whose only goal is to wreak havoc and obey her whims. Nightmare Mermaid is the best example of this in the archetype, since it's capable of heralding the 3 different versions of Ibli. Nightmare Corruptor Ibli, who tainted the Mech Knight cores in the first place, and Nightmare Incarnation Ibli, her ultimate form. And the most important monster Mermaid could summon, Orcus Nightmare, who happens to be the Ibli after having possessed Galatea, the Orcus automaton. At the cost of a single discard, you can summon out Orcus Nightmare from your deck, which allowed you to then link Orcus and Mermaid into Galatea. From there, you could use your graveyard effect of Orcus Nightmare and send Harp Horror from your deck to the graveyard and perform the full Orcus combo, letting you set up a Dengursu engrave with Orcus Babble Up, or even Orcus Crescendo, one of the most powerful Omni negates in the game. What makes this engine so noteworthy though was Nightmare Mermaid's summoning condition, since it's a Link 1 that can use any Nightmare monster as its material. And all of the other Nightmares have really generic summoning conditions, with most of them letting you make them with 2 or more monsters with different names. Which means that if you can put the materials on the field for a single Nightmare Phoenix, just about any deck could have access to the entire Orcus combo. Which in terms of lore is honestly pretty sad, because Longursu made Galatea as a way for his sister to be reborn into the world. But Nightmare Mermaid showcases how corruptible this doll is, with Ib's Vessel being the host for a number of different strategies, just like how it would soon become the host for the evil Fairy Lee. In terms of evolution, Nightmare Mermaid is a prime example of how evil can corrupt and turn even the most noble of heroes into monsters, and is a tragic end to the tale of most of the Mech Knights, who've lost their sense of self entirely after Ibli's corruption. And it translates the tragedy of Ibli's victory over the TCG really well, and allowed for the Orcus automaton to be used in a ton of different decks, which would eventually lead to Mermaid's ban. And making a splash at number 1 is Crystron Halki Fibrax, the best Link evolution in the game who's a combination of every Crystron main deck tuner into one form. Quan, Creatine, and Ryan all have effects to summon out a non-tuner during your opponent's turn from either the hand, graveyard, or banish pile with their effects negated, so you can then immediately perform a synchro summon of a machine-type synchro monster during your opponent's turn, which pretty much sums up the main gimmick of the Crystrons, synchro summoning during your opponent's turn to use the powerful on-summon effects of the Crystron boss monsters. Halki Fibrax is almost a one-to-one translation of these effects into Link form, but makes them a lot more generically usable. Halk can be made with any 2 monsters as long as one of them is a tuner, and when it's Link summoned you can summon out any level 3 or lower tuner monster from your hand or deck in defense position, rather than a non-tuner, and you can't activate the effects of that monster for the rest of the turn. And during your opponent's main or battle phase, you can banish Halki Fibrax to special summon out any synchro tuner from your extra deck for free, while treating it as a synchro summon. Both of these effects are really cute references to Halk's original archetype, with its first effect being a stronger version of its 3 components, and its second effect showcasing the power of synchro summoning during your opponent's turn. But like many Link evolutions on this list, Halki Fibrax did too good of a job conveying these themes and ideas, and as a result these effects were busted in just about any strategy that used tuners. Its first effect was a boon for synchro strategies, since it gave you access to a ton of different tuners such as the Red Rose Dragon engine, where after synchroing off Red Rose, you could summon out Roxrose from your deck to add the Rose Dragon Reborn from your deck to your hand for a ton of free bodies. But Halk wasn't just an amazing tool for synchro summoning, because there weren't any restrictions on what you could use the tuner for, allowing you to link climb with it and Halk into any Link 3 you could want, with it most infamously being used to enable Halkadon, a combo centered around summoning out Despot 001 and Halki Fibrax so you could then link summon into Mecha Phantombeast Auroradon with the 2 machines. Then you could use the effect of Auroradon to summon out 3 machine tokens, which could trigger the graveyard effect of Despot 001, giving you a ton of free bodies you could use for synchro plays. Hauck's second effect wasn't as well used as its first effect, especially during the time Halcodon was legal. But despite this, Hauck's second effect was just as busted. And like the Crystons that came before it, showcased the power of synchro summoning during your opponent's turn. Because a lot of the tuners synchros Haucky Firebracks could summon also enabled a ton of powerful boss monsters with their on-summon effects, as well as their ability to synchro summon at quick effect speed. You could use Formula Synchron for a free draw, Desert Locust to hand rip, or TG Wonder Magician to pop your own set artifact Scythe. The two effects of Hauck would work together in Punk Therion, one of the last decks that Hauck saw play in before it was axed on the ban list. In this deck, Hauck's first effect was used to summon out Jet Synchron from the deck. And then you would use Jet Synchron to synchro summon with Chaos Ruler to go into Hot Red Dragon Arcfiend Abyss, a level 9 synchro. Then you would use Jet Synchron's effect to summon itself from the graveyard to prepare for Hauck's second effect, which you would then use on your opponent's turn to summon out Formula Synchron, who could then upgrade your Hot Red Dragon Arcfiend Abyss into Hot Red Dragon Arcfiend King Calamity, a card which, upon a successful synchro summon, prevents your opponent from being able to activate any cards or effects for the rest of the turn, basically skipping their entire turn. Which is actually really cute that one of the ways you could use this Link evolution was to promote the evolution of another boss monster. And Hauck was used for more than even everything we just said here. Its general application was so incredibly strong that it saw play in hundreds of different strategies over the years, from Sword Soul to Infernoble and even Sky Striker. In a way, it's really cute that the theming of Crystons was kept alive in so many different decks, and in so many different ways, with Haucky Firebracks carrying the spirit of this almost unused archetype with it to heights of competitive play until its eventual ban, which is why there's no doubt about it being the strongest Link evolution in the game, and one that does a solid job of keeping the spirit of Crystons alive. And at number 10, we have Power Angel Valkyria. This card is the evolution of Duname's Dark Witch, a level 4 vanilla monster with 1800 attack. So it was actually kind of on the high end back in the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh! And was one of the highest attack level 4 monsters in Duel Links for a while. Power Angel Valkyria has the exact same stats as the original, except it actually has an effect, where if you negate the activation of a card, you get to add one light fairy type monster from your deck to your hand. So it's basically counter fairy support, a series of cards all about gaining advantage after countering your opponent's plays. Although this is one of the few counter fairies which doesn't specifically require a counter trap card to be activated. So you can gain the advantage if you just negate the effects with monster effects or any other way, just as long as you negate the activation of the card and not just negate the card itself with something like Effect Veiler. So it is kinda specific, but if you only use counter trap cards, you don't have to worry about it, because pretty much all of them counter the activation. Now, that being said, counter fairies themselves don't really see competitive play anymore, and this card came out way late after they stopped seeing play, so its time to shine is basically only occasionally in Duel Links. And at number 9, we have Kaiser Vorse Raider. This is the evolution of Vorse Raider, another high attack neural monster from the early days of the game, this one being one of 2 vanilla monsters that had 1900 attack, sharing that distinction with Gemini Elf, who was the first vanilla monster of 1900 attack, and saw a lot of competitive play because of that, when having a high attack on a level 4 monster used to be a big deal. Now, what this evolution does is it has the same stats except for one little distinction, where it's actually one level higher than the original, being a level 5 monster, which you would think would make it worse, since a 1900 attack monster that's level 5 is actually kind of bad. But it does have the effect to special summon itself from your hand if you control no monsters, which is actually a good effect for a high level monster to have. It also has another effect that if it destroys a monster by battle, it gains 500 attack. And if this card is destroyed by battle, the monster who destroyed it loses 500 attack. Both of these effects are permanent, so the more this card attacks over things, the stronger and stronger it gets, which would have been great if this card was released a little bit earlier in the TCG, but since the card came out in 2016, it didn't see any competitive play. The fact that it can special summon itself from the hand means it has potential to see play in the future though. Generally, cards with niche effects to special summon themselves come into the meta whenever a deck is introduced that just happens to allow the card to work with whatever the new gimmick of the archetype is. Currently, it doesn't fit into any of those gimmicks and only enjoys some niche success in Duel Links, where cards like this kind of shine in that much more limited format. And at number 8, we have Citadel Well. This card is the evolution of Fortress Well, an old level 7 ritual monster with no effect, which kind of has mediocre stats for how difficult it was to bring out, and of course, having a lack of an effect. So the original didn't really see play, and the evolved form is much better. Citadel Well has the exact same stats as the original, but it's not a ritual, and it's a lot easier to bring out, as it can bring itself out by attributing any 2 water monsters you control while this card is in your hand or graveyard. Being able to bring itself out from the graveyard is great. The availability of being able to do it from the hand as well is just icing on the cake. That means it's not a dead card in your hand and you can't brick in a deck that's trying to bring the card out. When this card is special summoned, you can set 1 Sea Stealth attack directly from your deck, which is a trap card that allows level 5 or higher water monsters to destroy whatever they battle at the start of the damage step, meaning all of your level 5 or higher water monsters gain the Ally of Justice Catastor effect, which is really good. It's so good that it was kind of a head scratcher why they added this card in Sea Stealth attack to Duel Links, because it was a little bit too strong in that version of the game, and it absolutely saw play. Tons of heavy competitive play at that. In the actual TCG, it didn't see play at all. Citadel Well came out in 2017, when the TCG had Zodiacs, which are like 10 times stronger than anything Citadel Well can put on the board, unfortunately. Although that's not it with Citadel Well, it also has an extra effect, where once per turn, if your opponent activates a card or effect that targets 1 water monster you control, you can just negate the activation and destroy that card. There is no other cost as negation, only limitation that the effect only targets 1 water monster and no other cards, which is actually pretty good inherent protection. And the card Sea Stealth Attack has a quick effect, where you can banish a water monster you control until the end phase to make it so your face-up spell and trap cards cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects, which actually gave protection to your water monsters as well, because you could just banish them for a turn in order to activate the effect to protect your back row from any kind of removal. It was incredibly hard to out Citadel Well and Sea Stealth Attack in Duel Links, although even that format evolved to a point where it's not that big of a deal anymore. And at number 7, we have Sentry Soldier of Stone. This card is the evolution of Giant Soldier of Stone, another vanilla monster from the early days of the game. Giant Soldier of Stone used to see play back in the day because it was the highest defense of a level 4 or lower monster that also had the highest attack point value at 1300. So you would just set Giant Soldier of Stone as a wall, since your opponent couldn't beat over it with any level 4 or lower monsters, and then if you were able to remove your opponent's cards, it had the decent option to actually attack as well for a respectable amount of damage. That's obviously not how the normal metagame works in modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, or even Duel Links for that matter, so the card no longer sees play. And now we have the evolved version of Sentry Soldier of Stone, which has the same exact stats as the original, and has the effect that while it's in the graveyard, if all the monsters you control are rock type, and you control at least 1 monster, then this card can special summon itself from the graveyard, with the only drawback that this is a hard once per turn. So the card can just bring itself out from the graveyard without any kind of resource costs other than a field state, which is really good actually. If you have the conditions for this card set up, that's just a +1 every turn, which may surprise you to hear that the card didn't really see play. Unlike the previous spots, it just kind of came in a little bit too late in its lifetime, and the only meta deck that does use rock monsters that came out recently and haven't really had a chance to appear in any top events to really count for these kinds of lists, but I think even they didn't use Sentry Soldier of Stone. But in Duel Links, they have a skill in the game called Centrification, which just straight up allows you to, once per duel, just turn all copies of Giant Soldier of Stone in your graveyard into copies of Sentry Soldier of Stone, which is pretty much one of the few direct confirmations of a card evolution in game into a better version of itself. And at number 6, we have Cocoon of Ultra Evolution. This card is the evolution of the monster card Cocoon of Evolution. The normal Cocoon of Evolution always kind of worked like an equip spell card anyway, where you can equip the card from your hand to a face-up Petite Moth you controlled as an equip card, which would then give that card the attack and defense of Cocoon of Evolution, and then allowed you to eventually summon the other forms of Petite Moth, where if you managed to keep the card alive for 6 turns, you got to summon perfectly Ultimate Great Moth from your hand. Although this was one of the worst boss monsters in the game's history because it was too difficult to bring out for not really enough of a payoff, so it was laughably bad as a joke. And Cocoon of Evolution only saw play because of its high defense for a low-level monster, completely ignoring the effect the card had. Now, the evolution version, Cocoon of Ultra Evolution, does a much better job of bringing out the same card, where it has the quick effect that allows you to tribute an insect-type monster from either side of the field, which is equipped with an equip card, to then special summon any insect-type monster from your deck, ignoring its summoning conditions, which does allow you to actually bring out perfectly Ultimate Great Moth from your deck. So if you use the card Parasite Paranoid, which itself is the evolved form of Parasite Parasite, Paranoid allows you to equip it from your hand to your opponent's monster, and then basically treat that card if it's an insect-type monster, which allows you to fulfill the conditions of Cocoon of Ultra Evolution to then special summon a perfectly ultimate Great Moth from your deck. Although that's not really a good target. Really, the best target for this card would be the evolved form of Insect Queen, Metamorphosed Insect Queen, who has the effect that it cannot be normal summoned or set, and can only be special summoned by the effect of a card effect, and it has a whole bunch of great effects that protect and involve insect-type monsters. Although Cocoon of Ultra Evolution goes on to have a graveyard effect, where you can banish it from the graveyard to then return an insect-type monster from your graveyard to your deck in order to draw one card. And this graveyard effect is actually good too. Some might say it's even better than its first effect because it's just straight up advantage, whereas the first effect isn't actually that useful, since it doesn't have a super good target outside of Metamorphosed Insect Queen, as it was kind of made as an easier way to bring out perfectly ultimate Great Moth anyway. But in Yu-Gi-Oh! Speed Duels, they have a character skill called Cocoon of Ultra Evolution, which basically allows you to use the effects of Cocoon of Ultra Evolution just without having to use a card in your deck, and always having it available, but with the caveat that you're only able to use either of its effects once per duel. And as far as I know, this is currently the strongest skill card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Speed Duels, so I guess it did eventually see some success, even if it doesn't really see play in normal Yu-Gi-Oh! Or in Duel Links. And at number 5, we have Ancient Gear Reactor Dragon. This card is the evolution of Ancient Gear Gadgetron Dragon, who itself was introduced in the second wave of Ancient Gear support alongside Gear Town. The original Ancient Gear Gadgetron Dragon was meant as the target to be special summoned with the effect of Gear Town, which is the field spell card that has the effect that when it's destroyed you get to special summon an Ancient Gear monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard. And since the hallmark of the archetype, Ancient Gear Golem, has the effect where it cannot be special summoned, Ancient Gear Gadgetron Dragon was the second best target, as it had 3000 attack and the ability to shut down your opponent's spell or traps when it declared an attack. It also had some other effects to gain additional effects if it was brought up properly through tribute summons, as long as you tribute some of the gadget monsters, which wasn't really worth it. This card was brought out most of the time through Gear Town's effect. Ancient Gear Reactor Dragon was brought out in a much later wave of Ancient Gear support, as the new best target to bring out with Gear Town, as it's one level higher, has 3000 attack and defense instead of just 3000 attack, and also has extra effects if it's brought out properly through tribute summons with gadget monster tributes, although that doesn't really happen either. The main use of this card is the fact that when it declares an attack, your opponent can't activate any card effects at all, not just spell or traps, so it also allows you to negate the effect of monster effects during the damage step as well. And also at the end of the damage step, if it attacked, you get to destroy one spell or trap card in the field. Not only does it have more protection than the original, it also allows you to gain advantage from attacks going through by popping back row, or destroying additional copies of Gear Town to special summon another copy of Reactor Dragon from your deck, or destroying Ancient Gear Fortress to special summon copies from your graveyard. So a single Ancient Gear Reactor Dragon could allow you to bring out the other two copies by destroying your own cards, and then getting rid of some of your opponent's back row as well. The card did actually see some play in the TCG and a couple of variants of True Draco decks in 2018, but it saw the most amount of success in Duel Links, where this card kind of came out alongside Ancient Gear Gadgetron Dragon, which is kind of funny that the evolution immediately power crept its original version right out the gate in that game. And at number 4, we have Gaia the Magical Knight of Dragons. This card is the evolution of Gaia the Dragon Champion, who himself has a retrain in the form of Galloping Gaia the Dragon Champion. So really, Gaia the Magical Knight of Dragons is like the second evolution of the card, and even after having 2 retrains and 2 new waves of support, it still didn't really see competitive play. Although the final version of it is pretty good. It can be brought out with any Gaia the Fierce Knight monster and a level 5 dragon type monsters as its fusion materials, and has the effect on the field where its name becomes Gaia the Dragon Champion. That way it gains benefit from the support of Spiral Spear Strike, which gives the card piercing battle damage and allows it to go +1 if you inflict battle damage. It also has 2 other effects, where the monster gains an additional 2600 attack if it destroys a monster by battle, which is a huge attack boost. It literally doubles its attack after successfully destroying anything by battle. And with its special fusion spell card, Spiral Fusion, it can come out right out the gate with an additional 2600 attack and 2 attacks on monsters. So if brought out with its fusion spell card and attacking over any one monster by battle, this card ends its first turn with 7,800 attack, which definitely helps it activate its other effect where it has a quick effect during the main phase that allows you to destroy any one other card on the field at the cost of reducing this monster's attack by 2,600. So the reason it gains ridiculous amounts of attack is because it loses a ridiculous amount of attack in order to activate its quick effect, which is pretty good. This card gains a lot of attack, but that's because it requires the cost of paying a lot in order to spell speed to destroy things, which is pretty fitting for the card. The fusion spell card that brings it out also allows it to attack 2 monsters during the battle phase. So if your opponent just has 2 monsters below 2,500 attack, you can kind of win the duel with a single battle phase of this card being out. Although even with its ridiculous attack gain and pretty decent spell speed to destruction effect, it doesn't really see competitive play because it's a tiny bit too hard to bring out because it's real fragile to a little disruption. It's actually not that hard to bring out, it's just real easy to stop with common hand traps or a single negate, which isn't good enough in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! To see competitive play. It is still an excellent evolution over the original counterpart of the card though. And at number 3, we have Trishula, Sub-Zero Dragon of the Ice Barrier. This card is the evolution of Trishula, Dragon of the Ice Barrier, a card that's really good in its own right, and was even banned for a couple of years for being a little bit too good. Most of these cards in these videos are retrains of bad cards, or just cards that have since been power crept out of the game. But this is the only one which has an evolution of an already good card that still exists in the game and is not out yet, as of making this video. Which is probably the only reason I don't have the number 1, because it looks pretty good from everything I can see about it. The card has the exact same stats in so many conditions as the original Trishula, with the biggest difference being the level, as Sub-Zero is level 11, whereas the original is level 9, which is kind of a big deal with synchro summons, so I guess it technically doesn't have the exact same summoning condition. It does require 1 tuner plus 2 or more non-tuner monsters for its summon, and when it's brought out, it allows you to banish 3 of your opponent's cards without targeting any of them, if I'm reading its translated effect correctly. The original Trishula also allows you to do this, except it banishes 3 cards from 3 different places, one of them from your opponent's hand, field, and graveyard, whereas Sub-Zero can only banish 3 cards from your opponent's side of the field. However, Sub-Zero goes on to have an additional effect, where if this card is destroyed by an opponent's card, you can special summon a copy of Trishula, Dragon of the Ice Barrier from your extra deck or graveyard, and if you do, its attack is changed to 3,300, and then the attack of all of your opponent's face-up monsters become half, as well as all of their effects being permanently negated. So basically, it floats into the original Trishula on death, and then completely shuts down your opponent's boards of monsters by permanently cutting all their attacks in half, as well as permanently negating all their effects, which is actually pretty decent. This might be one of the best floating effects in the game, since it allows you to cheat out monster and completely shut down your opponent's board at the same time. Or at least just a really good floating effect. I guess it would technically be better if it could remove all of your opponent's monsters instead of just disabling them. Now, as an evolution of an already powerful card, I'm honestly not sure if it's better. One of the reasons the original Trishula is so good is because the card can banish a card from your opponent's hand, and the effect is not once per turn. So if you're able to bring out multiple copies of Trishula and somehow recycle its effect, you could use it to get rid of all cards in your opponent's hand, which is super powerful. Outside of that, it's also just good to banish your opponent's cards without targeting any of them, while coincidentally getting rid of priority targets in the graveyard, and a random one from your opponent's hand. In comparison, just being able to get rid of 3 cards your opponent controls in the field might not be as good, but it is still very strong, since again it doesn't target any of these 3 cards, so it still goes to show if Trishula Sub-Zero Dragon of the Ice Barrier will be a proper evolution over the original card, which is why it's only at number 3 for now, only beaten out by 2 other cards which have actually seen competitive play in the past. And at number 2, we have Red Eye Zombie Necro Dragon. This card is the evolution of Red Eye Zombie Dragon, who himself is a retrain of Red Eye's Black Dragon. So Red Eye Zombie Necro Dragon is the evolved form of a card which is a retrain of a different card. So it's 2 different levels of evolutions in a way, except a retrain isn't really the same thing as an evolution. They are incredibly similar though, to the point where I'm only making a distinction for this video. Now, what Red Eye's Zombie Necro Dragon does is it has generic materials for a level 7 synchro monster, gains 100 attack and defense for each zombie monster on the field and in both players' graveyards, and it has the effect that when a zombie monster is destroyed by battle, you can special summon a zombie monster from either player's graveyard to your side of the field. and you can only use this effect once per turn. Now, the original Red Eye Zombie Dragon has the effect that when it destroys a zombie monster by battle, you could special summon that zombie monster to your side of the field. And the way all of this would work, realistically, is thanks to the field spell card called Zombie World, which treats all monsters in the field and in both players' graveyards as zombie-type monsters while it's out. So with Zombie World and the original Red Eye Zombie Dragon, you could basically special summon any monster destroyed by battle. Whereas Red Eye's Zombie Necro Dragon allows you to special summon any monster from either player's graveyard when basically any monster is destroyed on the field by battle. So if another one of your zombie monsters is destroyed by an opponent's monster by battle, you can then special summon any monster from either player's graveyard. Or if you use any of your zombie monsters to destroy any of your opponent's zombie monsters, you can then special summon any zombie monster from either player's graveyard. So basically, it's just real easy to bring out anything from either player's graveyard when this card is on the field. And of course, when you have Zombie World out, which is really easy to bring out thanks to some of the really good Zombie World support, in the form of Necro World Banshee, a monster that allows you to banish it from the graveyard to activate Zombie World directly from your deck, on an effect which is Quick Effect. So it's real easy to get Necro World Banshee into the graveyard because zombie monsters are some of the best types of monsters in the game at sending other zombies to the graveyard, with stuff like Unizombie, Gozuki, or Avenge Red Savior. And since Zombie World control decks also have easy access to tuner monsters, it wasn't that hard to bring out either with any combination of ways. So it saw play in Zombie World control decks in the past, only really losing steam once Eldritch the Golden Lord came out and kind of changed how Zombie World control decks played, where they don't really care about Red Eye's Zombie Necro Dragon anymore, but it did contribute to a lot of top spots in a whole bunch of Zombie World control decks in the past, which is why it definitely takes a higher spot on this list. And at number 1, we have Endymion the Mighty Master of Magic. This card is the evolution of Endymion the Master of Magic, a card which was released in a wave of spell counter support cards, which didn't really help make spell counters a viable strategy, as the original had the effect that the card could special summon itself from your hand or graveyard by removing 6 spell counters from the field spell card Magical Citadel of Endymion, a field spell card which could place spell counters on itself each time a spell card was activated, and could have spell counters transferred to the card when cards with spell counters were destroyed on the field. So theoretically, it was supposed to be easy to get a whole bunch of spell counters on the field spell card, but that wasn't really a good way to use spell counters, which is kind of why the whole mechanic fell flat. The original Endymion also had the effect that it was summoned in this way, you could add 1 spell card from your graveyard to your hand, and then once per turn you could discard a spell card in order to destroy 1 card in the field. So its effect on the field didn't even use spell counters in a meaningful way either, which is why the card didn't really see much competitive success. Now, the evolved version of it, Endymion the Mighty Master of Magic, definitely allows spell counters to actually be useful, and also has some of the longest card text in the game, a distinction shared by other cards within its same archetype. Although part of the reason this card has such a bloated card text is because it handles cards which can hold spell counters on them, and there's no real way to describe a card on the field which has the ability to have a spell counter on them in a short amount of words. So the card is a pendulum monster, and has 2 separate effects depending on if it's on the field as a spell card or as a monster, where its pendulum effect basically boils down to you can remove 6 spell counters on the field to special summon this card, then it destroys cards in the field up to the amount of cards you control which can have spell counters, then it applies spell counters to itself up to the number of cards it destroyed. While it's a monster, it has the effect that if it has any spell counters, it can't be destroyed or targeted by your opponent's card effects. And if it's destroyed by battle while it has a spell counter on it, you get to add a normal spell card from your deck to your hand. It also has a negate, where if your opponent activates a spell or trap effect, you can return a card you control that has spell counters on it to your hand in order to negate and destroy that card, then distribute the spell counters from that return card to this card. So lots of wordy things to describe moving spell counters around and using spell counters, and cards that can potentially have spell counters on them where the spell counters on those cards go after they get returned to the hand and stuff. The effects are actually pretty simple, even if it does kind of have a lot of effects on top of the fact that it's kind of wordy to describe those effects. But basically, it's a negate on the field, can special summon itself from the pendulum zone, and can destroy a whole bunch of cards when it special summons itself. And then it floats into the search of a normal spell card on its death, which is one of the best kinds of search you can have in the game. Normal spell cards are some of the hardest type of cards to search out in the game, and this card absolutely saw competitive play, and was kind of the cornerstone of one of the only viable pendulum decks for a while, and is still a pretty good go-to card for viable pendulum decks even to this day. And at number 10, we have Monster Reborn Reborn. Now, this card is a retrain of Monster Reborn, and has a funny artwork that directly references the fact that Monster Reborn has two different artworks for the OCG and the TCG, as it has the OCG cross on top of a pile of TCG Monster Reborn angel things, as they routinely censor card art in the TCG in order to remove any kind of religious references. So it's funny to see them referencing that art in one of their cards. Now, what Monster Reborn Reborn does is it allows you to target 3 monsters in your graveyard, then special summon one of them that your opponent chooses, and then you banish the rest. It also has a hard once per turn on its effect, because that's not half bad. It is strictly a worse version than the original Monster Reborn, which allows you to special summon any one monster from either graveyard, but still, being able to special summon a monster from the graveyard is good, which is why this is the lowest spot on the list. It's not exactly a powerhouse card that sees play, but it is a worse version than its original, and generally retrains are better, so there's not a lot of them where the reverse is true, which is why this card makes this list if at the lowest spot. And at number 9, we have Lightning Vortex. This card is a weaker retrain of Raigeki, who recently received a new stronger retrain in the form of Lightning Storm, which is currently one of the most played cards in the game. Now, what Lightning Vortex does is it allows you to destroy all of your opponent's face-up monsters at the cost of discarding 1 card from your hand. So, using Lightning Vortex is an inherent -2 in card advantage, but if you're able to destroy 2 or more monsters with its effect, it balances out, and can even allow you to go for plus if you destroy 3 or more monsters. So not half bad as far as the effect goes, but the original card, Raigeki, destroys all of your opponent's monsters without a discard cost, and regardless of their battle positions. So Lightning Vortex is limited with the discard cost and only face-up monsters. Granted, most people play face-up monsters, so that's not a huge downside, but an extra downside nonetheless, where Lightning Vortex saw nowhere near as much play as its more stronger counterpart. As Lightning Vortex was another one of those lesser versions of a banned card that was released, as when Lightning Vortex was first released, Raigeki was still banned on the ban list and is currently limited to 1 copy. Although they recently released the other retrain, Lightning Storm, which is kind of better than the original card, as it allows you to choose 1 of 2 effects, but can only be activated if you control no other face-up cards. One of them allows you to destroy all of your opponent's attack position monsters, which is kind of restrictive monster destruction like Lightning Vortex, and the other effect is to destroy all of your opponent's spell and trap cards, which is where the real value of this card comes from. And Lightning Storm also has a hard once per turn on its effect. So Lightning Storm is just a really good going second card, since you'll have no cards on your side of the field anyway, and it's one of the only generic ways to clear out your opponent's spell and trap cards, beating out cards like Twin Twister and the amount of spell and traps you can destroy, which itself is also one of the more heavily played cards in the game. The ability to destroy back row is what makes this card so good, but the fact that it can also destroy monsters gives it the versatility that makes it see so much play. Lightning Vortex did see play in the past as well, which is why it's at a low spot on this list, because even with all of the restrictions and the discard costs, the ability to destroy all of your opponent's face-up monsters is still pretty good. And at number 8, we have Fishborg Launcher. This card is a retrain of Fishborg Blaster, which is currently a banned card that can special summon itself from the graveyard, is a level 1 tuner, and does not have a once per turn on its effect. So it's kind of broken when something like Loa Bulb is banned for being a weaker version of Fishborg Blaster. And Fishborg Launcher is another one of those series of cards that was made as a weaker version of a banned card, which you'll see a lot more as this list continues. So Fishborg Launcher is a level 1 tuner that can special summon itself from the graveyard, but it has all kinds of restrictions on its effect. For one, it requires you to have a specific graveyard setup, it restricts which monsters you can synchro summon it with, it banishes itself when it leaves the field, and even has a hard once per turn on its effect, as you can only have water monsters in your graveyard in order to discard a card to special summon it, and it can only be used as a synchro material for a water monster, whereas the original Fishborg blasters simply required you to have a level 3 or lower water monster on your side of the field in order to discard to special summon it, and then its only restriction on the field was if it was used for a synchro material, the other materials had to be water, not that the synchro monster itself needed to be water. And since Fishborg Launcher was given 3 more restrictions than its original, as well as a harsher restriction on the synchro summoning thing, it's no wonder it didn't see any competitive play, as part of the reason Fishborg Blaster saw so much play was because of how easy it was to bring out of the graveyard multiple times per turn. Although Fishborg Launcher is still a level 1 tuner that can special summon itself from the graveyard, which isn't half bad if you're playing a deck that only has water monsters, and probably a little bit better than some of the other cards on this list. And at number 7, we have Trishula, the Dragon of Icy Imprisonment. This card is a retrain of the synchro monster Trishula, Dragon of the Ice Barrier, which is a super powerful synchro monster that recently got limited on the ban list, and was banned for a lot of years, so it makes sense that a weaker version of it was created. Now, what the original Trishula does is when it's brought out, you can banish 3 of your opponent's cards, 1 from their hand, field, and graveyard. This effect is not once per turn, and was supposed to be balanced by the fact that it kind of has a tough summoning requirement, and the effect only activates when it's synchro summoned, as it's a level 9 synchro monster which requires at least 2 or more non-tuners, so you need to have at least 3 monsters to bring out Trishula. And if used on your first turn, it basically allowed you to snipe 1 card out of your opponent's starting hand, which is always a great thing to do if you're going first, especially if you use desynchro in order to bring it out twice with the same materials. And to add to that powerful hand sniping effect, none of its banishing targets, so it bypasses all kinds of protection that monsters might have on the field. Now, what the retrain does is it's a fusion monster that requires at least 3 monsters for its materials, just like the synchro counterpart, although the monsters for this card's fusion summon are simply any 3 monsters with different names, but has restrictions on how it can be fusion summoned. You see, if you bring this card out with a fusion spell card, you're only allowed to use materials from your hand or field, which means you can't use super polymerization to use your opponent's monsters, but you can still use it on your own, nor Dragon Mirror to use materials from your graveyard. It has an alternative summoning condition as well, where you can special summon it without a fusion spell card if you banish the required materials from your side of the field instead. Now, this card's effect, if you're able to bring it out, can only be activated if the monsters used for its fusion summon were originally Dragon type, where you can then banish 3 cards. 1 from your own deck, 1 from the top of your opponent's deck, and then 1 from your opponent's extra deck. Now, being able to banish any 1 card from your deck is not half bad, I guess, and being able to banish 1 card from your opponent's extra deck is pretty good. If you're able to target a crucial extra deck monster that they usually only play 1 copy of, like maybe an Appaloosa, Bo the Goddess, or even Borrelsaur Dragon. And then the 1 card it banishes from the top of your opponent's deck is definitely the weakest of the 3 and not really worth note. And to add on to the restrictions of this card, this effect has a hard once per turn on it. Now, the 3 places you banished from with the retrain are nowhere near as good as the 3 you banished with the original Trishula, as it's also much harder to bring out, has the exact same stats, and even has a hard once per turn on it, as if someone was going to abuse its mediocre effect. They did also release a Necroz retrain version of it, called Necroz of Trishula, which basically has the original Trishula's effect, where when it's summoned you get to banish 3 cards from your opponent's hand, field, and graveyard. But the Necroz version requires you to banish all 3 of those targets. So if your opponent doesn't have a card on the field or 1 in the graveyard, you can't banish from anywhere, as it's all or nothing. Unlike the original card, which can only banish from the hand, for example, if that's the only place your opponent has cards at. And the Necroz retrain also has a hard once per turn, as that's definitely the most problematic part of the original Trishula. And at number 6, we have Robin Zombie. This card is a zombified version retrain of Robin Goblin, which is a pretty good continuous trap card that has the effect where every time you inflict battle damage to your opponent discards 1 random card from their hand. And being able to discard random cards in your opponent's hand is super good, which is why this card saw some competitive play in the past. And Robin Zombie has the effect where if a monster you control inflicts battle damage, you simply send the top card of your opponent's deck to the graveyard. Now, this is a much worse effect, to the point where it's not very good at all, but does kind of fit the theme of zombie decks, where one strategy they have is that they can mill your opponent's deck, thanks to cards like Soul Absorbing Bone Tower, Goblin Zombie, or to a lesser extent, Soul Levy. But Robin Zombie isn't as good of a choice as those cards, and doesn't provide anywhere near as much advantage as the original card it's based on, Even if it does fit the theme of some zombie cards which mill, it would have to mill more than one card to be worth playing though. At least 2 cards like Soul Absorbing Bone Tower, preferably 3 cards like Soul Levy, because those decks aren't inflicting a lot of battle damage if they're trying to mill at your opponent anyway. So the deck which this card was probably made for doesn't really need it, and it's a much worse version of its original, so it definitely deserves a spot on this list. It's just funny enough, it's kind of still better than the top 5 spots. And at number 5, we have Trade Toad. This is another retrain card of a banned card, this time Substitoad. Substitoad is banned because it allows you to tribute 1 monster to special summon a frog monster from the deck, on an effect that is not once per turn. So Substitoad could dump like half your deck into the graveyard on your first turn, which could then be used as tribute fodder with Ronin Toadin to burn your opponent for 8,000 points of effect damage on your first turn with Mass Driver, which was also banned thanks to Substitoad. Now, the retrain Trade Toad tries to rectify the problems of the original by adding much more restrictions on it, in the same way as Fishborg Launcher. Trade Toad obviously has the same look as Substitoad, and even has the exact same stats, and its effect allows you to tribute an Aqua-type monster to special summon a frog from your graveyard, instead of being able to tribute any monster to special summon a frog from the deck. This effect is also on a soft once per turn, and does not have the extra effect of Substitoad, which gives all of your frogs protection, where they could not be destroyed by battle while Substitoad was on the field. So only being able to special summon 1 card from the graveyard, no battle protection, and not gaining frog support since it's a toad monster, it never saw any competitive play in frog decks after it was released, despite the fact that frog decks have consistently seen competitive play, even after Substitoad was banned. And at number 4, we have Counselor Lily. This card is a retrain of Injection Fairy Lily, who was supposed to be a tuner version of that once powerful staple card. Injection Fairy Lily was a really good beatstick back in the day that got even banned for one format, where you can pay 2,000 life points to increase its attack by 3,000 every time it's involved in a battle. So it can attack over pretty much any monster with less than 3,400 attack, which is pretty much every monster in the early version of the game. Well, monsters that saw competitive play anyway, like Summon Skull or Jinzo. So what does this retrained version of an attacking powerhouse do? Well, with the same exact stats as the original, only being fairy type instead of spellcaster, which honestly makes more sense than the original, is that if it's sent to the graveyard for a synchro summon, you can pay 500 life points to have that synchro monster gain 1,000 attack until the end phase. Now, I can kind of see the similarities between the two cards. You pay life points in order to gain attack, but the reason Injection Fairy Lily was so good was because you got to pay a crap ton of life points to gain a whole bunch of attack, even if it was very temporary. The retrain pays a minor amount of life points to gain a minor amount of attack for a little bit of a longer amount of time, as the synchro monster gets to gain the attack boost until the end phase. Although a 1,000 attack boost is not very much, and not really worth playing a tuner monster that can't special summon itself, and doesn't really have support for it to be special summoned easier, outside of maybe something like Halquifibrax. So Counselor Lily never saw any competitive play, as it kind of misses the whole point of what the original card was used for, while also having a harder attack boost restriction to activate, as you can only give the attack boost to a synchro monster after you successfully synchro summon using this card, which is not a good combo piece. If Counselor Lily had an effect similar to Injection Fairy Lily, where you could pay 2,000 life points to have the synchro monster gain 3,000 attack until the end phase, then it might be worth running. But they tried to rein in those numbers a little bit too much, and instead created kind of a bad tuner monster, which is relegated to common pack filler status. And at number 3, we have Tribe Shocking Virus. This card is a retrain of a previously banned card called Tribe Infecting Virus, where Tribe Infecting Virus has this really good effect, where you can discard a card in order to destroy all monsters in the field who have a type that you declare. So, for example, if you discard a card and then just declare Dragon type, you can wipe out all of your opponent's Dragon type monsters, and any of your own if you happen to have them. And since this effect is not once per turn, you can just keep discarding cards until you wipe out all of your opponent's monsters, with a really good chance that you won't be destroying your own monsters, because Tribe Infecting Virus is Aqua type, which is a very unpopular type of monster which rarely pops up. So Tribe Shocking Virus tried to replicate the effects that this card was based on, only with a lot of restrictions put in place like all of the other banned retrains, where once per turn you can banish any monster from your hand in order to destroy all face-up monsters in the field of the same type as that monster. Now, two things about this card's effect. One, it requires you to banish the card from your hand instead of discarding it, which is a definitely worse requirement for a lot of decks. And two, the big one, it doesn't let you declare any type you want. It only destroys monsters of the exact same type as the monster you banish for its effect, which is so much harder to actually destroy cards that it's kind of unplayable. Part of what made the original so good was that you could destroy basically anything very easily, whereas Tribe Shocking Virus can only really destroy stuff if you're playing monsters in your deck that have the same type as cards your opponent controls. It also tries to share some of the other similarities of the card, where it had a very unpopular type when it was released, before Thunder Dragon support made the Thunder type a lot better, so that you wouldn't accidentally destroy your own card by banishing a popular type of monster. But that little distinction, where you need to have a monster of the type you want to destroy, is just too much of a restriction, where Tribe Shocking Virus never saw any play, even after Thunder Dragon support came out, which could directly benefit from a lot of stuff Tribe Shocking Virus does, as they like to banish their monsters, but they also don't like to destroy their own Thunder type monsters in the field, so it's not actually good for them. And at number 2, we have Cyber Barrier Dragon. This card is kind of like an evolved version of Cyber Dragon, which I'm counting as a retrain for this video, but it's a little bit of a different kind of retrain than all the other cards I've talked about so far. Now, Cyber Dragon was a really good staple level 5 monster, who had the distinction of being really easy to special summon from the hand while also having high attack points at 2100, and was useful as both tribute fodder for going into even stronger monsters, or to beat over problem staples, like Air Knight Parshath or Gemini Elf. It was also a card used in the anime, so it got a lot of support, some of those being upgraded versions of the card which could be summoned through their specific upgrade card. Cyber Barrier Dragon could be brought out with Attack Reflector unit, which required you to tribute a Cyber Dragon on your side of the field in order to bring out Cyber Barrier Dragon from your hand or deck. And what Cyber Barrier Dragon did was have way less an attack than its original counterpart at only 800, having a high defense at 2800, and having an effect that requires it to be in attack position, where once per turn while this card is in attack position, your opponent's next attack is negated. Now, it should be pretty obvious what's wrong with this card, but I do try my best to explain these things in easier to understand terms, since I know not everyone is an expert on everything in the game. You see, it requires a specific monster to be on the field, while also using a specific trap card to summon it. The trap card itself does nothing else except tribute Cyber Dragon to bring out Cyber Barrier Dragon, so it's difficult to search out the upgrade card, and you have to wait a turn before you can even use it. Cyber Barrier Dragon is essentially a Garnet in the hand, and if you go through the trouble to try to bring it out, the card itself is garbage. Its only effect is to negate one attack, which can only be activated if it's in attack position, and its attack point stats are terrible. The baseline attack of a decent level 4 or lower monster is 1800. Anything below that is considered low, and anything above that is considered high. The original Cyber Dragon was considered good for clearing that threshold by 300 points, and not requiring your normal summon. Cyber Barrier Dragon is obviously not meant to be in attack position, with its well below attack average, and its high above average defense. Yet it has that as a condition for its mediocre effect nonetheless. It's kind of hard to figure out what they were thinking with this card because of how bad it is. The original card is better, and bringing this card out could be considered a downgrade while also requiring you to go -1 in the process. And something like this should have easily taken the number 1 spot on this list. But the number 1 spot is just a little bit more of a special case that it's kind of hilarious, which will be better explained when I move on to the next part. And at number 1, we have Neospatian Marine Dolphin. This card is kind of like Cyber Barrier Dragon in that it's technically an evolved version of its retrain, Neospatian Aqua Dolphin. And what this card does is it's a fusion monster whose effect is that its name is also treated as Neospatian Aqua Dolphin, an effect that happens at all times, which means if you play this card in your extra deck, that counts as one of the 3 copies you're allowed to play of Neospatian Aqua Dolphin in your deck or extra deck total. So, you can only play 2 copies of Neospatian Aqua Dolphin in your main deck alongside this card in your extra deck, which is just such a terrible card design flaw that it really kills any kind of viability this card might have right out the gate. But that's not all. They also had to give this card an upgrade card similar to Cyber Barrier Dragon in the form of a spell card called Nex. At least Nex is a spell card, so it can be activated as soon as you draw it, rather than having to set it and wait a turn like Attack Reflector unit. And all Nex does is allow you to send the Neospacian monster you control to the graveyard to special summon the level 4 monster with the exact same name from your extra deck. So, Neospacian Aqua Dolphin in order to get out Neospacian Marine Dolphin. Neospacian Aqua Dolphin is a good card, and it actually saw a ton of competitive play in the last year, as it's really good at sniping hand traps from your opponent in certain warrior-centric decks. And what Neospace Marine Dolphin does is exactly the same as Neospacian Aqua Dolphin. You get to discard one card from your hand, look at your opponent's hand, select a monster which has less attack than a monster you control, then you get to destroy that card and inflict 500 damage to your opponent. The only upgrade Marine Dolphin has over the original in regards to its effect is that there is no negative effect if you don't find a monster to destroy in your opponent's hand. As with the original card, you take 500 points of damage if you don't find a card. So just simply not taking effect damage for not being able to resolve the effect is definitely not worth all the effort required to bring this card out. But that's not all. This card also has incredibly low stats as well. It only has 900 attack and 1100 defense. Granted, that is an improvement over the original, but the original is used as a combo piece, so its stats don't really matter, since it's mainly used to take out hand traps that have 0 attack anyway, so it's real easy to activate that effect with its 600 attack. And then the card itself will just be used for link plays or other combo plays. Neospacian Marine Dolphin, on the other hand, is the end play of a combo, not the start of one like its original version, and ending on 900 attack is laughably bad. Like I said a little bit earlier, the average attack is around 1800. You want to pass that value in order for you to be considered having a higher than normal attack, and this card has exactly half that very low bar. It also requires you to play an unsearchable upgrade card. It locks you out of being able to play 3 copies of its main combo piece because of its really terrible card design, and you can't really play more than 1 copy, which is kind of hilarious. They had another Nex upgrade card called Neospacian Twinkle Moss, except that card actually had a better effect than the card it was an upgraded version of, and it wasn't very good either. Mainly for the same reason Marine Dolphin isn't, as it's probably one of the most awkward ways to incorporate a card level up system in the game, something they abandoned after these 2 cards and never tried again, and never actually made upgraded versions of the other Neospacian monsters, as there's 4 other ones which they didn't even touch with Nex, despite the fact that they obviously had planned on it, considering the rest of the archetype revolves around all 6 of the Neospacians, and all 6 of them appear in the card artwork for Nex. So this card is a very nice dichotomy where the original unupgraded version has seen tons of competitive success in the game, and this supposedly better version of the card is probably considered one of the worst cards in the game. And I think it slightly beats out Cyber Barrier Dragon, just because of the mess of the whole card design and sharing a name with the card it's supposed to be an upgraded version from. Whereas at least Cyber Dragon has a whole bunch of support cards that can change their names to Cyber Dragon to make getting out Barrier Dragon easier. And at number 10, we have Toon Kingdom. This card is a retrain of Toon World, a continuous spell card that is required to be on the field in order to use Toon monsters. And the original version didn't actually have an effect, and simply required you to pay 1000 life points in order to activate the card. The retrained Toon Kingdom treats its name as Toon World while on the field. It is a field spell card, so it benefits from field searchers like terraforming, and actually does things to help protect your toons. You see, while this card is on the field, your Toon monsters cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects, as you can banish 1 card from the top of your deck in order to prevent their destruction. And also, your Toon monsters cannot be targeted by card effects, so it's some of the best protection that a field card can provide in Archetype, destruction and target immunity, which is really good. And this card does have a negative when activated, where you have to banish the top 3 cards of your deck face down, which isn't a big deal. Now, even though this field spell card is super good and does a lot to help toons not be terrible when their old Toon World was so bad, the toons themselves are so inherently flawed that they still don't see any competitive play, even with a monster of a field spell card like Toon Kingdom. Although explaining the flaws with the Toon archetype could be a video topic in of itself, but basically they're too reliant on Toon World, and if this card is destroyed then all your toons basically destroy themselves as well, which some of the brand new support tries to rectify. And at number 9, we have Hey Trunade. This card is a retrain of Giant Trunade, a banned spell card which has the effect to return all spell and trap cards on the field to the hand. And what Hey Trunade does is it allows you to return all set spell or trap cards to the hand. It's basically the same effect, except it doesn't target all spell and traps and only the set ones, as the problem with the original Giant Trunade was the vast amount of beneficial ways to take advantage of returning cards that are face up back to your hand, while at the same time just getting rid of your opponent's back row with non-destruction card removal. Retrain kind of tries to keep the back row removal part while not allowing you to recycle your own face-up speller traps, and does an excellent job at that, and is the reason this card occasionally sees competitive play, as it allows you to get rid of all of your opponent's set spell and traps without destroying them, which actually allows it to bypass a lot of different effects and doesn't require you to have a certain field setup, like using evenly matched requires. In normal Yu-Gi-Oh!, Retrain sees competitive play every now and then. In Duel Links, Retrain is kinda broken and is currently on their ban list over there, so it's not as strong as the original, but it's still a good card, which is why it makes this list. Because it's not about cards being better than their retrains, it's about cards that are retrains that are also good, which this card definitely succeeds at. And at number 8, we have Double Evolution Pill. This card is a retrain of Ultra Evolution Pill, and maybe even Big Evolution Pill. Two evolution pills which were introduced to the game in one of the earlier sets of Yu-Gi-Oh!, which had effects that benefited dinosaur-type monsters, where Ultra Evolution Pill allowed you to tribute a reptile-type monster to special summon any dinosaur monster from your hand, which wasn't very good. Big Evolution Pill allowed you to tribute a dinosaur-type monster so that you could normal summon dinosaur-type monsters from your hand without tributing for 3 turns, which was a bit better. And Double Evolution Pill allows you to special summon a level 7 or higher dinosaur-type monster from your hand or deck, ignoring its summoning conditions, which is definitely much better than both of those two cards combined, as the requirements are just to banish one dinosaur monster and a non-dinosaur monster from your hand or graveyard, which is super easy to fulfill in dinosaur decks, as most of them will be playing hand traps that are not dinosaur type. And also, dinosaur decks excel at getting other dinosaurs in the graveyard. And they also have very good level 7 or higher dinosaur type monsters to special summon from the deck. 2 targets in fact. There's their super good boss monster, Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, which has 3500 attack, can attack all of your opponent's monsters once each, has spell speed 2 disruption effect to flip all of your opponent's monsters face down, and has an additional effect where it can non-destruction remove cards that it attacks which are face down. And then there's Overtext Coatless, which has a once per turn negate of a spell or trap card, and on its destruction can search out another evolution pill card from your deck. So it's able to bring out 2 really good monsters from the deck very easily, which is why it sees competitive play. And at number 7, we have Crossout Designator. This card is a retrain version of Noblemen of Crossout, and they don't really have anything in common other than the card artwork and naming conventions. You see, the original Noblemen of Crossout allows you to banish a face-down monster, and then banish all other monsters of the same name from both players' deck if it was a flip monster. And what Crossout Designator does is it allows you to banish 1 card from your deck in order to negate the effects of all other cards that share that card's name for the rest of the turn. So, if you use this during your first turn and banish an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, that will stop your opponent from being able to use Ash Blossom on you. Same with Nibiru if you want to go into a whole bunch of combos. Since most people will play the same hand traps, it's a pretty handy card to play against hand traps, which is why it sees a healthy amount of competitive play. Whereas the original Noblemen of Crossout used to be a meta card too, when flip effect monsters were a big deal, and was even on the ban list because of it. So the retrain definitely lives up to the legacy of the original, even though they both do completely different things. And at number 6, we have Twin Twisters. This card is a retrain of Mystical Space Typhoon, who used to be the most played card in the game, and has a ton of other retrains as well. Technically, Cosmic Cyclone can make this part of the list as well, and shares its place with Twin Twisters. It's another retrain of Mystical Space Typhoon and also sees a ton of competitive play. And what these cards do is they allow you to destroy spell or trap cards on a quick play spell card, which means you can use them during your turn as soon as you draw them in order to clear out problem cards in the field, like Mystic Mine or other floodgates, or use them during your opponent's end phase in order to destroy trap cards before they get a chance to activate. And Twin Twisters simply allows you to destroy 2 cards at the cost of discarding 1 from your hand. So it's just a straight up power crept version of Mystical Space Typhoon, which only allows you to destroy 1 spell or trap card for no cost. It's like having 2 Mystical Space Typhoons in 1. Cosmic Cyclone allows you to get rid of 1 spell or trap card as well, and requires you to pay 1000 life points. But it banishes the card instead of destroys it, which allows it to bypass all kinds of floating effects that spell or trap cards might have, which a lot of meta decks do have. That being the case, Mystical Space Typhoon still sees competitive play itself. even though it has power crept versions of it out there, just to kind of show how strong this card is. Although out of all of them, Twin Twisters definitely sees the most amount of play, and in fact at one point was the most played card in the game as well, and is still very heavily played even today. And at number 5, we have Forbidden Droplet. This card is a retrained version of Forbidden Chalice, a quick play spell card which allows you to negate the effects of a monster on the field, but also increases that monster's attack by 400. Now, Forbidden Chalice still sees competitive play. It's a good card. Being able to get monster effects is always good, especially on a quick play spell card which can be used from your hand during your first turn. That's half the reason why Infinite Impermanence is good, although the other half is that it can be used during your opponent's turn from your hand, which is a much better effect. Now, Forbidden Droplet is not actually in the TCG yet, but in the OCG it's already seen a ton of competitive play, so it will most definitely also see play once it's released in the TCG. And what it does is it allows you to send any number of cards from your hand or field to the graveyard in order to have the attack of exactly that many effect monsters your opponent controls, and also negate their effects permanently. And it's worded in a way where it doesn't technically target, and also your opponent can't activate cards in response to this card if you sent a card to the graveyard of the same type to activate this effect, which is a little confusing. Basically, if you send a spell card to the graveyard to activate this, your opponent can't activate any spell cards in response to this. Or if you send a monster card, your opponent can't activate monster effects. If you sent all 3 types of cards, this card gains full spell speed 4 status and can't be responded to by anything. And the reason this is important is because it allows you to bypass negates. If your opponent has a monster with a negate or a trap card with a negate, if you simply send a monster and a trap card to the graveyard to activate Forbidden Droplet, then your opponent can't stop this card from negating their effects, as it permanently negates and cuts their attack in half, which is a very good way of dealing with problem boss monsters. Although it does require a lot of resources to do this, but it deals with problem boss monsters, and most decks are all about putting up a whole bunch of problem boss monsters that your opponent can't respond to. And Forbidden Droplet just kind of ignores that, and makes them essentially useless on the field, which is really good. You do have to give up a lot of resources in order to target multiple monsters though, so it's best used on a handful of targets that would otherwise probably make you lose the duel if you weren't able to play around their effects. Now, speaking of cards with spell speed 4 effects, and at number 4, we have Super Polymerization. This card is a retrain of Polymerization, which is a card that's required in order to go into fusion monsters, unless you have an alternative fusion card that lets you do it instead, which basically every archetype has. Now, what Super Polymerization does is it allows you to use your opponent's monsters for your fusion summons, assuming you have a monster in your extra deck that can use your opponent's monster, like a Starving Venom Fusion Dragon if your opponent has nothing but dark monsters on their side of the field, or a Mud Dragon of the Swamp if they have anything else. And what makes Super Polymerization so good is the fact that it's spell speed 4. Your opponent cannot respond to this card's effect, so it's a really good way of getting rid of your opponent's problem boss monsters with negates, in the same way as Forbidden Droplet. Although, you're a little bit more constrained in which targets you can actually pick with Super Polymerization, since you need to have a setup extra deck with appropriate fusion monsters in order to get rid of your opponent's cards, whereas Forbidden Droplet lets you target anything. However, Super Polymerization only requires you to discard 1 card, whereas Forbidden Droplet would probably require you to get rid of multiple resources for the same effect. And being able to steal your opponent's resources in order to bring out your own resource, as Starving Venom Fusion Dragon is pretty good on its own, is really good, and that's why Super Polymerization was banned for a long time. Although currently it's at unlimited and sees a healthy amount of competitive play, since it's really good at breaking your opponent's boss monsters and turning them into your own. And at number 3, we have Pot of Extravagance and Pot of Desires. I thought I should put both of these cards at the same spot, since they are both retrains of Pot of Greed, and they both see a ton of competitive play. Although this is another case where the retrains are actually worse than the original. You see, the original allows you to just draw 2 cards with no cost, and it's currently banned because that effect is too good. Pot of Extravagance also allows you to draw up to 2 cards, however it has a whole bunch of restrictions to this, where it can only be used at the start of your main phase 1, requires you to banish 6 random face down cards from your extra deck, and locks you out of drawing any other cards for the rest of the turn. And even with all of these restrictions on drawing 2 cards, it still sees tons of competitive play, and is considered a really good card. Pot of Desires doesn't have as many drawbacks and restrictions. It's just a simple banish the top 10 cards of your deck face down. Then you get to draw 2 cards. This is a pretty tough restriction on some decks, as there's a good chance you'll banish all of your combo pieces needed. But the effect of drawing 2 cards is so good that many competitive decks take the risk anyway. And if you're playing a deck which doesn't rely on a handful of specific combo pieces, then they definitely play this card for consistency. In fact, even decks that do rely on a handful of combo pieces still play Pot of Desires. The ability to just draw 2 cards is super strong, where the 2 weaker retrain versions of Pot of Greed see all kinds of competitive play, even though they tried really hard to balance out those restrictions. And to be fair, they did kind of balance it out. You're losing a lot in order to use these 2 cards, but generally people will build their decks around these 2 cards just so they can get the great effect of drawing 2. And at number 2, we have Lightning Storm. This card is a retrain of Raigeki, which is a card currently limited on the ban list that occasionally sees competitive play, which just allows you to destroy all of your opponent's monsters, which is a really good effect. And what Lightning Storm does is it allows you to choose one of its 2 effects, where it can destroy all of your opponent's attack position monsters, or destroy all of your opponent's spell and trap cards. And in order to use Lightning Storm, you need to control no face-up cards, and it has a hard once per turn on its effect. So Raigeki allows you to destroy all of your opponent's monsters easier, but Lightning Storm allows you to choose either your opponent's monsters or their back row. It's actually one of the most played cards in the metagame right now, mainly for its second effect, to be perfectly honest. Being able to destroy all of your opponent's spell or traps is super good, and the one card that lets you do that is currently banned. So Lightning Storm could be considered both a Raigeki and Harpy's Feather Duster retrain. Although with the restrictions of having no face-up cards means it's squarely a going second card, and something to help you come back from a really bad position. Although even then, it's still great. The choice of being able to wipe out your opponent's monsters or back row is just super good, and this card will probably hit on the ban list in the future because of just how good that is. Maybe. The restrictions on it are pretty fair, as you can only really use this if you don't have anything else on the field. So it can't be used in order to win more like Raigeki or Harpy's Feather Duster could, and it's more of a board breaking tool than it is an overpowered effect that they forgot to give a proper cost. And at number 1, we have Brilliant Fusion. I'm sure most people don't even know that this card is actually a retrain of Gem Knight Fusion, which is a fusion spell card that the Gem Knight archetype has, which is basically their polymerization, except it has an extra effect that allows it to return itself to your hand from the graveyard by banishing a Gem Knight monster from the graveyard. So it's actually pretty good in Gem Knight decks. But Brilliant Fusion is pretty good in basically every deck. You see, what Brilliant Fusion does is it allows you to fusion summon a Gem Knight fusion monster using materials from your deck. But it has the cost where the fusion monster you bring out only has 0 attack and defense, which really doesn't matter at all, as the best target to pick with Brilliant Fusion was Gem Knight Seraphonite, which had an effect on the field to allow you to normal summon twice. Now, decks are balanced around the fact that they can only normal summon a single time, so gaining a second normal summon is huge, and gaining the second normal summon while also gaining a monster on the field to use for extra deck plays is even better. And to add more icing to the cake, Gem Knight Seraphonite requires a light attribute monster as one of its materials. So Brilliant Fusion would allow you to send any light attribute monster from your deck to the graveyard, which could have the potential of giving you more advantage. If you sent Fairy Tale Snow to the graveyard before it got banned, or just Perform Mage Trick Clown. So with a single Brilliant Fusion, you get 2 monsters on the field with 1 card from your hand and an additional normal summon for the turn, which was just an insane amount of advantage from a single card, which is why Brilliant Fusion was played in pretty much every deck that could possibly play it, until the card got banned for generating too much advantage from 1 card. And this really good combo extender is technically a retrain of an archetype-specific fusion card, which was meant to help along their archetype, and kind of accidentally was good in everything else as well. And at number 10, we have the Celtic Guardian. This is a normal monster with only 1400 attack, and briefly saw competitive play when it was the highest attack level 4 lore monster in the game for like less than a month in the OCG. But in the TCG, it came out alongside cards like La Jinn, the Mystical Genie of the Lamp, so it was already power crept right out the gate and didn't see any play. About 2 years after its release, they created an evolution of Celtic Guardian called Obnoxious Celtic Guard. This card had the exact same stats as the original, except it had the added caveat where It could not be destroyed by battle with the monster with 1900 or more attack. And you'd think with how early in the game this effect came out that it would be pretty good. Except there was already cards in the game like Spirit Reaper, a card that's permanently immune to battle destruction. And if you wanted to play a card that couldn't be destroyed by battle, there wasn't a big reason to play Obnoxious Celtic Guard over Spirit Reaper. Although in Duel Links it does see play because there aren't really better options. Although that wasn't all. 12 years later, Konami released another evolution of Celtic Guardian in the form of Celtic Guard of Noble Arms. This card has 2100 attack for a level 4 monster, which is actually really high even in the modern day. But because of its high attack, it has a restriction on it, where it can't attack if you have any cards in your hand, which is pretty bad. But it goes on to have two other effects, where you can special summon a Celtic Guard monster from your hand once per turn, and if this attacking card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you get to draw cards equal to the number of Celtic Guard monsters you control. So if this card inflicts any battle damage by itself, you get to draw at least one card, which is actually pretty good. If you have a full board of Celtic Guard monsters on your side of the field, of which there is only 3 of them, you can draw up to 5 cards if it gets its effect off. So it has the potential for a high payoff, and even loosely has support with Noble Arm cards, just not in a useful way. Although seeing as Celtic Guard of Noble Arms came out in 2016, where the meta was way past the point of attacking over things, or being able to special summon weak monsters from your hand, it didn't really do enough to allow Celtic Guardian to see any play. And at number 9, we have Curse of Dragon. This is a level 5 normal monster with 2000 attack, which actually made it one of the higher attack 1 tribute monsters in the early game, being beaten out by only like 2 other cards, which meant it didn't see any play because there was no use to use this card over something like Summon Skull. But then, 14 years later, it was given an evolution in the form of Curse of Dragonfire. For the same stats as the original, only having an actual effect, if the card was summoned, you got to destroy field spell cards on the field, and also once per turn it had the unique effect to allow you to perform a fusion summon, as long as you use monsters on your side of the field, including Curse of Dragonfire as one of those materials for the fusion summon. This card was also meant to be support for the Gaia the Fierce Knight archetype, who also received a new wave of support including Sky Galloping Gaia Dragon Champion, as Curse of Dragon was involved in the fusion monster with Gaia the Fierce Knight in the form of Gaia the Dragon Champion. So Curse of Dragonfire was supposed to allow you to bring out Sky Galloping Gaia the Dragon Champion easier, and it didn't really do a good job at that, because it was still a 1 tribute monster that was kind of hard to bring out. So Curse of Dragonfire only saw niche success in a handful of combos that wanted to bring out fusion monsters who could use Curse of Dragonfire as one of its materials, which almost never involved Sky Galloping the Gaia Dragon Champion. Then, in 2020, it got a new and improved evolution in the form of Curse of Dragon the Cursed Dragon. It has the same stats as the original and has the effect that if summoned, you can add a spell or trap card from your deck to your hand that has Gaia the Dragon Champion in its card text. It also has another effect that if it's sent to the graveyard, you can negate the effects of all of your opponent's monsters who have an attack less than a face-up Gaia Dragon Champion monster you control. So it still didn't have an easier way to bring itself out, but they did include an actual good new wave of support cards revolving around Gaia Dragon Champion, and the newest evolution form of that card, Gaia the Magical Knight of Dragons. Curse of Dragon the Cursed Dragon could actually be brought out a lot easier with this new support, thanks to cards like Gaia the Magical Knight, who could special summon the card from the hand or graveyard, and Artillery Catapult Turtle, who could special summon it straight from the deck. The latest evolution of Curse of Dragon basically only exists to facilitate combos to bring out Gaia the Magical Knight of Dragons, but it at least does a better job of it than the original retrain did, even if it's not quite good enough to see play in the modern metagame. And at number 8, we have Mystical Elf. This is a level 4 monster with only 800 attack but 2000 defense. And because it has such a high defense value, it did actually see play as a wall that could reliably survive until your next turn, so that you could tribute it for a good card like Summon Skull or Jinzo. Then, only a couple months after the release of the card, it received an evolution form, or more likely a dark version, which are a series of cards that I'll probably have to do a separate video on in the future, where its dark counterpart had its attack and defense swapped, and had the effect that you had to pay 1000 life points for it to declare an attack. But since that's not really a big deal, and it was a 2000 attack level 4 monster, it actually saw a lot of competitive play. This was in the time period where the highest attack for a level 4 lower monster was 1850, so Dark Elf could beat over pretty much anything, and all you had to do was pay 1000 life points each time it declared an attack, which in today's metagame, where life points are seen as more of a resource to use rather than something to covet, that seems like not a big deal at all. But in the early days of the game, things were a lot more control-oriented, and they kind of paid attention to life points more than we do today. So it was only really played at 1 copy per deck most of the time, because people didn't want to pay all those life points for just a low-level beater. Although, deck building back in the day was kind of weird. They didn't actually play 3 ofs very often, and they would routinely play 1 or 2 copies of key cards. So it was more of how deck building was back then, than how life points were more valued back then, and probably just how bad deck building was in the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because remember, cards like Solemn Judgment did not see widespread competitive play when it first came out because people didn't want to have to pay half their life points to use it, even though it's one of the best trap cards in the game's history and still sees competitive play to this day. Eventually, the game moved away from having high attack beaters, and Dark Elf quickly fell out of favor, but it was a powerhouse in the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh! And at number 7, we have Summon Skull. This was the strongest 1 tribute monster in the early version of the game, clocking in at a grand total of 2500 attack, which was the same attack points as the Dark Magician, who required 2 tributes to be brought out. And a lot of early versions of decks were just Summon Skull beatdown. Although once the game started to transition into archetypes, Summon Skull kinda stopped seeing play like most normal monsters that weren't also part of archetypes. Even though Summon Skull is technically part of the Archfiend archetype. Summon Skull went on to get a retrain pretty early on. After only a year, Skull Archfiend of Lightning was released, another 2500 attack level 6 monster, this time with an actual beneficial effect on top of it, where, if this card is targeted by a card effect, you get to roll a 6-sided die, and if the result is 1, 3, or 6, you get to negate the effect and destroy that card. So basically you had a 50% chance to negate and destroy cards that targeted it. But it also had a maintenance cost like most of the early Archfiend cards, where you had to pay 500 life points during each of your standby phases to keep it on the field. It wasn't very good, but it was better than nothing, and didn't really see any competitive play. Then in 2009, about 6 years later, Summon Skull received a zombie version called Archfiend Zombie Skull, which required Plague Spreader Zombie plus 2 or more non-tuner zombie monsters as its materials. And what you got for this kind of ridiculous requirement for a level 6 synchro monster was a card that granted your zombie monsters the effect where they could not be destroyed by card effects. And this card didn't see any competitive play in its intended way, but did actually see play once Shiranui's Spectral Sword was released in 2016, and basically allowed you to cheat the card out of the extra deck. Then in 2005, during a new wave of Red Eye's Black Dragon support cards, they released a card called Red Eye's Archfiend of Lightning, which was a Gemini card that actually had a pretty good effect if you managed to get off its Gemini summon, where you could destroy all the cards in the field with a lower defense than this card's attack, which was a homage to the support spell card Makyu, the Magical Mist, although it didn't really see competitive play, because Red Eye decks didn't see competitive play outside of Duel Links. And of course, outside of using single copies of Red Eye's Black Dragon and Red Eye's Fusion in order to bring out Red Eye's Dark Dragoon. Although in 2019, Konami released a series of new evolutions of Summon Skull, comprising of different versions of it for each monster type, as Summon Skull was given a Ritual, Synchro, Fusion, and Xyz's counterpart, all of them having various different effects that revolved around protecting themselves in some way, or boosting attack. But they all shared basically the exact same stats of being a level or rank 6 monster, the same attack and defense as the original Summon Skull, and the floating effect that if the card is sent to the graveyard by an opponent's card, you got to special summon a Summon Skull from your hand deck or graveyard. Now, none of these new wave of Summon Skull cards saw competitive success either, although Archfiend's Call, the Synchro Summon Skull, does actually see competitive success in Duel Links at least, because it can't be targeted by card effects and is pretty easy to bring out. But even though Summon Skull has a whole bunch of retrains and evolutions of the original card, none of them saw anywhere near as much success as the original card in its prime, when it was basically in everyone's deck, which is why it's kinda low on this list, even though it's so iconic and was so good in the early days of the game, because almost all of its evolutions have been kind of a disappointment. And at number 6, we have TheDuelLogs. This card occasionally saw play in the early days of the game because it was a high attack level 4 lower monster, and came out in the first set of the game. It wasn't the highest attack, but it was tied for the second highest with Neo the Magical Swordsman. So once bigger and better beaters came out, TheDuelLogs quickly stopped seeing play, and then 2 years later, its evolved form Enrage TheDuelLogs came out. Enrage TheDuelLogs has the effect that while it's on the field, all of your Beast, Beast Warrior, or Winged Beast type monsters gain piercing battle damage. And hey, what do you know? Enrage TheDuelLogs himself is a Beast Warrior type monster, so it also just gained piercing battle damage. And it actually saw a lot of competitive play alongside cards like Air Knight Parshath, a level 5 monster with 1900 attack, who saw a lot of competitive success because it had piercing battle damage and a high attack, while also being able to draw cards if it did inflict that battle damage. Enraged BattleOx only had 200 less attack than Air Knight Parshath and didn't require a tribute, so it was just a very good addition to those kinds of decks, even though most of them were used in Chaos decks that were all about light and dark monsters. The stat line for its piercing damage was so good that they would play an Earth monster like Enraged BattleOx just to get that piercing damage, which allowed them to deal with battle immune monsters like Spirit Reaper pretty easily, who were pretty dominant at the time. Although this didn't last long and stopped seeing play with the gradual power creep of the game. And at number 5, we have Ansatsu. This is a level 5 vanilla monster with 1700 attack, the same attack as BattleOx, and didn't really see any play, because there's no reason to tribute a monster for the same stats as a BattleOx. It was already not even the strongest level 4 lore monster in the game at the time. Then 2 years later, Strike Ninja came out, which is a direct evolution of the original card, as it has the exact same stats as the original, except it's a more reasonable level 4 monster instead of level 5, which means you can bring it out without tribute summoning. And what Strike Ninja did was it has a quick effect, where you can banish 2 dark monsters from your graveyard in order to banish this card until the end phase. So it was kind of like Wind Up Rabbit or Evil Swarm Thunderbird, or you could use this effect to dodge destruction effects in order to keep it around longer. Although it had a much harsher condition of having to banish 2 monsters from your graveyard to do this, whereas Rabbit and Thunderbird can do it with no cost. And as surprising as it might be to hear, Strike Ninja absolutely saw tons of competitive play, and even had decks built around it. You see, shortly after Strike Ninja came out, a trap card called Return from the Different Dimension was also released. This card allows you to pay half your life points to special summon as many of your banished monsters as possible, but during the end phase, all of those monsters are banished again. So, using Return from the Different Dimension as well as Dimension Fusion, what you could do was rely heavily on Strike Ninja's effect in order to fill up the banish zone, so that you can go for a big win with one of those 2 little cards. And they could do this pretty easily because basically all of the best floaters were Dark Attribute, and they could just rely on cards like Mystic Tomato and Sangan to fill up the graveyard while searching out more cards from the deck. And then they would just use Strike Ninja to get rid of all those cards from the graveyard so they could be brought back later on for a finish. And this deck saw all kinds of competitive success, all the way until Dark Arm Dragon came out. Dark Arm Dragon was a center stone of one of the few Tier 0 decks in the game's history, and has the effect that you can special summon it from your hand if you control exactly 3 dark monsters in your graveyard, and it can destroy 1 monster in the field by banishing 1 dark monster from the graveyard, which is not once per turn. So Strike Ninja allowed you to better control the number of dark monsters in your graveyard, and kind of just worked alongside Dark Arm Dragon decks that were using Return from the Different Dimension as well. Although Dark Arm Dragon was so good at using Return, as well as the new Synchro monsters coming out that allowed you to turn all those monsters in the field into Synchro monsters rather than letting them get banished, that they eventually banned Return from the Different Dimension, and with banning of that card, Strike Ninja stopped seeing play. And that was kind of the end of it. Later on, they also released a new ninja support card called Black Dragon Ninja, which could be loosely considered another evolution, since it kind of has the same ninja outfit in the picture, but that card only saw competitive success in Duel Links and doesn't really have much to do with Strike Ninja's effect. And at number 4, we have Archfiend Marmont of Nefariousness. This is a level 2 vanilla monster with incredibly low stats and obviously didn't see any competitive play. Then, 5 years after its release in the TCG, an evolution version of the card came out called Obese Marmot of Nefariousness, which is a level 3 vanilla monster with 350 more attack, which also saw no play because it's kinda bad for a level 3 monster as well. It wasn't until 2014 until we saw a good evolution of the card in the form of Nefarious Archfiend Eater of Nefariousness. This later one was a level 4 monster and had an actual effect, where if you controlled a spellcaster type monster, you could special summon the card from your hand. This was an effect given to all the Charmer Companion evolutions, as the original card can be seen alongside Ausa, the Earth Charmer. So sometimes when they release new Charmer support, Archfiend Marmot of Nefariousness would also receive some support. Anyways, it goes on to have another effect, where during the end phase, if this card exists in your graveyard, you can destroy 1 face-up monster you control in order to special summon this card. Now, this effect can only be used once per turn in order to prevent any kind of infinite loops like with Manticore of Darkness, but even at only once per turn, it was actually really good in a whole bunch of decks that like to destroy their own cards, especially decks like Pepe, another one of the few Tier 0 decks in the game's history. They love to destroy their own cards, although they do such a good job at it that they don't really need nefariousness, but it was still useful and was included in a couple of Pepe decks that topped events. Once a lot of cards in that deck got banned, it kept seeing play in Perform Mage decks because they love to destroy their own cards, and they gain even more benefit if they're able to do it during their opponent's turn. More recently, it saw play in a couple of Crusadia Guard Dragon decks, but not for its destroy effect, and actually because of the ability to special summon itself from the hand if there's a spellcaster type monster on the field. And of course it saw some play in Yang Xing decks, who also love to destroy their own cards more than anything, since basically all Yang Xing monsters have the effect, where they float into another Yang Xing monster if they're destroyed by battle or card effect. And at number 3, we have Warrior Digrapher. This monster didn't see play as a normal monster, but did get a whole bunch of evolutions and retrains, more than probably even Summon Skull. Although since he has so many of them, I'm only going to talk about the one that matters, and that's Dark Grepher, who again might just be a dark counterpart and not technically an evolution like Dark Elf, but it is a really good card and improves upon the original, so it counts for the list. Now, Dark Grepher has the effect that you can special summon the card from your hand by discarding a level 5 or higher dark monster. And then it goes on to have the effect where you can discard a dark monster in order to send a dark monster from your deck to the graveyard. For the longest time, this was kind of considered a worse version of Armageddon Knight, since the card can send dark monsters from your deck to the graveyard on its summon without a cost. Although Dark Grepher still saw play, because sending dark monsters to the graveyard was just so good, that usually decks would play Dark Grepher alongside Armageddon Knight, and it had the additional option of being able to special summon itself from the hand sometimes, especially if you discarded cards like Destiny Hero Malicious from your hand in order to bring it out, a card that wants to be in the graveyard anyway. The fact that it was a warrior also helped popularize Dark Warrior combos, which are really good in the Link era. Although it's not just Dark Warrior combos that make Dark Grepher good. It sees tons of play in all kinds of different decks. In fact, it's pretty much seen consistent play ever since it came out in 2008, to the point where they eventually had to limit the card during the Link era, because it was too good with Link monsters. So when it comes to evolutions, Dark Grepher is definitely high up there in terms of good ones. And at number 2, we have Three-Legged Zombies. This is a level 3 normal zombie type monster with 1100 attack, which didn't actually see competitive play when it first came out, which shouldn't be surprising considering its terrible stats. Although it eventually was given a random evolution in 2015 in the form of Unizombie. Unizombie is a level 3 tuner monster, which is surprisingly a little bit more attack than the original at 1300, and has 2 effects. One of them allows you to discard a card from your hand in order to increase the level of monster you control by 1. Its other effect allows you to send a zombie-type monster from your deck to the graveyard to increase the level of a monster you control by 1. Although if you use this effect, only zombie monsters are allowed to attack this turn. And each of these effects are hard once per turns. Now, the fact that the card is a tuner, can manipulate its own level, and send zombies from the deck to the graveyard, means it has seen pretty much consistent play in any zombie deck ever since it was released. The fact that it has 0 defense means it can be searched straight out of the deck with cards like Shiranui Solitaire, and kind of allows you to have 1 card level 8 synchro monsters. As what you could do was normal summon Shiranui Solitaire, use its effect to tribute itself to special summon Unizombie from the deck, then use Unizombie's effect to send Mezuki from your deck to the graveyard in order to increase its level by 1. Then use Mezuki in the graveyard to bring back Shiranui Solitaire, and you have 2 materials on the field for a level 8 synchro monster. Although this is just one of many ways you can use Unizombie. The fact that it's a tuner also opens up Crystron Halquiferbrax combos, which adds all kinds of potential to the zombie-based decks. Although when it comes to Unizombie versus Dark Grepher, technically Dark Grepher has seen more competitive play, but only because warrior decks have seen more play, whereas I think Unizombie technically is just a better card overall, which is why I have it slightly higher. And at number 1, we have Crowned by the World Chalice. This is a level 2 normal monster which was released in 2017, and was kind of made for the sole purpose to have evolutions of it created down the line, even though the card itself does see competitive play every now and then because it's part of the World Chalice archetype. Now, Crowned by the World Chalice has a couple of evolutions, and pretty much all of them have seen competitive play, and she even has a couple of dark counterparts or corrupted versions. But for this spot, we'll be talking about Ib, the World Chalice Justiciar. This is a level 5 synchro monster who has the effect that you can synchro summon this card without a tuner monster if you control World Chalice normal monster, which you can treat as a tuner monster for its summon. Its summoning condition isn't super important, but the fact that it allows itself to be brought out easier when it already has 2 other good effects is just icing on the cake. You see, this card also has the effects that when this card is synchro summoned, you get to add a World Legacy card from your deck to your hand. And also, if this synchro summon card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you get to special summon a World Chalice monster from your deck or graveyard, except another copy of this card. This card itself is also a tuner, which adds even more versatility to the fact that this card basically allows you to go +2 with its effect. First, it allows you to search on its summon, which is an inherent +1, or card economy neutral if you consider the 2 monsters needed for its synchro summon, and then you gain advantage when you use its material for something else. Usually a link summon, and the type of advantage it gives you is one of the best in the game, being able to bring a monster out of the deck, directly to the field. And there are a couple of really good generic legacy support cards, like World Legacy Succession, which allows you to special summon a monster from the graveyard, just as long as it's to a zone that a link monster points to. It was basically pure advantage. It was easy to bring out since it had generic materials and was only a level 5 synchro monster. It had alternative summoning conditions, so it was easier to bring out. It allowed you to go +1 on its summon, +1 on its floating effect, and doubled as a tuner monster itself for even more versatility in how to get the card off the field to activate its floating effect. The card was so good at generating advantage that it got banned in the middle of Master Rule 4, before they loosened the restrictions on where synchro monsters could be summoned to. You know a synchro monster is busted when it's considered too strong for a restricted format like Master Rule 4. Now, Crowned by the World Chalice does have a lot of other evolutions, but none of them are as good as Ib the World Chalice Justiciar, so I think we'll just end it there. And at number 10, we have Paladin of White Dragon. This is a level 4 ritual monster, probably one of the first ones in the game, and it simply has the effect that if it attacks a face-down defense position monster, you get to destroy that monster with this card's effect. And also, you can tribute this card in order to special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from your hand or deck, but Blue Eyes White Dragons you control cannot attack for the rest of the turn. Now, this card was kind of the first of a whole series of Paladin level 4 ritual monsters that support dragon archetypes, as they also created one for the Red Eyes Black Dragon, Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon, and even the Cyberse type, which is kind of a crazy catch-all support where Paladin of Storm Dragon can tribute itself to special summon any level 5 or higher Cyberse monster from your hand or deck. Now, they all have slightly different secondary effects, but they all basically tribute themselves in order to special summon the boss monster from the deck. And Paladin of White Dragon was kind of the first of this little bunch of cards. So really, all the other Paladins could be considered retrains of this card. But there is also a card called Paladin of the Cursed Dragon, which is a level 4 zombie type monster that has the exact same stats as this card, and has an effect to special summon a zombie from your opponent's graveyard if it was destroyed by battle. Now, Paladin of the Cursed Dragon was actually created after Paladin of White Dragon, so it doesn't really fit what this list is going for. Generally, they don't create retrains of already existing ritual monsters. They create retrains of other monsters into ritual versions. So Paladin of White Dragon is like one of the few reverse cases of this, which is why it's only the number 10 spot on this list, because it inspired so many retrains of itself. And at number 9, we have Odd Eyes Gravity Dragon. When this card is ritual summoned, you get to return all of your opponent's spell or trap cards to their hand on a spell speed 4 effect. And it also has a continuous effect on the field, where your opponent has to pay 500 life points to activate card effects, so it's not half bad. Being able to clear your opponent's back row without them being able to respond to it is pretty decent, and having a passive 500 burn on everything your opponent does is pretty good. That's why Red Eyes Flare Battle Dragon is such a popular rank 7 monster. And this is obviously a retrain of Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, because that card basically has a retrain of every single kind of card type, except maybe a link monster. But the original Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon is pretty good itself, so there's not too much of a gap between their strengths. So it's kind of getting a lower spot on this list, since I am kind of ranking them based on the gap between how much better it is than the original card it's supposed to be a retrain of, and they're both just kind of good. And at number 8, we have Carillion, Sacred Phoenix of Nephthys. This is a retrain of the Sacred Phoenix of Nephthys, who himself was already a pretty decent card back in the day. And what the retrain does is you can destroy a number of Nephthys cards in your hand or your side of the field to destroy an equal number of monsters your opponent controls. And also, if this card was destroyed, you can special summon it during your next standby phase. So it can target itself with its effect to destroy one of your opponent's monsters, and then come back during your next turn, which is a pretty decent effect. It is really an extension of the original card it's based off of, who has the effect that if it's destroyed by a card effect and sent to the graveyard, you get to special summon this card during your next standby phase and also destroy all spell and trap cards on the field. So the retrain can destroy monsters, while the original can destroy spells and traps, so they actually work together pretty well. Although not well enough to see competitive play, as this card only really saw the light of day in Duel Links in competitive decks over there. And at number 7, we have Yugioh. This card is a retrain of Steel Swarm Hercules, although its effect is nothing like the card it's based on. Steel Swarm Hercules has the effect where you can pay half your life points to destroy all of the cards in the field. And Yugioh has the effect where you can pay 1,000 life points to draw a card. And then if that card is a Yugioh monster, you can then shuffle one card in the field into the deck. And the great thing about this card is you're essentially drawing a card in order to maybe remove something from the field, which is way better than the other way around. And since its effect is only as soft once per turn, Yugioh decks would sometimes find ways to loop this card and use its effect multiple times per turn, which would then allow them to loop it further to draw even more cards, until they just didn't have life points to pay to keep drawing them. Yugioh is probably one of the better Yugioh cards, even if it's not currently on the ban list like 2 of the other Yugioh monsters are, because they also have lots of degenerate looping combos. But I'm pretty sure those ones are just retrains of other Yugioh monsters, which I don't think really counts. More like Yugioh is one of the better Yugioh monsters who also happens to be a retrain of a monster from a different archetype, which is why it makes it on this list. And at number 6, we have Cyber's Magician. This card is a retrain of Cyber's Wizard, which is a level 4 Cyber's monster who doesn't have a very good effect. Basically, once per turn, you can target one of your opponent's attack position monsters to change it to defense position, and then, for the rest of the turn, your monsters can only attack that monster. However, Cyber's monsters you control gain piercing battle damage if they do so. It's not a really good effect. It seems almost like pack filler, not really something you'd base a combo around, or something that helps you extend combo plays. Its Ritual Retrain, however, has much better effects. It kind of has the reverse effect, where your opponent can only target this card with attacks and monster effects as long as you control a Link monster. Also, if this card battles a Link monster, it gains 1,000 attack during that battle. It also passively cuts half any damage you take, and it floats into a search of any one Cyber's monster from your deck. Lots of neat things about the Ritual card that makes it almost worth playing, especially since Cyber's Witch can search this card out so easily along with its Ritual spell card. This is kind of a random retrain of a random monster. Generally, they only do retrains of more iconic or boss monsters. But then again, Steel Swarm Hercules isn't exactly iconic either, and that got a random retrain in a different archetype. But whatever the case, this card is much better than its original counterpart, which is why it gets a slightly higher spot on this list. And at number 5, we have Elemental Mistress Doriado, who is a retrain of an old vanilla monster simply known as Doriado. Now, when first researching this list, I didn't actually know that Elemental Mistress Doriado was a retrain, since they've made retrains of this Ritual card after the fact, which all have effects relating to that Ritual monster, which simply has the effect that its attribute is also treated as wind, water, fire, and earth, in addition to its normal attribute of light. So while on the field it counts as all but one of the main attributes, unless you count Divine, in which case it's only missing 2 of them. And if you're able to get this card out on the field, it single-handedly meets the requirements for Fu Ren Kazan, which is a trap card that requires you to have monsters with wind, water, fire, and earth attributes on the field, and then allows you to activate one of its 4 overpowered effects. And then later on, they released a pendulum retrain called Dark Doriado, who lets you gain attack for different attributes and also stacks your deck with different monsters with different attributes. And there's also Elemental Grace Doriado, who gains attack based on different attributes in the graveyard. All of the retrains heavily go into the multiple different attributes direction that the original retrain or Ritual monster started. And the main card they all came from, Normal Doriado, is just kind of a bad vanilla monster with low stats, who just has the flavor text of a spirit of the forest powered by the surrounding trees and wildlife, which really doesn't indicate a whole bunch of attribute shenanigans. Although its retrain is much better than the original, so it gets a middle spot on this list. And at number 4, we have Archfiend's Awakening, which is a retrain of Summon Skull. This card has the effect where its name becomes Summon Skull on the field, and it also is still treated as an Archfiend card, just like the normal Summon Skull. On the field, it cannot be destroyed by battle or monster effects unless it's by another Ritual monster, and it also has a floating effect where if it's sent to the graveyard by an opponent's card, you get to special summon a Summon Skull from your hand, deck, or graveyard. So it has some pretty decent protection as well as changes its name to Summon Skull, so it can benefit from other Summon Skull support, which there isn't a lot of other than a whole bunch of other retrains of Summon Skull. So it's not super good, and it doesn't even have its own ritual spell card. It just has Contract with the Abyss listed as a card that can be used to bring it out, which is a generic ritual card that can be used on any dark ritual monster. But it is very obviously a retrain of an iconic monster from the early days of the game. It does have a much better effect than its original counterpart, who was just a vanilla monster, but I'm not sure it's that much better than the previous 2 spots on this list, so I just kind of lumped them all together in the middle. And at number 3, we have Magician of Chaos, who is a retrain of the Dark Magician, who himself has so many retrains and support cards released over the years that it would be kind of odd if it didn't have a retrain ritual monster. Now, what this card does is when on the field or in the graveyard, its name becomes Dark Magician, and once per turn, when a spell or trap card is activated, you can destroy 1 card on the field. So basically, you can just use a spell card in order to also pop one of your opponent's monsters, or have some form of disruption during your opponent's turn if they try to use spell or trap cards to do anything. So it's not a half bad effect on the field. It also has a floating effect, where if it's destroyed by battle or card effect, you can special summon a Chaos or Blackluster Soldier ritual monster from your hand, except another copy of this card, and ignoring its summoning conditions. So, you can use this card to bring out Magician of Black Chaos Max, who himself is a retrain of another ritual monster, the Magician of Black Chaos. A Magician of Black Chaos Max can tribute itself or another monster in order to prevent your opponent from using monster effects for the turn, which is super good. It also has a decent ritual card, which has a lot of different targets besides itself, and it also is used to bring out the number 2 card on this list. And at number 2, we have Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon, who is a retrain of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and it's just one of 2 ritual monster retrain counterparts, the other being the Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon. Now, the Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon has the effect to inflict double piercing battle damage, and with 4,000 attack, in addition to immunity from your opponent's destruction and targeted effects, makes it a pretty powerful boss monster that can do lots of damage. And it is a very favorite card amongst Blue Eyes players for actually fitting pretty well into a normal Blue Eyes deck. Normally, with a lot of these retrains, they don't really fit in with the main deck they're supposed to be a retrain of, since ritual cards are pretty inconsistent outside a deck specifically made for bringing them out. But Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon can be searched out with the same cards that search out Blue Eyes White Dragon. It can also use Blue Eyes White Dragon from the graveyard as one of its ritual materials, and it fits in with the archetype of just being a big beat stick that attacks over everything. You can even win the duel instantly if your opponent has a defense position monster with 0 defense on their side of the field, as this card would inflict 8,000 points of piercing battle damage thanks to its double piercing battle damage effect. So it's a very fun card to use, just not super competitive, even if it did enjoy a medium amount of competitive success in the past. And it's definitely better than its retrain counterpart, who himself is just a vanilla monster like the previous 3 spots on the list. And at number 1, we have Necros of Yugioh. Now, technically, the entire Necros archetype is created from the retrains of other monsters in the game. Generally, though, they're retrains of good monsters already, so putting something like Necros of Trishula on this list wouldn't put it a high spot, since the original Trishula, Dragon of the Ice Barrier, is probably better than its retrain. However, when it comes to really good Necros monsters, Necros of Yugioh is probably the best one that is also better than its retrain version, which is a synchro monster called the Fabled Yugioh, which is a level 4 synchro that has the potential to negate your opponent's card effects, if you have the same number of cards in your hand, which isn't half bad, and has the unique distinction of being one of the few cards in the game that can negate Spell Speed 4 effects. Necros of Yugioh, though, just negates the effects of all face-up monsters in the field that were special summoned from the extra deck, and with the baseline attack of 2300, and being a level 4 ritual monster, combined with the fact that it can be used from the hand to recover any Necros ritual card from the graveyard, means this card is super good, especially in Necros decks, which is the only ritual-focused deck that managed to reach Tier 0 status, even if it was only for one tournament. You see, Necros had this really unique distinction about them that made them super good, where all of the Necros monsters have a hand effect in addition to on-field effects when they're brought out, which made them so consistent they immediately saw tons of competitive play, and they had to heavily restrict a lot of their cards to bring down that consistency. And Necros of Yugioh was both a good combo piece to that deck and a good card to bring out for its on-field effect. Since it was level 4, you could bring it out with Necros Kaleidoscope and send a Herald of Arclight from your extra deck to the graveyard as its material, which would allow you to search out another Necros card. so you didn't even really lose advantage for bringing them out. It was really hard for an opponent to get over this card without being able to use the effects of extra deck monsters, which is why it's currently limited to 1 copy per deck. Because its synergy with Kaleidoscope and Herald of Arclight, in addition to it just being a good monster in the field, made it a little bit too good. And it's also a lot better than its retrain version. So for probably being the best ritual monster here, and for being better than its retrain, it kind of has to take the number 1 spot on this list. And at number 10, we have Tribe Infecting Virus. This was a banned card for years until very recently, because it has an effect where you can discard 1 card from your hand in order to destroy all face-up monsters in the field of a shared type that you declare. So if your opponent is playing a whole bunch of dragons, for example, you can discard a card and just declare dragons to get rid of all of them. And since Tribe Infecting Virus itself is Aqua type, which is an incredibly unpopular type of monster, it is very unlikely that you'll destroy your own cards using its effect, especially since its effect is not once per turn. You can just keep destroying cards as long as you have cards to discard, and this was a little bit too strong in the early days of the game, so it was banned for over 10 years. And they released a retrain version of the card called Tribe Shocking Virus. Now, this is a Thunder Water version, so it was kind of fitting in the same theme of having an unpopular type. Well, it was popular back when it was released, before the Thunder Dragon retrains came out, and it had the effect where once per turn you could banish 1 monster from your hand to destroy all face-up monsters in the field as the same type as the banished monster. Now, this was nerfed in 3 ways. For 1, they actually gave the card a once per turn on its effect. And 2, you have to banish a monster from your hand instead of being able to discard any 1 card from your hand, which is a much steeper cost. And 3, you only get to destroy cards in the field that share the type as the monster you banished, rather than being able to declare any type of monster. And it's this last restriction that made this card see absolutely no competitive play, and be a heavily nerfed knockoff version of the original card it was very obviously based on. And at number 9, we have Substitoad. This is another card that was banned for having a very overpowered effect, but unlike Tribe Infecting Virus, Substitoad is still banned to this day. And its effect is you contribute 1 monster to special summon a frog monster from your deck. Here's the thing with this card, this effect is not once per turn. So if you just get out 1 monster on the field, you can basically put every single frog monster from your deck into the graveyard. And frog cards are good. They still see competitive play even to this day. And they even have cards like Ronin Tonin who can use frogs in the graveyard to bring itself out, who himself does not have a once per turn on its effect. So instead of unbanning Substitoad, they created a retrained nerfed version of the card called Trade Toad, where once per turn you contribute an Aqua type monster to select 1 frog monster in your graveyard and special summon it. It has the exact same stat line as Substitoad and even looks kinda similar to it. So instead of being able to tribute any monster, you can only tribute Aqua types. You can only special summon frogs from the graveyard instead of from the deck, which is still a good place to special summon them from, but it's nowhere near as overpowered as bringing them out from the deck. And of course they gave the card a once per turn restriction, in addition to not giving it the other frogs can't be destroyed by battle thing. Now with how eager Konami is to errata old effects to make them less overpowered, I could still see them changing Substitoad's effect to being a hard once per turn in order to unban it. But as it is for now, you have this incredibly weak retrain that is basically an unbanned version of Substitoad, which doesn't actually see playing frog decks because it doesn't have frog in its name, so it doesn't really support the archetype anywhere near as much as Substitoad did. And at number 8, we have Magician of Black Chaos, who's had a number of retrain cards that buffed its effect, as it originally did not have one. Now, Magician of Black Chaos was released in the days when special summoning itself was incredibly rare and hard to do. So the very fact that it was a ritual monster with high stats was in itself basically its special effect, as it allowed you to bring out a strong monster without tributes on the field or using your normal summon. Although when players found out how many resources were needed in order to bring out ritual monsters, and how inconsistent that was, these didn't really see any play. So in the future, they started releasing ritual monsters that actually had effects, and they only really saw play if they had overpowered effects, like Demise, King of Armageddon. And it wasn't until Necrons were released that ritual monsters finally had their own meta archetype. But Magician of Black Chaos got a retrain pretty early on in its life, as it was turned into an effect monster called Dark Magician of Chaos, which had the exact same stats as its ritual counterpart, and had the effect where, when it was summoned, you could add a spell card from your graveyard to your hand. and also any monster destroyed by battle was removed from play instead. It was its effect to recover a spell card on its summon that made it so good that it got banned for years. Then the card eventually got an errata to change the effect to only add a spell card during the end phase, which nerfed it enough for them to unban the card. Although that wasn't the only retrain it got. Many years later, it was also given Magician of Black Chaos Max. Basically another ritual monster of it with the exact same stats, but an actual effect. Where, when it's ritual summoned, you contribute a monster in order to lock your opponent out of monster effects for the turn. Which some people have found ways to use this during your opponent's turn in order to create a sort of lockdown. And it also allows you to add a spell card from your graveyard to your hand when it destroys cards by battle. Then there's also Magician of Chaos. This retrain is more of a retrain of Dark Magician though, but I thought I should mention it anyway since it kind of seems softly related to Magician of Black Chaos as well. Now, since Magician of Black Chaos is kind of a part of the Dark Magician archetype, it enjoys a whole bunch of regular support since it's one of the most supported archetypes in the game, so it only makes sense that this off-brand support card got a couple of retrains. And at number 7, we have Red Dragon Archifiend. This is a synchro monster which has an entire archetype based around it, and a whole bunch of evolved synchro versions of the card. However, the original card itself, that the entire archetype is based around, was never super good. It has high stats at 3000, and it has generic materials, so it's not super hard to bring out for a level 8 synchro monster. But its effect is that after it attacks a defense position monster, you can destroy all defense position monsters your opponent controls. And then it has a negative effect where during your end phase, you have to destroy all other monsters you control that did not declare an attack this turn. So it is good against cards and decks that love to go into defense position, but there are not a lot of good decks that do that. So they then created a card, Starlight Red Dragon Archfiend, who has the same attack, level, and synchro materials, and when it's on the field, its name becomes Red Dragon Archfiend. And its effect is much better, where once per turn you can destroy as many special summoned effect monsters in the field as possible with an attack less than this card's, and then inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each destroyed monster. And since most players will have a whole bunch of special summon monsters on their side of the field, and not a lot of cards beat 3000 attack, this card can basically wipe your opponent's entire field of monsters, and then just attack directly or whatever. Unlike most other cards that wipe your opponent's field, this card doesn't really have any restrictions after using its effect. You only have to worry about that it can destroy your own monsters as well. And since Starlight Red Dragon Archfiend exists, there's no real reason to play the original Red Dragon Archfiend anymore. So it's been completely replaced by its retrain, which does actually see a healthy amount of competitive play. And at number 6, we have a card that's a little bit of the inverse situation of Red Dragon Archfiend, and that's the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. This is a non-effect fusion monster who requires 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons as its materials, and is just a 4500 attack beatstick. The Blue Eyes White Dragon archetype is probably the most supported archetype in the game. It might be a tie between Dark Magician though, as they both have tons and tons of support cards that constantly get released, so there's lots of retrains of cards in that archetype, including the OG fusion monster from that archetype, as the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon has 2 retrains, Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Blue Eyes Alternative Ultimate Dragon. Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon has the same stats and materials for its summon, so it's just a direct retrain of the original, and it has the effect where, after it attacks a monster, you can send a Blue Eyes fusion from your extra deck to the graveyard to allow this card to attack again, which it can use twice. It also has a graveyard effect, where if a Blue Eyes monster you control is targeted for an effect, you can banish this card from the graveyard to negate that activation and destroy the card, which synergizes very well with its first effect, as you can send other copies of this card from your extra deck to the graveyard for it to attack multiple times, which will also then give you protection. And then its other retrain, the Blue Eyes Alternative Ultimate Dragon, also has the same stats and summoning requirements as the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and its effect is, once per turn, you can destroy 1 card your opponent controls, or up to 3 cards if one of its materials was the Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon. But it can't attack the turn it activates its effect, and also it cannot be targeted or destroyed by card effects, so some nice baseline passive protection, which is needed on big boss monsters that are hard to bring out. Now, what's funny about these 2 retrains, which are obviously better than the original, is that the original sees more competitive play. And the reason it sees more play is precisely because it does not have an effect. You see, there's this card in the game called Fists of the Unrivaled Tenyi, which has a floating effect that if it's destroyed by an opponent's card effect, you can special summon a non-effect monster from your extra deck. And Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is the strongest non-effect extra deck monster, which makes it the best target for the floating effect of Fists of the Unrivaled Tenyi. And the card also has another effect on the field, where if you control a non-effect monster, you basically have an Omni Negate, which is super good in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, with how prevalent a Lightning Storm is, decks that want to protect their back row can play Fists of the Unrivaled Tenyi to maybe stop the effect, or if not, get a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon on the field for free, which will require your opponent to use one of their resources to get rid of it, as it's very hard for the average deck to actually beat over that card. And the two retrained versions of Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon are a little bit too cumbersome to be brought out in an actual competitive deck, so they just don't really see play in an archetype that doesn't really see very much play to begin with. And at number 5, we have Blackluster Soldier. Blackluster Soldier has a grand total of 4 retrains, and an entire archetype created around it. An archetype which doesn't actually use the original card at all, as they just completely replaced it with a new ritual monster instead, which also doesn't really see competitive play either. Blackluster Soldier was created in the same time period as the Magician of Black Chaos, and its special effect was supposed to be the fact that it was special summon monster that has stats that could rival the Blue Eyes White Dragon. And it did actually see play for a hot second when it first came out, in Earth Beatdown decks, before being dropped for being too cumbersome like all the other ritual monsters before Necros came out. But it did get a retrain early on in its life in the form of Blackluster Soldier, Envoy of the Beginning, which was such a powerful card that it was banned for years, and when it was taken off the ban list, still saw competitive play even up to the modern day. And it has the same stats as the original, only it's a lot easier to special summon, as you just need to banish one light and dark monster from your graveyard. Then, while it's on the field, it has 2 effects you can choose from. One of them is to banish one of your opponent's monsters at the cost of not being able to attack that turn, and its other effect is being able to make a second attack in a row if it destroys a monster by battle. And pretty much the entire Blackluster Soldier archetype was modeled around this card's effect. Envoy of Evening Twilight can also banish a card, Sacred Soldier banishes a card and floats into a high-level warrior, the Ritual inflicts effect damage when it destroys a monster by battle and floats into a Gaia monster on death, and if Ritual summoned using Evening Twilight Night and Beginning Night, it basically gains Envoy of the Beginning's effects as well. Blackluster Soldier also has a link monster called Blackluster Soldier, Soldier of Chaos. It's modeled after Envoy of the Beginning's effect as well, where it can banish a card and attack extra times. Really, the entire archetype was kind of created around the retrain of Blackluster Soldier, and the original one is largely forgotten about. And at number 4, we have Rescue Cat. This is a card which has the effect where it can send itself to the graveyard to special summon 2 level 3 or lower beast type monsters from your deck, with the drawback that they're destroyed during the end phase. Now, being able to special summon 2 monsters from the deck is an incredibly strong effect, especially in a card that does not have a hard once per turn on its effect, nor restrictions on its summon, and had no restrictions on the monsters that it brought out, as long as they fit within the niche of level 3 or lower beast types. And because of this, Rescue Rabbit was looped like crazy in order to bring out a whole bunch of monsters from the deck to go into some FTKs, where it eventually got banned after its Dark Strike Fighter OTK. After the card got banned, they released a retrain called Rescue Rabbit, which was supposed to fix all of the problems that Rescue Cat had, where it cannot be special summoned from the deck, and it banishes itself in order to activate its effect. That way it's much harder to reuse the card's effect over and over, in addition to the fact that they slapped a hard once per turn on it. In fact, they also tried to restrict the monsters it brought out as well, as it could only bring out normal monsters from the deck, and only 2 normal monsters of the exact same name, but they could be level 4 or lower and didn't have to be restricted to beast types. So, a hard once per turn, heavy restrictions on being able to reuse it, only normal monsters, and this same monster twice, so no combos or 1-card synchros, and even in this heavily nerfed version, the card still saw tons of competitive play and had to be limited to 1 copy. Because as it turns out, being able to special summon 2 monsters from the deck is kinda strong. Eventually, they gave Rescue Cat an errata, where the beast type monsters it brought out from the deck had their effects negated, and they gave Rescue Cat itself a hard once per turn on its effect, so you can no longer reuse its effect multiple times in the same turn. And with these erratas, they were able to unban the card. The game had evolved to a point where this wasn't really a huge deal anymore. It still saw play every now and then. The big problem was the fact that it could be reused multiple times in the same turn, which was fixed. And they kind of turned Rescue Cat into an archetype, as they also released Rescue Hamster and Rescue Ferret, as well as a search card called Emerging Emergency Rescue to Rescue. And the funny thing is, Rescue Hamster and Rescue Ferret also saw competitive play, every single version of Rescue Cat has found their way into some competitive deck, because they all essentially special summon more than one monster from the deck in some kind of restrictive way. And special summoning monsters from the deck is one of the best effects in the game, so of course it's going to see play. And at number 3, we have Thousand Eyes Restrict. This was one of the first ever banned fusion monsters, as it had the effect where, while it was on the field, other monsters could not change their battle positions or attack. As long as you had this card out, it just locked down your opponent from being able to attack any of your monsters, which was pretty good. It also allowed you to absorb one of your opponent's monsters once per turn, where it would then gain that monster's attack and defense, and if this card was destroyed by battle, you could destroy the equipped monster instead. And because of how bloated early card text was, this card had so much in its card text that it couldn't include that last part of its effect, where it could prevent itself from being destroyed by battle until later printings of the card. And the reason this card got banned was because it didn't have restrictions on how it could be summoned. So if you cheated this card out of the extra deck with something like Instant Fusion, you could just steal one of your opponent's monsters with the Absorb before it went to the graveyard. And during Goat Control format, they would distribute a Goat token with Metamorphosis in order to cheat this card out of the extra deck. And it was a little bit too strong and stayed on the ban list for a long time. But when they did finally release it from the ban list, they released a retrain as kind of a celebration, in the form of Millennium Eyes Restrict. The retrain had the effect where, in response to an opponent's monster effect, you could attach one monster your opponent controls or in their graveyard to this card, in which case it would gain its attack and defense, and negate the effects of the monster that it was equipped to on the field or that were activated. And what this means is if you had this card out, in a chain in response to an opponent's hand trap, for example, you could steal that hand trap from the graveyard and negate that card's effect, basically treating this card as a monster negate. Same if your opponent was using a monster effect during your turn. You could steal that monster and have its effect negated when the chain resolves backwards. And this was a really good card to bring out at the beginning of combo plays with Instant Fusion in order to protect you from hand trap effects, and in fact is still used to this day. But the thing is though, so is Thousand Eyes Restrict. Both the original and the retrain are still heavily played, which I think is the only time that's happened. Usually either the original card is used or the retrain is used, but rarely are both of them used in basically equal amounts, because they're both great Instant Fusion targets, and until that card finally gets banned, they'll probably stay heavily used. And at number 2, we have the Dark Magician Girl. This is another Dark Magician support card, which is a low attack level 6 monster which gains 300 attack for each Dark Magician or Magician of Black Chaos in the graveyard. Unfortunately, it does not gain extra attack for the retrains of Magician of Black Chaos, just the original terrible vanilla one. Which is to say it doesn't really see play, and it did have an entire archetype, well, kind of a side archetype dedicated around Dark Magician Girls, and even received a direct retrain in the form of Apprentice Illusion Magician, which has the exact same stats as the original and does a much better job of supporting Dark Magician than the original card did, as the retrain has the effect where you can discard a card in order to special summon it from your hand. But if you do choose to normal summon this card, you get to add a Dark Magician from your deck to your hand. It also has a hand trap effect, where if a Dark Spellcaster type monster battles, you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard in order to increase that monster's attack and defense by 2,000. So, all three of these effects are pretty good, and really fit the theme of supporting Dark Magician a lot better than the original. And it also sees lots of competitive play, but not really for the reason you'd think. You see, the Dark Magician archetype got a support card called Magician's Souls, which can special summon itself from your hand by sending a level 6 or higher spellcaster type monster from your deck to the graveyard. And it has an effect on the field where you can cycle through 2 spell or traps you don't need in order to draw 2 cards. So it's useful in a lot of decks for getting a free monster on the field and for cycling through spell and trap cards. But in order to special summon the card from their hand, they need a level 6 or higher spellcaster type monster in their deck. And if they don't natively play high level spellcasters, like say Spirals used to with Spiral Master Plan, then they would have to include at least one high level spellcaster in their deck in order to actually use Magician's Souls effect. And the card they opt to use most of the time is Apprentice Illusion Magician, because it can special summon itself from your hand by just discarding any one card. Most meta decks love to have their monsters in the graveyard, and they love to special summon monsters from the hand. So Apprentice Illusion Magician supports both of those playstyles. So if they do accidentally draw into the card and have to use it normally, instead of using it as a garnet in the deck for Magician's Souls, it actually is live in the hand. So really, Apprentice Illusion Magician sees competitive play because of another Dark Magician support card, and not really because the card itself is super good. It's just one of the most versatile high-level spellcaster type monsters you can play in a deck that doesn't really use spellcaster type monsters. But it's played enough to take a high spot on this list nonetheless. And at number 1, we have Ultimate Tyranno. This card was supposed to be like a boss monster for dinosaur types, in the same vein as Superconductor Tyranno, who himself was the highest attack main deck monster that didn't have restrictions on its summoning or attacking, with 3,300 attack. In fact, it only had beneficial effects on the field, where you could once per turn just tribute one monster to inflict 1,000 damage to your opponent, at the cost of the card not being able to attack that turn. And Ultimate Tyranno could attack all of your opponent's monsters once each, and was used in all kinds of OTK plays in the past with Ojama Trio. So, when they released a new wave of dinosaur support, they thought to create a retrain which combined both of these monsters, in the form of Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, where this card has over 3,000 attack, 3,500 to be exact, really breaking the mold of not going above 3,000 attack on main deck monsters, unless it's hard to summon. Basically, only dinosaur monsters do this. There isn't another archetype that goes above 3,000 attack unless that's the point of the monster. The card is also really easy to special summon, as you can bring it out from your hand by just banishing 2 dinosaur type monsters from your graveyard, which is actually a much easier summoning condition than its original 2 cards. It has a quick effect Book of Eclipse, where it can destroy a dinosaur monster in the field or in your hand in order to flip all of your opponent's monsters face down, which can be used on your opponent's turn to disrupt plays, or to set up its other effect, where this card can attack all of your opponent's monsters once each, just like Ultimate Tyranno. However, if it attacks a defense position monster, it can send that monster to the graveyard without a battle and then inflict 1,000 points of damage to your opponent, which is a homage to the 1,000 points of burn damage from Superconductor Tyranno. And since it sends that monster to the graveyard by card effects, which doesn't count as destruction, it bypasses all kinds of protection effects, which makes this a really good boss monster that kind of single-handedly allows dinosaur decks to be competitive. Well, to an extent. It's just a really good boss monster, which was basically created by a combination of 2 of the old dinosaur boss monsters. So I guess it technically counts as a combination of past cards, since it doesn't retrain just one of them. And there is a whole list of monsters just like that, which could probably be a video in and of itself. But when it comes to monster retrains, this is probably one of the best retrains in the game, as it's also one of the best boss monsters in the game, which is why I think it should take the number 1 spot on this list. And at number 10, we have Dark Lord Zerato. This card is the evil counterpart of Archlord Zerato, as they both share the same stats and type, only being different with one of them being the dark attribute. And Dark Lord Zerato came out before Dark Lords were really an archetype, and was probably meant to just be a fallen angel type aesthetic, as I believe Dark Angels are called fallen angels or something in the OCG. Now, what Dark Lord Zerato does is you can send 1 dark monster from your hand to the graveyard to destroy all of your opponent's monsters, but if it activates its effect, it destroys itself during the end phase. And also, you can tribute summon this card with only 1 tribute, as long as you have 4 or more dark monsters with different names in your graveyard, and your 1 tribute is a dark monster. So it's an alternative summoning condition rather than having 2 tributes because it's a level 7 monster. And this card actually saw a healthy amount of competitive play during the Dark Arm Dragon format. Because Dark Arm Dragon was a deck that revolved around controlling a whole bunch of different types and numbers of dark monsters in your graveyard. Plus, its effect to destroy all of your opponent's monsters was really powerful during the 2008 format. Eventually, after Dark Arm Dragon decks stopped seeing play, so did Dark Lord Zerato, until 2016 when they released the new wave of Dark Lord support. And then, for a short time when people were still playing Dark Lord decks, he was definitely included along their lineup, as an excellent level and target for Xyz plays, and the occasional use of its effect to actually destroy stuff as well. And at number 9, we have Evil Swarm Thunderbird, which is the evil version of Mist Valley Apex Avian, the boss monster of the Mist Valley archetype. Although it's kind of surprising that the evil version of this card is actually a lot weaker stats-wise. But this weaker version definitely saw a lot more play than its normal counterpart, which itself was actually a pretty good card and sees competitive play occasionally. Now, what the entire Evil Swarm archetype does is basically just be dark versions of other cards. So, I made sure to only pick 1 monster from their full lineup, and out of all of the Evil Swarms, Evil Swarm Thunderbird has just seen the most amount of play over time. And that's for a few reasons, but first let's go over its effect. During either player's turn when a card is activated, you can activate this card's quick effect in order to allow it to banish itself into your next standby phase. and then it will return to the field with 300 more attack. So this card is excellent at dodging effects, in the same way as Wind Up Rabbit, and was used alongside Wind Up Rabbit in a whole bunch of anti-meta decks. That way you could just control the field and constantly dodge any effects that your opponent might try to use. However, Evil Swarm Thunderbird was also just useful in regular Evil Swarm decks as well, as it's a level 4 monster that just happened to have a useful effect. And Evil Swarm decks saw a lot of play due to their boss monster straight up countering Dragon Rulers during its height, since Evil Swarm Ophion had a passive effect that didn't allow level 5 or higher monsters to be special summoned while it was on the field. And all it required was 2 Ice Swarm monsters as its materials, so Evil Swarm Thunderbird was a perfect card that was good on its own, and also contributed to going into Evil Swarm Ophion later on if need be. And because Evil Swarm Thunderbird saw success inside Evil Swarm decks, as well as decks outside of its archetype, that just meant it saw more play than all the other main deck Evil Swarm monsters. And at number 8, we have Evil Swarm Ophion. Now, I know I said I'd only pick one Ice Swarm monster from the archetype, although I'm going to kind of split them off between main deck and extra deck monsters. And Evil Swarm Ophion was the reason Evil Swarms were a competitive deck. Back in the 2013 format, when Dragon Rulers and Spellbooks were the 2 best decks in the game, Evil Swarm decks were able to compete with both of them because of Evil Swarm Ophion. Now, first off, Evil Swarm Ophion is the evil version of Gungnir Dragon of the Ice Barrier, and even has similar stats, having 50 more attack and 50 less defense. One of the hallmarks of the Evil Swarm archetype is to have increments of 50 in their attack and defense, which signifies that they're evil versions of these cards. Although its effect has nothing to do with its normal counterpart, just like Evil Swarm Thunderbird. Its effect is that it passively prevents level 5 or higher monsters from being special summoned, which is an excellent job of blocking out all Dragon Rulers as well as the boss monster of the Spellbook archetype. It also has an effect where it can search out an Infest spell or trap card from your deck to your hand, which was usually used in order to search out Infestation Pandemic, which was a quick play spell card that, when activated, would make it so all your Ice Swarm monsters were unaffected by spell and trap cards for the rest of the turn, which also helped them a lot against Spellbooks, where most of the removal was in the form of Spellbook spell cards, as well as their main boss monster, who was an above level 5 monster. Evil Swarm Ophion was both the Floodgate and the Searcher for their protection, which is what made him so good against those 2 decks in particular, that after both of those decks stopped seeing as much play, Evil Swarm stopped seeing as much play as well because they just happened to be really good counters to some of the best decks. And then once they were no longer the best decks, they weren't good counters against whatever was next. Evil Swarms outside of Evil Swarm Thunderbird basically stopped seeing play around 2015, after the last of the Dragon Rulers were banned. And at number 7, we have Cairn Gorgon, Anti-Luminescent Knight. This card is the evil version of Gem Knight Crystal, and it definitely seems like it's probably an Evil Swarm card because of the 50 units of attack and defense. But actually, the original card it's based on just had 50s in its attack and defense as well. Now, this card isn't an obvious evil version of Gem Knight Crystal, but if you look closely at its artwork, its body is that of Gem Knight Crystal. It also has pieces and parts of Gem Knight Zirconia, Gem Knight Master Diamond, and Gem Knight Prismara, as it seems to be an amalgamation of those monsters using Gem Knight Crystal as its base. And for being an evil version of Gem Knight monsters, its effects have nothing to do with Gem Knights, and is purely generic. It requires 82 level 4 monsters as materials, has decent stats for a rank 4 monster, and has the Spell Speed 2 effect where, when a card is activated that targets a card on the field, you can detach one of its materials to move that target to something else, assuming the other card is an appropriate target. So if your opponent uses a Raigeki break, for example, you could use this card in order to redirect it to another one of your opponent's cards. Or if they used Karma Cut, which can only target monsters, you'd be able to redirect it to another monster, but not a spell or trap card. So basically, it just allows you to redirect targeted effects, which was actually pretty good. And the card occasionally sees play even today, but only occasionally. Being able to redirect targeted effects is nice and all, and the card definitely saw a lot of competitive play over the years, but only when there was a really good deck that was specifically targeting things, like maybe Zodiac Trident or Masterpiece. And at number 6, we have Dark Armed Dragon. This is the dark evil version of Armed Dragon level 7, as it has the exact same stats and type as the original, only as dark attribute. Now, Dark Armed Dragon is part of the Dark Counterpart series of monsters, where they're literally just monsters that already exist in the game, only with dark added to the front of their names. And they try to have an effect similar to the original monsters, other than just making up something like Evil Swarm Thunderbird or Cairn Gorgon Anti-Luminescent Knight. The original Armed Dragon level 7 had an effect to destroy monsters, so Dark Armed Dragon, trying to play homage to its original monster effect, while also fitting within the dark theme of the dark counterpart cards, has the effect that you can destroy one card in the field by banishing one dark monster from your graveyard. And also, if you control exactly 3 dark monsters in your graveyard, you can special summon this card from your hand. And since its special summon doesn't require you to move resources anywhere, if you had 3 copies of Dark Armed Dragon in your hand, you can bring out all 3 of them for the same activation costs. Which is why the card got limited pretty quickly after it came out. Because Dark Armed Dragon formed one of the very few Tier 0 decks in the game, where over 65% of representation at top events were all variants of Dark Armed Dragon decks. And a big reason this card was so good was because its ability to destroy cards in the field was not once per turn. And this portion of the game still had priority before Master Rule 3, where a monster who normally has a Spell Speed 1 effect was able to activate it like a Spell Speed 2 effect during your turn when it was brought out. So, when you summoned Dark Armed Dragon, you could activate its effect to destroy a card in the field immediately, or in response to being destroyed by something like a Bottomless Trap Hole, which is not how Spell Speed 1 monster effects work today. So, in combination with this old ruling, and the fact that it could just destroy up to 3 cards as soon as it came out, while also having a big body and being easy to bring out on top of all that, it was kind of a powerhouse. And there was a lot of dark support at the time. Well, there still is a lot of dark support today, but dark is definitely the best attribute in the game because of its huge amount of support. But there was also a lot of support for dark monsters even back in 2008, especially since Synchro Monster just came out then, and it comboed very well with cards like Emergency Teleport and Return from the Different Dimension, to the point where most Dark Armed Dragon decks were just referred to as Teledad, since they'd all play Emergency Teleport in order to bring out Krebons for synchro plays and then end with a Dark Armed Dragon. Although Dark Armed Dragon being limited to 1 copy for close to 10 years did a really good job of making sure it didn't see as much play as it did in its heyday. And after the power creep of the game got to the point where destroying all of your opponent's cards isn't even a big deal anymore, it hasn't really seen any play since 2019 when it was taken off the ban list completely. And at number 5, we have Shaddoll Beast. Shaddoll Beast is the corrupted form of Natura Beast, as they both share the exact same stats, although all Shaddoll main deck monsters are considered spellcaster type monsters and dark attribute to signify that they're corrupted versions of their original counterparts. Since the entire Shaddoll archetype is also just an evil archetype of existing monsters, I'm only going to choose one main and extra deck monster for them as well. And when it comes to main deck Shaddoll monsters, Shaddoll Beast is kind of like the Evil Swarm Thunderbird, and its own deck saw a lot of competitive success, but it was also played heavily outside of its archetype as well. Now, all Shaddolls have 2 effects, a flip effect and an effect that activates when they're sent to the graveyard by a card effect. Shaddoll Beast's flip effect is to draw 2 cards and discard 1. Pretty good effect, but it rarely actually ever got to use that. And its graveyard effect was when this card was sent to the graveyard, you got to draw 1 card. And that's the effect Shaddoll Beast is known for the most, because that's just really good advantage to have in pretty much every deck. If there's a deck that could send dark monsters to the graveyard, Shaddoll Beast was an excellent target because it could just let you draw cards without effect. And the Shaddoll archetype was very fusion heavy, and the card going to the graveyard, part of a fusion summon, counted as going to the graveyard as a card effect, which would allow you to draw a card if you use Shaddoll Beast as a fusion material. And since his effect was direct advantage in the best way to gain advantage, drawing a card, it appeared in pretty much every single Shaddoll deck that existed, plus a whole bunch of other decks outside of the Shaddoll archetype. In fact, it saw play in over 600 competitive decks that topped official events over the years, which is about 2 times the number of decks that Dark Armed Dragon appeared in, despite the fact that Dark Armed Dragon was part of a Tier 0 deck. Shaddoll Beast is just a powerhouse in being really useful, and still sees competitive success even to this day. There are very few archetype-specific cards that exist which can beat the number of deck spots this one card has. Generally, numbers like that are only seen on really good generic staple cards. And at number 4, we have El Shaddoll Construct. This is the main boss monster of the Shaddoll archetype and was the second ever fusion monster to be banned, so you know it must have been good if it was banned for a while. Now, El Shaddoll Construct is the evil version of Gem Knight Lapis. Surprising enough, a level 3 normal Gem Knight monster who doesn't really look anything like El Shaddoll Construct. I'm not sure what the Yu-Gi-Oh card lore is on it, but apparently the Link monster Shaddoll Construct shows Gem Knight Lapis being turned into El Shaddoll Construct, Or at least Gem Knight Lapis's soul is being converted or something. I don't know, but for the longest time I thought El Shadow Construct was just an original card for the Shaddolls, but it turns out it's like an evil evolution of Gem Knight Lapis. Anyways, what El Shadow Construct does is if it battles a special summon monster, you get to destroy that monster at the start of the damage step. So basically, it can crash into any other extra deck or boss monster and it will always win the battle unless they're immune to destruction effects. It also had a really good effect when it was summoned, where it could send a Shaddol card from your deck to the graveyard. If you sent Shaddol Beast to the graveyard, it could allow you to draw one card on its summon. And also, a trait shared amongst all the Shaddol fusion monsters, if this card is sent to the graveyard, you can add a Shaddol spell or trap from your graveyard to your hand. And it doesn't matter how it's sent to the graveyard, so you could detach a Shaddol fusion monster as an Xyz material, and then get a search when they were detached to activate their effects, which is a pretty rare form of floating, and one of the best kinds of floating you can possibly have. So it was just pure advantage when it came to summoning and leaving the field, while also having an excellent effect on the field, one of the highest attacks of all the Shaddol fusion monsters, and being one of the best attributes, as all the Shaddol fusion monsters required a Shaddol monster, plus a monster of their specific attribute. And if you use Shaddol fusion to bring it out with materials from your deck, you could send a light monster from your deck to the graveyard, which would allow you to possibly gain more advantage if you sent Fairy Tale Snow or Perform Mage Trick Clown. And also, side note, apparently Shaddol Fusion is the corrupted version of Gem Knight Fusion, which adds a lot more credence to the fact that Gem Knight Lapis is El Shaddol Construct. Since if you look closely at Shaddol Fusion, there's lots of dark gems in the artwork, which is very reminiscent of the gems in Gem Knight Fusion, which makes it one of the few spell cards that's a dark counterpart of another spell card. And at number 3, we have Evil Hero Adjusted Gold. This is the evil version of Elemental Hero Captain Gold, and is part of the Evil Hero archetype, which is one of 6 archetypes of hero monsters. And funny thing about the hero archetype, their deck plays best when they have an amalgamation of all types of the heroes, and the one evil hero monster they play is Evil Hero Adjusted Gold, as it has the effect where you can discard this card from your hand in order to add a Dark Fusion monster from your deck to your hand, which is generally used to add Dark Calling. As what Dark Calling does is it allows you to fusion summon an evil hero monster by banishing the materials from your hand, graveyard, or field, which is one of the most versatile fusion cards that allows you to use materials from your graveyard, as most of them don't allow you to use from your hand and field in addition to the graveyard. And a good target for Dark Calling is Evil Hero Malicious Bane, who surprisingly combos well with heroes in general and not just evil hero monsters. And since Evil Hero Adjusted Gold is basically just played in order to search out Dark Calling and bring out Evil Hero Malicious Bane, it's the only evil hero that would possibly make this list. And since hero decks have seen some competitive success towards the end of 2020, I kind of have to put it higher on the list, because I like to prefer cards that have seen competitive success recently, rather than cards that have a history of competitive success, because of just how the power creep of the game works. Otherwise, Shaddol Beast would probably take the number 1 spot if I only went over the history of the card alone, instead of how good they are currently. Even though Shaddol Beast is also good currently, I might add, it's just hero decks have seen a little bit more success in the past year than Shaddolls or Shaddol Beast usage, which is why Evil Hero Adjusted Gold takes a slightly higher spot on this list. And at number 2, we have Dark Grepher. This is another dark counterpart card, just like Dark Armed Dragon, although this one is a dark counterpart of a vanilla monster called Warrior Grepher. And since it's a darker version of a normal monster, they could probably just give it whatever effect they wanted. So they gave it one in order to help set up a dark type deck, as it could special summon itself from the hand by discarding a level 5 or higher dark monster, and it could also allow you to discard a dark monster to send a dark monster from your deck to the graveyard. So back in the Dark Armed Dragon format, Dark Grepher could be used to single-handedly send all 3 monsters needed for Dark Armed Dragon summoning condition to the graveyard. So it definitely saw play because of that. After Dark Armed Dragon stopped seeing play, Dark Grepher just never really did. He kept powering on and was used constantly throughout the years in other competitive decks, even when the powerhouse like Dark Armed Dragon wasn't really. In fact, he got super good during the Link era when warrior type decks started dominating the scene, and specifically dark warrior type monsters. And Dark Grepher was so good in dark warrior combo decks that it eventually got limited to 1 copy, to try to rein in its power of sending dark cards to the graveyard. And even to this day, it still sees competitive success. It has a very long history of just constantly seeing competitive play, even if it doesn't really match the numbers of Shaddol Beast when it comes to deck appearances and competitive play at official events. But then again, very few cards do. And at number 1, we have Evil Swarm Excited Knight. This card is the dark counterpart of Steel Swarm Roach, which is related to the Evil Swarm archetype. So it's weird there's a dark counterpart of an already dark archetype. But that's because Evil Swarm Excited Knight is actually a light version of a dark card, as it has the same stats and type as the original, only it's a light attribute instead of dark. Which kinda breaks the rules of this list a little bit for evil counterparts, but it does have Evil Swarm in its name, and all of the Evil Swarm cards are evil versions of the normal counterpart cards, except for Evil Swarm Excited Knight, I guess. And also, I said I wouldn't use any more Evil Swarm monsters for this list, but Evil Swarm Excited Knight is kind of an exception to that rule, as it's purely generic and has nothing to do with the archetype it's named after. It also saw more play than all the other cards in the Evil Swarm archetype, as what this card does is during your main phase or your opponent's battle phase, it has a Spell Speed 2 effect, where it can detach one of its materials to destroy all other cards in the field, as long as your opponent has more total cards in their hand in their side of the field than you do. And also, your opponent takes no further damage for the rest of the turn. And it's not a once per turn, merely once per chain. Now, what this means is Evil Swarm Excited Knight was the perfect comeback card. If your opponent had a single more card in advantage than you did, in fact, if you had the same amount of advantage and you just overlaid in order to go into this rank 4 monster, that would put you one card behind in advantage to your opponent, which would allow you to meet the conditions for its effect in order to destroy all other cards. And since it was Spell Speed 2, if your opponent tried to preemptively negate its effects or destroy this card, you could just chain its effect to negation or destruction in order to destroy all the cards on the field. His effect was designed in a way to kind of mimic the Master Rule 2 and below's priority effects, so it was kind of hard to stop this card's effect from going off. Not impossible, like all you had to do was just wait for it to activate its effect in order to use your negation, as it couldn't then chain its effect on top of it again. But since it was quick effect, it could just activate its effect in response to getting destroyed by something. And since it was so good at just completely wiping the field, and was super easy to bring out as it had one of the best levels in the game, a generic rank 4 monster that only required 2 materials, it was actually banned for a long time. Then in Master Rule 4, the card slowly got unbanned and then started seeing play again because with limited field zones for Xyz monsters before the revisions, its effect was just good enough where it was still worth playing. So the card saw play when it first came out, was super good and immediately became a staple in all extra decks, and still sees play even today, where rank 4 Xyz monsters aren't really as dominant as they used to be. Evil Swarm Excited Knight was just so good that it's one of the few rank 4 Xyz monsters that still sees competitive success. Although since it was banned for a couple of years, it still doesn't beat Shadow Beast when it comes to number of decks that it was part of that saw topping spots in official events, as it only has a measly 500 plus representation spots, as opposed to the over 600 plus that Shadow Beast has. So Shadow Beast is probably the most played evil counterpart card, even if Evil Swarm Excited Knight is probably the best evil counterpart card. And at number 10, we have a personal favorite of mine, Neos Wise Man. Neos Wise Man has the effect where it can't be destroyed by card effects, and if it battles a monster, you inflict damage to your opponent equal to the attack of that monster, and then gain life points equal to the defense of that monster. Its effects and protection aren't half bad, but its summoning requirement is to send 2 level 7 or higher monsters on your side of the field to the graveyard, and 2 specific ones at that, Elemental Hero Neos and Yugioh. Plus, you need to have this card in your hand. Its summoning requirement is incredibly difficult to pull off, making this nothing but a joke card. Now, its anime version is a fusion monster, which actually makes it 10 times easier to summon. The anime version basically has the same effect, can't be destroyed by card effects, and inflicts damage and gains life points when it battles a monster. But it also has a floating effect when destroyed by battle, where you can banish Yugioh from your graveyard to special summon an Elemental Hero Neos from your graveyard. So the fact that it's a fusion monster that requires Neos and Yugioh as its materials, and that it floats on destruction, makes anime version so much better, but it's kind of a wonder why they printed Neos Wise Man as a main deck monster in the first place. Probably because they thought its effect was too powerful at the time, and they really wanted to kill the viability of the card, while keeping most of its anime effects. And they did a good job at that. And at number 9, we have Card of Sanctity. This card has the effect where you banish all cards you control in your hand, and then you get to draw 2 cards. Not a super useful effect, only really saw play in some niche burn decks and in Duel Links, but its anime effect is probably one of the most broken cards, as its effect is simply, Each player gets to draw cards until they have 6 cards in their hand. So, any modern deck can completely empty their hand in one turn to set up combo plays. And then if you play Card of Sanctity, you could draw 6 new cards and then go for even more plays. There was no restrictions to it, so you could use multiple copies and special summon as much as you wanted. Basically, any card which allows you to draw 2 cards has lots of restrictions or limitations to it. And this one allows you to draw 6. There's a good reason why they nerfed its real-world version. Anime version would be banned immediately, but they kinda went overboard and made its TCG counterpart kinda bad. Number 8, Power Wall. This card has the effect where it can only be activated when you take battle damage from an opponent's attacking monster. Then you can send 1 card from the top of your deck to the graveyard for every 500 points of battle damage you took, in order to take no battle damage. So if you would take 1,000 points of battle damage, you can send the top 2 cards of your deck to the graveyard to reduce it to 0. Pretty simple effect. Its anime effect is basically the same thing, except you send 1 card per 100 points of damage, instead of 1 card per 500 points. So this means if you take 1,000 points of battle damage, you can send 10 cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard to reduce it to 0, which is actually really good. Currently there's a card on the ban list called That Grass Looks Greener, which allows you to mill about 20 cards from your deck if you build around it, which is so good that people were playing cards like Left Arm Offering just to search it out, which is a card that basically forces you to go -2 in order to search out a spell card. Now, Power Wall isn't as easy to use as Grass. Spell cards are better as you can just use them immediately instead of having to wait for your opponent to attack you and hope they don't pop in the back row before it even happens. The anime version did allow you to send basically just as many cards as Grass would, and has a really funny effect when it's done in GX Tag Force games. Number 7, Final Attack Orders. This card has a continuous effect where all face-up monsters in the field are changed to attack position, and their battle positions cannot be changed. Usually this card was used in Goblin Attack Force beatdown decks, with high attack level 4 monsters that change to defensive position after they attack, which means it wasn't used in any really good decks. Its anime version has the effect where all face-up monsters are changed to attack position, and their battle positions cannot be changed, just like the TCG counterpart, but also, both players choose 3 cards in their decks, and then they send the rest of their decks to the graveyard, and those 3 cards become the only cards in your deck. So it's essentially a full deck mill, as all you have to do is mill 3 more cards after you use this one in order to completely deck out your opponent. This is an insanely strong effect, as cards like Pre-Errata Exchange of the Spirit could do something similar, and was on the ban list for being way too strong. So it's no wonder only the first part of this effect got printed. The other part of the effect was just ridiculously strong. And at number 6, we have Toon World. The real-world version of Toon World doesn't have an effect. It only has a cost to be activated, and you pay 1,000 life points to put on the field. And then it's the Toon monsters that have the effects that basically require Toon World to be on the field in order to do anything. But in the anime, Toon World was a broken card that would literally turn normal cards into Toon monsters. Now, Toon World had a whole bunch of anime effects, and they never really spelled out exactly what it could do, but basically what it did was convert your monsters into Toon monsters while this card was out. All your Toon monsters couldn't be destroyed by battle and took no battle damage from battles unless they fought another Toon monster. As in the anime, Toons would just dodge out of the way of attacks. After one of your Toon monsters attacked, it could retreat into Toon World and not be targeted by attacks or affected by card effects, which would allow your opponent to attack directly. And that's basically the gist of anime version of Toon World. It would literally convert whatever it wanted into Toon versions of itself, which would then have new effects, which would be impossible to just print onto one card, as Toon World was able to convert spells and traps as well as monsters. If anything, Toon Kingdom is much more faithful to the anime version of Toon World, as it prevents your Toons from being targeted or destroyed by anything. And at number 5, we have the Seal of Orichalcos. Now, the TCG version of this card actually has a pretty decent effect. All your monsters gain 500 attack. This is the highest attack gain on a field spell card that works on all monsters and not just a specific type, or from a specific archetype. It's a complete generic 500 attack boost. It also has an effect where your opponent cannot target one of your monsters for an attack if you have another monster on the field with a higher attack. It also has built-in protection, where once per turn it can't be destroyed. All 3 of these effects are good. The downside to this is that it can only be activated once per duel. So if they do manage to get rid of Seal of Orichalcos, you can't activate it again. and it destroys all of your special summon monsters when you activate it, and locks you out of your extra deck. That last one is kind of the biggest reason why people don't really play this card. Now, its anime effect also increased the attack of all your monsters by 500, and allowed you to use your spell and trap card zones as monster zones, basically allowing you to have 10 monsters on the field at a time, which is the broken part of this card's effect, and there's no way that would have made it into the live game, like, at all. The card couldn't be destroyed by card effects or removed from the field. Monsters in your spell and trap card zone couldn't be targeted for attacks if there was a monster in the main monster zone on top of it. You could swap positions of your monsters in the spell and trap card zone with the main monster zone. When activated, this card would defuse your monsters. And also, whoever loses the duel while this card was activated would lose their soul, which I don't think could translate very well into the TCG anyway. So if anything, they did a pretty good job of transferring some of its anime effects into the TCG, and just gave it some really heavy restrictions to make up for its overpowered anime effects, even though they didn't include the most overpowered effect of having 10 monsters out. Now, at number 4, we have another field spell card, and that's the Golden Castle of Stromberg. Golden Castle Stromberg has one of the longest card texts in the game, as it made it into my video on the top 10 longest card texts, so I'm going to try my best to summarize its effect. Basically, while this card is out, if your opponent tries to attack you, their monster is automatically destroyed and they take damage equal to half of their attack. You can special summon a monster from this card's archetype from your deck instead of using your normal summon. And during your standby phase, it has a maintenance cost of banishing 10 cards from the top of your deck face down. Now, its anime effect has some pretty similar effects to its TCG counterpart. Once per turn, you can special summon a level 4 or lower monster from your deck, and you can't normal summon. If an opponent's monster attacks, they're destroyed and they take damage equal to half that monster's attack. And it has a maintenance cost where during your standby phase, you send half the cards in your deck to the graveyard, which honestly would be a pretty good cost to have in today's Yu-Gi-Oh! And those are just its effects similar to the TCG one. Now let's go over its anime only effects. All monsters special summoned by this card must attack, as well as all monsters your opponent controls. So it forces your opponent's monsters to attack and get destroyed by its destruction effect, which is really powerful. This card cannot be destroyed by card effects, and last but not least, your opponent pays the maintenance cost of this card. So this one-size-fits-all mega field spell card has no downsides to it, and only a whole bunch of positives. Really good effects. Your opponent can't destroy anything you have with their monsters, and basically just have to wait for them to mill their own deck out. Whereas the real version has an actual downside of banishing 10 cards face down each turn. Number 3, Slifer the Sky Dragon. This card has the effects where it requires 3 tributes to normal summon, gains 1000 attack and defense for each card in your hand. If a monster is summoned in attack position, it loses 2000 attack and is destroyed if its attacks become 0. When this card is normal summoned, effects cannot be activated, and if this card is special summoned, it's destroyed during the end phase. So basically, it just gains attack for cards in your hand and has a pretty decent floodgate effect that automatically destroys low attack monsters, with the downside of it being difficult to normal summon, and that he can only be special summoned for 1 turn. Now, the anime effect is a little different, as this card is known as one of the God cards, and had a whole bunch of additional overpowered effects, on top of some of the effects Slifer has in its real version. All in all, its anime version has like 10 effects. So I'm going to quickly summarize all of them. Requires 3 tributes to normal summon, cannot be tributed by your opponent, cannot switch control to your opponent, unaffected by spell and traps that would make this card leave the field, unaffected by other monster effects, except for Obelisk the Tormentor, whose effects only work on this card for 1 turn, and the Winged Dragon of Ra, whose effects work on this card normally. Cannot be destroyed by battle, except by another God card, and you take no battle damage. Card effects which do not make this card leave the field, only effective for 1 turn. Also treated as Dragon type. Gains attack and defense times 1000 for each card in your hand. If a monster is summoned to your opponent's field, they'll lose 2000 attack if in attack mode, or 2000 defense if in defense mode. And if brought to 0 attack or defense with this card's effect, it's destroyed. If special summoned, it returns to where it was special summoned from at the end of the turn. And that's about all of its effects. As you can see, it did a lot of things and was incredibly hard to get rid of. You understand why people like the God card so much, because they did so much and were just unstoppable boss monsters. And it's very obvious why they didn't keep all of these effects when translated into the TCG. Although it did keep some of them, especially its more defining effects, like destroying monsters that were summoned, and gaining attack for cards in your hand. And at number 2, we have Obelisk the Tormentor, another one of the 3 God cards. Just like with Slifer, it has a ton of anime original effects, on top of some of its TCG effects. Funny enough, out of all the god cards that were printed in the real game, Obelisk was the only one to keep any kind of protection, as it can't be targeted by card effects, which made Obelisk the best of the 3 god cards, where that was not the case in the anime. So, for its TCG real-world effect, it requires 3 tributes to be summoned, cards can't be activated when it's normal summoned, it's destroyed during the end phase if it's special summoned, it cannot be targeted by card effects, and once per turn, you contribute 2 monsters to destroy all monsters your opponent controls. Then this card wouldn't be able to attack that turn. Now, let's look at its anime effect. First off, a lot of the same summoning requirements and protections that Slifer had. So, 3 tributes, cannot be tributed, cannot swap control, cannot be destroyed by battle other than by another god card. Immune to most traps except for ones that alter its attack and defense and prevent it from attacking, but only for 1 turn. Cannot be removed from the field by a card effect. Only affected by spells and non-god card monster effects for 1 turn, except for the Winged Dragon of Ra. Also treated as warrior type. Cannot be equipped with cards. If special summon, returns to the place it was special summoned from during the end phase. If in defense mode, your opponent can only target this card for attacks and effects. During your main phase, you contribute 2 monsters to destroy all of your opponent's monsters and then immediately attack directly, but then can't attack during the battle phase that turn. During your battle phase, you contribute 2 monsters to make this card's attack become infinity for 1 attack only. And for the most part, I think that's all of its anime effects. And just like with Slifer the Sky Dragon, you can see why they didn't give it all these effects in the TCG. Its effects are too much, too convoluted, and too powerful. Now, let's go on to the number 1 card in this list. And at number 1, we have the Winged Dragon of Ra, the 3rd god card, which ironically is supposed to be the best god card in the anime, but is the worst god card in the actual TCG. Unlike the other 2 god cards, this card cannot be special summoned, requires 3 tributes for its normal summon, and effects can't be activated when this card is normal summoned, and when this card is normal summoned, and only when this card is normal summoned, you can pay all of your life points, so you only have 100 left, for this card to gain attack and defense equal to the amount of life points you paid. There are some people who incorrectly read this card and think you can pay life points to gain attack whenever you want, but that's not the case, it's only when it's summoned. It also has an effect where you can pay 1000 life points to destroy 1 monster on the field. And it has no protection. If your opponent just negates this card's effects, its attack will drop back down to 0 and will be basically useless on the field. Now, let's go over its anime effects, because it has like 20 of them. Requires 3 tributes to normal summon, cannot be tributed by your opponent, cannot switch control to your opponent, its normal summon cannot be negated, plus cards and effects cannot activate when it's normal summoned except for divine monster effects. This card is summoned in its fear mode, with no attack or effects, unless you recite its special activation code. Its attack and defense become the combined attack and defense of all of the attributed monsters. When special summoned, it can immediately attack all of your opponent's monsters, regardless of what phase or whose turn it is, and these attacks cannot be prevented by card effects. During the end phase, when this card was special summoned, it is sent to the graveyard, except if it was special summoned from the hand. Cannot be removed from the field by a card effect. Only affected by other card effects for 1 turn that don't remove it from the field. You can negate any card effect that targets this card. If in defense position, you can redirect any attack or effect that targets another monster to this card. You can pay all but 1 of your life points in order to increase the attack and defense of this card by the amount of life points paid. If the life points to attack effect is activated, you can use Defusion at any time during both players' turns on this card in order to return the life points to the player, and restore this card's attack back to its original value. You contribute all other monsters you control to increase the attack and defense of this card by the attack and defense of the monsters tributed. You can pay 1000 life points to destroy all of your opponent's monsters. The activation and effects of this card cannot be negated. During either player's turn, you can pay 1000 life points to transform this card into its Phoenix mode for 1 turn. While in Phoenix mode, this card's attack and defense becomes 0, and it cannot be destroyed by battle, nor do you take any battle damage from attacks involving this card. Also, it's unaffected by other card effects and cannot be targeted. When leaving Phoenix mode, this card gains all of its attack and defense that it previously had. Alright, and I think that's everything. All in all, while the other 2 god cards had about 10 effects each, the Winged Dragon of Ra has over 20 of them. Winged Dragon of Ra was ridiculously overpowered. I doubt it's even possible to fit all of its card effects on its text, as it's just too much and would be impossible to read. And this is why I think the Winged Dragon of Ra is the best anime card, which is way better than its TCG version.